Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Boss! Respectful voices echoed from outside. Again, Su Changkong heard the voices outside, his expressionless face revealing he was aware that Li Han had come again. Yet he also found it puzzling that this visit was happening a bit sooner than usual. Outside the prison, the shadow of Li Han appeared, his figure gaunt and his complexion pale as paper, his eyes cold and ghostly. Li Han stared at the wretched figure of Su Changkong inside the prison, a cryptic expression emerging on his face. Su Changkong, I'm almost losing patience with completely dealing with you. However, your luck isn't bad. Your father actually came out of seclusion, even killing Meng Sang. You get to live a little longer now. What? At these words, Su Changkong looked up, somewhat shocked. The outsiders didn't know that many believed Su Changkong was in seclusion, but Su Changkong was clear that his father had returned gravely injured from a battle with an unknown powerful adversary 7 or 8 years ago and had passed away on the spot before he could even arrange his subsequent affairs. But now, Li Han was telling him Su Changkong had come out of seclusion and had killed Meng Sang? Was he making a fool of him? Li Han's lips curled into a cold smile. You still have some use. Enjoy your stay here for a while longer. After saying this, Li Han turned and left. When Su Changkong was ambushed by the 3C pirate groups, it was indeed because they had received related news, which was passed on by Meng Sang. Li Han kept Su Changkong alive as he was planning to use him as a bargaining chip to extract benefit from Meng Sang once he took over. But not long ago, Li Han received the news that Meng Sang was dead. The one who killed him was none other than Su Changkong, the leader of the giant whale gang, who was rumored to have possibly met with misfortune. This undoubtedly left Li Han in shock, as Su Changkong's reputation was established by taking out sea pirates in the Blue Rain Sea and securing his dominance. Afterward, Li Han decided to spare Su Changkong's life, thinking he might use him against Su Changkong or to obtain a considerable benefit from the giant whale gang. It must be my third brother. It must be him imitating my father, but how did he kill Meng Sang? Watching Li Han's departing figure, Su Changkong fell into deep thought. From the look of it, Li Han didn't seem to have come specifically to mock him. Soon, Su Changkong thought of Su Changkong. Su Changkong had once impersonated him to attend a dinner banquet. Now, with the giant whale gang in turmoil, it was normal for the Su Changkong family to think of letting Su Changkong impersonate Su Changkong. But Su Changkong managing to slay Meng Sang and take over the giant whale gang was beyond Su Changkong's imagination. Nonetheless, this was a piece of good news for Su Changkong. Simultaneously, Su Changkong also worried that the sea pirates might harbor ill intentions. All he could do was sigh and wait for an unknown future to arrive. Master Su, I would like to ask you to help me refine a qi blood pill. When Lu Geng was here before, I didn't dare to ask for his help. An elite disciple of the giant whale gang dressed in warrior garb said with a flattering smile. Su Changkong wore a white alchemist robe, and upon hearing this, he nodded slightly. Prepare the ingredients yourself, and if the refinement fails, I take no responsibility. Yes, I understand the rules. Here are 5 sets of ingredients for the qi blood pills I've prepared. Please take a look, Master Su. The warrior nodded repeatedly in agreement. Knowing the protocol for requesting an alchemist's services, ingredients were to be provided by oneself, and in the case of a failed refinement, the alchemist would not be held accountable. All right, leave them here, and come back after 3 days. Su Changkong nodded in agreement. The warrior placed the precious medicinal materials he had purchased with his life savings on the nearby counter, then respectfully bowed before leaving. I hope I can refine several qi blood pills to help me undergo metamorphosis and step into the qi blood realm. Then, I will be qualified to compete for the position of Deputy Hall Leader. Master Su's alchemy is no less than Master Gong's. With 5 sets of ingredients, Most of them should succeed, the warrior thought, filled with heavy concerns as he left. This warrior was an elite of the giant whale gang who had reached body refinement great achievement for many years, and he wagered his life savings for the resources to break through to the Qi blood realm. Previously, it was Lu Gung who acted as the alchemist, and this warrior dared not take the risk. Now that Meng Sang was purged and Master Su, who had been falsely accused, had his name cleared and returned to the giant whale gang to perform alchemy, he decided to take the gamble. Not bad. These 5 sets of Qi blood pill ingredients can indeed help improve my alchemy skills substantially. If all goes well, I could take several products as a commission, Su Changkong thought, pleased with himself. A few days ago, Su Changkong had slain Meng Sang while posing as Sikong Yong, and he no longer needed to hide, resuming his identity as the alchemist Master Su in the giant whale gang. Over the past few months, Lu Gung had replaced Su Changkong in alchemy, but given Lu's apprentice-level skills, the rate of failure was much higher than that of success, resulting in losses. Many giant whale gang disciples who wanted to have pills refined by an alchemist had to hold back. Once Su Changkong returned, he gladly accepted all the accumulated orders, seeing it as an opportunity to practice his alchemy skills. If his skills reached a higher level, it was not out of the question that he could refine pills of strong blood pill caliber, which would be beneficial for him. Besides, Su Changkong now conducted alchemy under different circumstances than before, without supervision. He could arbitrarily extract refined pills as a fee according to his mood, obtaining many more free pills than previously. If there were failures or fewer pills produced, he wouldn't take a fee, but if the result was successful and the number of pills was high, Su Changkong would openly claim his dues. Of course, given that Su Changkong's alchemy skills were nearly reaching the 6th realm, far surpassing the previous Master Gong, seeking him for alchemy was definitely a worthwhile investment. After refining today's pill medicine, I'll go out for some archery practice later, Su Changkong considered in his heart. Ever since his breakthrough to the Qi Blood 4 transformation and the 5 animal frolics entering the 9th realm, Su Changkong's lifespan had increased to 160 years, and his potential value had reached 27 points. His talent and comprehension both presented a skyrocketing upward trajectory. In the wasteland, several miles away from the giant whale gang, Su Changkong stood silently, holding a strong bow in his hand. Drawing the bow, he notched an arrow, the bow fully drawn, an arrow tore through the air. Boom! In the midst of deafening thunder, the arrow shot forward like lightning, splitting the air, unstoppable. Thump, thump, thump. It flew nearly 100 meters, piercing through 7 or 8 sturdy trees before coming to a stop. Each tree was left with a fist-sized hole. The power of this single arrow was astounding. Arrows as thunder. Su Changkong nodded in satisfaction. With potential value reaching 27 points, Su Changkong's talent and comprehension rose sharply, making the difficulty of practicing various martial arts skills easier in his hands, and the speed of cultivation faster. A single day of practice could equate to a month of cultivation for others. His progress was naturally lightning fast. Su Changkong's iron-cutting blade technique and 5 animal frolics had both reached very high levels. A significant breakthrough in a short time was unlikely. Su Changkong decided to focus on practicing archery and alchemy, yielding no small gains. 2 months of this tranquil life passed by. In those 2 months, everything was calm. Following Meng Sang's death, the giant whale gang had got back on track, no longer split into 2 factions fighting for power and profit. United, they were stronger. Su Changkong, other than making an appearance to kill Meng Sang last time and appointing Sikong when as deputy gang leader to handle internal gang affairs, had been quietly cultivating and practicing alchemy. That afternoon, Su Changkong was practicing archery as usual in the wilderness a few miles away from the giant whale gang. The open space allowed him to exert himself fully. Crack, 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 a series of hurricane howls, accompanied by thunder. Su Changkong drew his bow and nocked arrows, one after another. With each arrow, a whistling sound of wind and thunder pierced through the trees, blowing bowl-sized holes and disappearing into the end of the forest. Wind and thunder as one. Not bad. It probably won't be long before, with more practice, my archery might even surpass that of my second sister. Su Changkong was quite satisfied with the speed of his progress. Wind Thunder Archery, 5th Realm, Standout 1%. 2 months ago, Wind Thunder Archery was only at the 3rd Realm. After another 2 months, Su Changkong broke through 2 realms and cultivated Wind Thunder Archery to the 5th Realm, achieving the integration of wind and thunder. At a distance, ordinary Chi Blood Realm martial artists couldn't even approach Su Changkong before being shot down. Alchemy, 6th Realm, reached the pinnacle 1%. In terms of alchemy, he made rapid progress and stepped into the 6th Realm, the pinnacle of alchemy, 2 days ago. Giant Whale Skill, 4th Realm, mastering stage 17%. With sufficient food and plenty of pill medicines, the progress in the Giant Whale Skill was also significant, entering the 4th Realm, and everything was growing steadily. This is the transformation brought about by increased lifespan and enhanced potential value. Su Changkong was becoming more of a genius, more monstrous. Su Changkong was planning to practice the 5 animal frolics as usual before returning to the Giant Whale Gang. Then he would start the practice of his inner strength. Don't let this monster escape. Kill him. Kill him. He's over there. A series of shouting and yelling attracted Su Changkong's attention. Are people fighting? This is the Giant Whale Gang's territory. Hearing this succession of noisy sounds, Su Changkong was somewhat surprised. This place was only a few miles from the Giant Whale Gang. No one should dare to provoke them. Outside the wilderness, several martial artists from the Giant Whale Gang were running in shock and rage, pursuing a man in green. The man in green was eerie, with blood on the corner of his mouth, veins bulging all over his body showing a dark red color, coupled with a mouth full of sharp teeth and pale yellow eyes. He was as terrifying as an evil spirit. Not long before, the Giant Whale Gang was as calm as usual. But suddenly, this man in green appeared and attacked several martial artists patrolling around the Giant Whale Gang. The man in green was fierce, digging out the heart of a martial artist from the Giant Whale Gang and devouring it on the spot. The nearby martial artists from the Giant Whale Gang were both shocked and enraged, attempting to kill the man in green. The green-clad man was strong, as if he had practiced some sort of horizontal training skill that made him immune to sword and spear. Many skilled fighters found it difficult to harm him. But, being surrounded, the green-clad man seemed to realize the danger and turned to flee. The other martial artists pursued him with all their might, unwilling to let this audacious green-clad man get away. Such incredible speed, even faster than the average Chi Blood realm martial artist. Among the martial artists from the Giant Whale Gang, there were those with body refinement great achievement. Despite using their full strength to pursue, they were startled to find themselves slower than the green-clad man, with the distance between them growing. Moreover, the green-clad man didn't exhibit any Qigong or maneuvering techniques in his run. He relied purely on brute strength to achieve a speed that matched that of a Chi Blood realm martial artist. Isn't the backup here yet? If we let this monster escape, we'll be disgraced. The martial artists from the Giant Whale Gang chased persistently, while feeling secretly anxious in their hearts. They were only barely keeping up with the green-clad man, unable to catch up. Crack! Just then, a thunderous sound of wind and thunder roared, and from not far within the dense forest, an arrow faster than sound itself, carrying tremendous force, shot out. By the time everyone heard the sound, the arrow had already struck the green-clad man's chest at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. In a heavy sound of tearing, the man in green clothes was hit as if struck by thunderbolts. His body suddenly shot backward as he charged forward. A fist-sized bloody cavity ripped open in his chest, from which dark red blood spurted out, crashing heavily onto the ground. This scene shocked the few Giant Whale Gang martial artists who were in pursuit, stopping them in their tracks. The man in green clothes, who seemed to have practiced horizontal training skill and been impervious to blades and spears, was actually shot through the chest by an arrow that had come from nowhere. Demon monster? The one who shot the arrow through the green-clothed man's chest was, of course, Su Changkong, who had just finished practicing archery and was preparing to return to the giant whale gang. He looked at the fleeing man in green clothes with some surprise, who resembled the woman in white clothes that he had encountered on the big ship at the Ghost Market when he first came to Ink Forest Prefecture City. Both had sharp fangs and pupils like a wild beast's. Without further thought, Su Changkong released an arrow, heavily wounding the green-clothed man who was in full flight. What on earth is this thing? Soon, several giant whale gang martial artists took a sharp intake of breath. Because the green-clothed man with a pierced chest should realistically have died, or at least lost the ability to move due to the severe injury. But he actually rolled over and climbed up from the ground, emitting a sharp, terrified squeal and attempting to flee the place even more quickly, completely unaffected by the wound in his chest. Indeed, a demon monster. This scene made Su Changkong's eyes narrow in the forest. Once on that big ship, Su Changkong had fought with the woman in white who was suspected of being a demon monster. No matter how much he deformed her head, she still had the life force to jump off the ship and escape. The man in green clothes was the same, still bleeding from the chest cavity, yet able to run away as if nothing had happened. But Su Changkong naturally would not allow this suspected demon monster in green to escape his grasp as the white-clothed woman had before. Standing still, Su Changkong took another arrow from the quiver on his back, drew the bow, and with his eyes and chi locked on the fleeing green-clothed man, he released the fully drawn bowstring. Crack! In the intense explosion of sound, a rotating, whistling arrow pierced through the void, bringing a heavy airstream, breaking the sound barrier, this time aiming for the head of the green-clothed man. With his wind thunder archery at the fifth realm, this arrow precisely hit the fleeing green-clothed man's head, piercing from the left side of the head to the right, accompanied by splatters of dark red blood and brain matter. Thud! This time, the green-clothed man, whose head was penetrated, finally fell to the ground powerlessly after taking a few steps with inertia. Master Su, the several martial artists from the giant whale gang, all dumbfounded, recognized the tall youth who walked out of the woods, and they all acknowledged him as Master Su, their giant whale gang's alchemist. It was rumored that Master Su killed Li Lai, who was sent by Meng Sang to assassinate him, in order to escape with his life. It seems to be true. Master Su is not only proficient in alchemy, but his strength is also comparable to the deputy hall leader. These martial artists from the giant whale gang thought to themselves, if he did not have strength himself, he would not have been able to escape from Meng Sang's pursuit. He really kept his skills hidden well. Su Changkong just nodded slightly, slung the strong bow on his back, and took large strides to the side of the green-clothed man's body, starting to carefully examine it. This green-clothed man is indeed unusual. His skin is extremely tough, and his bones are thicker than those of an ordinary person, almost like steel and iron. As Su Changkong felt the body of the green-clothed man, his face showed little expression. The man was very strange, appearing as if he had never practiced martial arts. Yet his body was stronger than many martial artists in the Chi blood realm. His heart, it's still beating. But what shocked Su Changkong the most was the heart of the green-clothed man, still thumping away, showing signs of weakening, but probably continuing to beat for half an hour before it would completely stop. Such life force was incredibly strong, beyond imagination, completely unlike that of a normal human being. Is he a demon monster? One of the giant whale gang martial artists thought of something and asked in a low voice. Demon monsters, creatures of legend that common people only hear about in tales, mysterious and powerful, wielding strange demon arts, and possessing an immortal body. I don't know, but don't tell anyone else that it was me who killed this green-clothed man. Su Changkong shook his head. He indeed didn't know much. Understood. Several martial artists from the giant whale gang affirmed. Su Changkong did not linger long, leaving the giant whale gang martial artists to deal with the aftermath as he returned to the midst of the giant whale gang. But in reality, his heart was not quite at peace. The white-clothed woman I encountered more than a year ago, and now a green-clothed man a year later, both very similar and both suspected demon monsters, and in such a short time, I've encountered two. Ink Forest Prefecture City might not be as peaceful as it seems on the surface. Su Changkong felt a heavy premonition. When he arrived at Ink Forest Prefecture City, he had seen many bodies with strange deaths in the mountains, and now he had encountered two creatures suspected of being demon monsters in quick succession. He had a sense of an impending storm, and to survive in the midst of turmoil, one must possess the strength to deal with all the chaos. Rumble, rumble. Upon returning to the giant whale gang, Su Changkong continued to train in martial arts, and besides the matter of the green-clothed man, there came a thunderous rumbling in the evening sky, and darkness descended swiftly, with clouds gathering and a downpour of rain. What a heavy rain, and from the looks of it, it won't stop for a day or two. Su Changkong was watching the torrential downpour outside the window, which was so intense that even the visibility blurred, making it hard to distinguish the scenery beneath the rain. He couldn't help but be astonished. This was a rare heavy rain that Su Changkong had encountered since coming to this world. And just as Su Changkong predicted, the heavy rain lasted for 3 days and nights. Even within the giant whale gang's territory, the water had nearly reached waist height. One could imagine that the outside world was most likely suffering a flood disaster. For ordinary people who relied on farming to survive, this downpour was nothing short of a nightmare. While man-made disasters could be mitigated, natural disasters like this were beyond the power of humans to stop. The rain stopped, and the sunshine poured down again. The martial artists of the giant whale gang were busy cleaning and dealing with the floodwater. Everything was starting over, and Su Changkong, as usual, got up early to practice alchemy. Sigh, such a prolonged rainstorm is rare, almost unseen in the past 20 years. Don't mention it. A few days ago, several ships of our giant whale gang that relied on the port sank during the storm, causing no small loss. Even worse, a merchant ship loaded with goods was sucked into a whirlpool formed on the seabed on its return journey during the storm, resulting in a catastrophic wreck with heavy casualties. That area of the sea will have to be avoided for some time. As Su Changkong headed to the pill refining room to practice alchemy, he overheard many giant whale gang disciples discussing the news while dealing with the water accumulation. The 3-day and night storm had kept Su Changkong almost entirely confined to his room practicing martial arts, so he didn't feel much of its impact. However, this disaster of almost biblical proportions had indeed caused massive destruction within the Ink Forest Prefecture City. Some disaster victims were displaced and homeless, and the losses of the giant whale gang were immense. A whirlpool? An undersea whirlpool. Su Changkong also took notice of the incident mentioned in their conversation. Due to the heavy rain, an anomaly had occurred in the Blue Rain Sea. A whirlpool had formed on the seabed. From the surface, there seemed to be no disturbance, but any ship that got close would be sucked in by a powerful force to the bottom of the sea, leading to its destruction and loss of lives. This undersea whirlpool, it might help my cultivation. Perhaps I should go take a look. An idea flashed through Su Changkong's mind, and he kept this matter in mind. It might be the opportunity he needed for a breakthrough in his martial arts. Immediately, Su Changkong proceeded to the pill refining room where he practiced alchemy all day. In the evening, he went to find Sikong Huang to inquire about the undersea whirlpool. Undersea whirlpool? Sikong Huang was somewhat surprised when Su Changkong took the initiative to meet her and asked about the whirlpool. But Sikong Huang informed Su Changkong truthfully about what she knew, saying, "This undersea whirlpool is peculiar. It formed during the storm and destroyed one of our giant whale gang merchant ships. Martial artists in the Chi Blood realm have dived down to see if they could salvage anything, but the whirlpool reaches below 1,000 meters. Even martial artists in the Chi Blood realm can't stay down there for long, so they had to give up. I want to go check out that place. Can you arrange for 2 men to take me there? For the pill refining room, you can have an alchemist from the Sikong family cover for me." Su Changkong nodded, wanting to check it out for himself. Of course, I can arrange for 2 elite members of the Sikong family to accompany you. Sikong Huang naturally did not refuse such a modest request and agreed. That very evening, Su Changkong headed to the giant whale gang's harbor. With 2 disciples rowing ahead, he took a medium-sized ironwood boat towards the area in the Blue Rain Sea where the whirlpool was located. Following a heavy rain, the Blue Rain Sea was clear and tranquil, seemingly normal. Master Su, the area is just ahead. We can't get any closer, any nearer, and it would be too dangerous. A giant whale gang disciple accompanying him urgently warned. Su Changkong stared at the calm sea ahead. The water only rippled slightly with the breeze, showing no signs of abnormality from the surface. But the 2 giant whale gang disciples were extremely cautious, fearful of approaching too closely and risking destruction. I understand. Wait here. I will go down and check the situation. Su Changkong nodded, and without waiting for any reaction from the others, he leaped into the sea, diving toward the depths below. As Su Changkong descended, his breath of true qi pulled him down like a stone of immense density, continually sinking deeper and deeper. The seabed is undoubtedly a no-go zone for humans without proper diving equipment, and even ordinary people skilled at diving can only descend 100 meters before it becomes life-threatening. The depths of several hundred to over 1,000 meters were unreachable for most martial artists. As Su Changkong descended further, passing 100-meter marks and then 1,000, the light dimmed, and he felt a crushing pressure bearing down on him. At 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters, finally, around 2,000 meters down, Su Changkong strained his eyes. He could see something amid the dimly lit water that was almost impossible to see clearly. In that direction, water swirled, forming a vortex that churned ceaselessly. With his keen senses, Su Changkong made out seaweed, the carcasses of fish and shrimp, and even ship fragments amidst the whirlpool's rotation, illuminated by faint light. This undersea whirlpool must be several dozen miles in diameter, right? If I practiced the turtle breath technique inside the whirlpool, could it enhance the technique to a new level? There was a glint of something unusual in Su Changkong's eyes. Su Changkong's turtle breath technique had reached the 8th realm. Despite taking the qi-increasing pill daily, his progress was slowing, and the pill's effects were weakening. Also, at his current level of inner strength, gathering even a little more true qi became increasingly difficult. And, just like stacking boxes, the higher you stack, the more difficult it becomes. It's not as simple as adding a year's strength for each year of cultivation. Therefore, during this period, Su Changkong had been considering whether he could change the cultivation environment to promote the progress of the turtle breath technique. Just as martial artists who cultivate fire attribute techniques progress faster in hot climates, and those who use cultivating cold attribute techniques see double the efficiency when training in cool, icy environments, the importance of one's surroundings is evident. Having reached a plateau with his turtle breath technique, Su Changkong wondered, could he perhaps train underwater? By harnessing the change in environment to apply new pressures on his body, he hoped to make his cultivation twice as efficient. It was the same principle as when he previously trained in the 5 animal frolics. If the body had adapted to the usual training methods and struggled to improve, then changing the training environment could force it to become unaccustomed again. Upon hearing about these underwater vortices, Su Changkong, already tempted by the idea, had asked the members of the giant whale gang to bring him here. I can't directly enter the vortex to cultivate. I'll first adapt to the surroundings, he said. Observing the extremely chaotic sea vortex from a distance, Su Changkong did not rashly enter it, but instead prepared to warm up. With that thought, Su Changkong swam back toward the surface. Master Su, seeing Su Changkong emerge from the sea, 2 martial artists from the giant whale gang sighed in relief. Subsequently, Su Changkong instructed the 2 martial artists sitting in the ironwood boat, "You 2 head back first. I have things to do here. Come back at dusk and bring more food, especially meat." The 2 giant whale gang martial artists exchanged glances, not understanding what Su Changkong was planning. But remembering Sikong Huang's instruction to accommodate any request from him without question, they respectfully nodded and replied, yes. The two martial artists from the giant whale gang rowed back to their base, while Su Changkong took a deep breath, filling his lungs with oxygen before plunging back into the sea to close his eyes and hold his breath, beginning his cultivation of the turtle breath technique. To ordinary martial artists, the idea of cultivating underwater is unimaginable. The sea is not land, and even the strongest of warriors, with their resilient organs, cannot hold their breath for long under the immense pressure of the sea. If they try to cultivate underwater, they wouldn't last a complete circulation of their energy before gasping for air, forced to abandon progress and return to the surface. But Su Changkong was practicing the turtle breath technique. A major feature of the turtle breath technique is the prolonged containment of breath. A turtle's great ability is to hold its breath, able to remain stationary underwater for 1 or 2 hours. Cultivating the turtle breath technique in the sea, Su Changkong only needed to resurface for air every few incense sticks or half an hour. It was a feasible method of cultivation. At a depth of a kilometer, Su Changkong floated supinely, eyes tightly shut, immersing himself into the cultivation of the turtle breath technique. To enter a serene state of meditation in such a watery environment was exponentially more difficult than on land, but with persistent attempts and adaptation to the aquatic surroundings, Su Changkong finally succeeded in reaching a true meditative state after a little over an hour. Huff! Su Changkong floated motionless in the water, quiet to the extreme, like a turtle in a deep slumber. Upon closer look, bubbles sporadically emerged from around his ears and nostrils, the waste air expelled from his lungs. Within Su Changkong's body, the turtle breathing true qi began to circulate through his veins. It's several times harder to circulate energy in a single cycle than on land, but the efficiency of this cultivation is 10 times better than before. Su Changkong felt a surge of joy. The circulation of turtle-breathing true qi was extremely difficult, as if suppressed, moving at a snail's pace. However, corresponding to this, each circulation that did occur brought with it more than a tenfold improvement. Su Changkong's speculation was correct. The environment indeed could enhance cultivation. Practicing the turtle breath technique in the deep sea exposed Su Changkong's turtle-breathing true qi to the constant pressure and tempering from the external water pressure. The true qi naturally resisted against the environment, analogous to a chunk of iron full of impurities being constantly refined to become purer. Su Changkong's turtle breath technique, once at a standstill, began to progress once again, a speed that could only be described as miraculous. Su! Where's Master Su? By evening, 2 ironwood boats appeared outside of the area, one loaded with a variety of cooked meats. The 2 disciples from the giant whale gang looked around nervously. After arriving and waiting for a period equivalent to 1 or 2 incense sticks, they couldn't find Su Changkong, leaving them uneasy. Splash! Soon, the water churned as if a giant turtle was surfacing, raising waves a yard high and rocking the 2 ironwood boats unsteadily. A man appeared on the surface. It was Su Changkong, who had been training on the ocean floor. Such an impressive disturbance. It's been rumored that Master Su killed Li Lai, but the depth of his martial arts might be even greater than the rumors suggest. The 2 martial artists from the giant whale gang, witnessing this sight, felt secretly apprehensive. However, being loyal disciples of the Sikong family and devoted to Sikong Huang, they were unlikely to spread news of this event far and wide. Gulp! Su Changkong climbed aboard the boat, stripping off his drenched clothing and taking out a sealed vial containing qi-increasing pills. He threw back 3 of them, then, eyeing the abundant meat on board, felt his mouth water. Driven by hunger from his belly, he grabbed a chicken leg and began to eat with relish. Practicing the turtle breath technique underwater taxed Su Changkong's physical stamina and true qi far more than on land, which made him especially hungry, requiring large amounts of food to replenish his energy rapidly for growth. Glug glug. Su Changkong devoured his food like a ravenous beast, crushing and swallowing the chicken leg in his hand, bones and all. Then he grabbed a water sack filled with fresh water and guzzled it down, replenishing his fluids. With his muscular upper body bare, Su Changkong ate heartily, his refined muscles seeming to become even more defined and stronger. Glug glug. Usually hidden under clothes, who knew Master Su's physique was this impressive? His muscles are like steel forged and sculpted by an artisan. Simply perfect, really makes one want to grab and feel if they're as hard as iron and stone. Two young martial artists watching Su Changkong eat in large quantities couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes wide open, unblinking. All right, you two could go back first. Deliver food at the same time every day from now on. The voice of Su Changkong rang out. Yes. Both martial artists snapped out of their trance, nodding respectfully in response. They could roughly guess why Su Changkong was in the midst of the sea. It was for cultivation. No wonder at such a young age. Not only was Su Changkong highly skilled in alchemy, but he also matched up to Deputy Hall leader level in martial arts. All because he spares no effort in everything he does. The two martial artists rowed away, while Su Changkong remained on the food-laden boat, eating, until he consumed the equivalent portions for over 20 people, all meat, before he finally let out a satisfied sigh, feeling the hunger dissipate. After resting on the boat for a while, Su Changkong once again jumped into the sea to begin a new round of cultivation. After cultivating for a few days, once I'm completely acquainted with the state of underwater cultivation, I'll head to the seabed whirlpool to cultivate. The pressure there will be greater, which will hasten my progress. He mentally resolved. Days later, Su Changkong slowly submerged from above the marine area, sensing a pulling force, the suction of the whirlpool, whose center was the calmest. That was where Su Changkong intended to cultivate. Descending nearly 2,000 meters, Su Changkong beheld the strange and awe-inspiring sight of the seabed whirlpool. Surrounded by swirling waters, filled with the remains of fish and shards of ships, the center of the whirlpool wasn't a recess, but a protruding underwater hill around which all the water revolved. It was like a spinning top, rotating with the push of an external force, and that torrential rain from days ago was just that force, stirring the movement of the ocean and forming this rare natural spectacle. This underwater whirlpool would return to normal once its energy was depleted. This could take 2 to 3 months, or perhaps half a year, or even a year. Nature is truly wondrous. Su Changkong watched for a while, amazed, but did not forget that his purpose here was to cultivate. Letting go of control over his body's center of gravity and emptying his mind, Su Changkong's body was immediately tugged by the force and began rotating along the periphery of the central underwater hill. Holding his breath, he endured the force of the external water hitting against him and entered meditation to practice the turtle breath technique. The turbulent currents that could tear an average person apart were used by Su Changkong as a kinetic force to break through his limits, gradually settling into the state. The turtle breathing true chi inside, Su Changkong circulated slowly but resolutely, resisting the external pressure and using it as a force to hone himself. His turtle-breathing true chi became even purer and more substantial. When he felt close to his limit, Su Changkong swam towards the surface to breathe and exchange air. Turtle breath technique. 8th realm, transcendental 25%. Cultivating at the heart of this underwater whirlpool was extremely taxing and exhausting. Less than what normal people could handle or withstand, but the progress it brought was greatly exaggerated. A single day of cultivation here was equivalent to nearly half a month's arduous cultivation for Su Changkong previously, making his turtle breath technique, already at the 8th realm, skyrocket in progress. Su Changkong believed that in a few months, his turtle breath technique would be able to break through yet again. Besides, this method of pushing his body to the limit made him consume much more food than before, accelerating the progress of his giant whale skill significantly. One of the main ways to cultivate the giant whale skill was by eating. During this period of cultivation in the underwater whirlpool, without a doubt, it was arduous, demanding great determination to persevere, but Su Changkong had that determination. Every day, seeing the turtle breath technique improving and stepping into a new realm brought him joy. In the blink of an eye, over 3 months passed in harsh cultivation, with Su Changkong's turtle breath technique inching closer to that threshold until it was finally broken through. The scale of the underwater whirlpool was shrinking compared to 3 months ago, indicating that its energy was nearly exhausted and the whirlpool would soon disappear. Along with the water, Su Changkong silently revolved around the underwater hill. On close inspection, one could see a layer of blue, true qi wrapped around his body like a barrier. The surrounding water could only carry him along, unable to touch him at all. If others witnessed this substantial true qi, they would be astounded, for ordinary martial artists can only concentrate their true qi on their arms or a specific body part. How could they, like Su Changkong, cover their entire body without distinction? Boom! Suddenly, a muffled explosion rang out, and in the center of the vortex, Su Changkong opened his eyes. The turtle breathing true qi within his body circulated faster and faster, spinning as swiftly as the vortex itself. When it reached its limit, the true qi beneath his feet burst forth, generating a powerful force. Su Changkong shot out like an arrow released from its string, breaking free from the suction of the vortex and rapidly surging towards the sea surface. It was as if a giant sea turtle had burst out of the water. Roar! Upon reaching the surface and sticking his head out, the metamorphosed, violent true qi within made it unbearable for Su Changkong to keep silent. He opened his mouth and let out roars that shook the area for dozens of miles. Boom! A surge of overwhelming true qi spread out, like thunder exploding, centered on Su Changkong. The water within a radius of 30 feet was blasted away by the impact, creating towering waves and pushing them outwards, creating a vacuum of no-sea water on the surface. Splash! Not until several breaths later did the surrounding sea water rush back in, refilling the void on the ocean surface, and everything returned to calm once again. It was hard to imagine that a single roar from Su Changkong could cause such a terrifying disturbance. I've finally broken through. Su Changkong let out a sigh of relief as he felt the powerful true qi inside of him gradually stabilize. A genuine smile appeared on his lips. The months of arduous cultivation had been worth it. Turtle breath technique. 9th realm unparalleled in the world 1%. Lifespan, 170 years. Potential points, 30. Glancing at his attribute panel, Su Changkong saw that his lifespan had increased by 10 years, and his potential points had reached the significant mark of 30. Continuing his cultivation in this manner, Su Changkong felt that he was close to reaching a lifespan of 200 years, which was no less impressive than those fabled qi cultivators in storybooks who sought immortality, right? Turtle breath technique has reached the 9th realm unparalleled in the world. The change is too great. Su Changkong looked at his palm and marveled silently. Whoosh! With a mere thought, turtle breathing true qi spurted out and formed a 3-inch thick qi armor on his arm, appearing sea blue in color with a glimmering, vast, and accommodating essence. Hiss! Su Changkong's left hand fingers curled into claws and viciously toward his right hand. Despite using all his might, his fingers only penetrated less than an inch deep, let alone tearing it open completely. With the density of my turtle breathing true qi, it would indeed be difficult to find a second among all those who cultivate the turtle breath technique. True qi is so dense that it can condense into a qi armor covering the whole body, that even Meng Sang, a high-level practitioner at the peak of Qi Blood 6 transformation, would find it hard to penetrate with all his might. Even Su Changkong himself was amazed by the strength of the true qi that was mighty beyond what most could imagine. In terms of offense, turtle breathing true qi specializes in defense. As long as he musters his chi into armor, ordinary swords and sabers stand no chance of hurting him, and even masters at Meng Sang's level would find it hard to inflict the slightest injury. And for an ordinary person to cultivate turtle breath technique to the state Su Changkong had achieved, they would probably have to start from birth and not reach it in 100 years. It's also a good thing that I've reached the Chi Blood 4 transformation. My physical strength far surpasses before, or else it would have been impossible to cultivate the turtle breath technique to this extent, because my body and meridians wouldn't be able to withstand this powerful, true Chi. Su Changkong thought to himself, the martial arts realm and martial arts skill level, to put it simply, are like levels in a game. Martial arts realm is like a character's level, with each upgrade improving speed, strength, and other physical attributes, which form the foundation of a martial artist. The various cultivation techniques and martial arts skills will be skill levels. Without a high enough character level, it's difficult to improve skill levels. For instance, if Su Changkong were still at the Chi Blood Veil level, it would have been impossible for him to cultivate the turtle breath technique to the 9th realm. His body wouldn't withstand the dense true Chi, and before he could use it to defeat his enemies, his own body would fail, similar to how a child trying to swing a hammer weighing hundreds of pounds would break their bones. Disciples from great families might have high martial arts realms, achieved through a heavy investment of cultivation resources, but their mastery of martial arts skills tends to be low. Their combat strength can even be defeated by those with a lower martial arts realm, and that's why. Looking over the entire Ink Forest Prefecture city, my strength is fierce enough to rank amongst the top few. Even if the true Su Changkong came back to life, he might not be stronger than me. Gazing at the 3-inch thick turtle breathing true Chi flowing over his palm, Su Changkong couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. Inner strength accumulates slowly and strikes suddenly. While it may be weaker than physical external strength in the early stages, the 9th realm turtle breath technique is a qualitative metamorphosis. A martial artist at the Chi Blood 4 transformation level might not stand at the pinnacle in Ink Forest Prefecture City, but combined with the 9th realm 5 animal frolics and the 9th realm turtle breath technique, which are unparalleled in the world, the inner and outer strength makes Su Changkong's power undoubtedly one of the few at the top. He might not be inferior to the giant whale gang leader Su Changkong, perhaps even stronger. The violent true Chi, when combined with any martial arts skill, would be greatly exaggerated in its lethality with just a slight emission of Chi force. I must not become arrogant or complacent. Su Changkong is already dead, having been severely wounded and killed by an unknown enemy. I must continue to strengthen myself to be prepared for unforeseen threats. Quickly dispelling any pride in his heart, Su Changkong reflected on Su Changkong's fatal injuries. There are always people better than oneself, and it is essential to maintain a reverence for the unknown world. Consolidate the realm. Su Changkong continued his cultivation in this sea area, but after the breakthrough to the 9th realm of the turtle breath technique, the pressure of the seawater can hardly make him progress anymore. The seabed whirlpool had exhausted its kinetic energy after several months and was on the verge of dissipating. Su Changkong cultivated for several days, getting used to the new power. The giant whale skill had also made enormous progress over these 3 months, though reaching the 6th realm still required some time. In terms of the Chi Blood realm, Su Changkong spent 3 months refining 3 strong blood pills before breaking through to the 4th variation. He estimated that relying solely on eating ordinary meat to strengthen his chi and blood would take years to achieve a breakthrough. That afternoon, 2 martial artists from the giant whale gang arrived as scheduled, but this time they weren't there to bring Su Changkong food, but rather to inform him of some matters. Master Su, the second miss, said she has something to discuss with you. Would you be able to return for a bit? One of the young martial artists cautiously said to Su Changkong. He admired him in his heart, for Su Changkong could cultivate alone in the sea for 3 months, eating and sleeping on the ocean. Such persistence was hard to achieve without great determination. Something to discuss with me? Then I shall return for a visit. Su Changkong was slightly puzzled by Sikong Huang's purpose in seeking him. But as his cultivation had come to a pause for now, he had no need to continue the arduous practice alone at sea. He immediately nodded in agreement and decided to return to the giant whale gang to see the situation. Su Changkong returned to the port by boat, rode a horse through the journey, and arrived back in the giant whale gang by evening. After leaving for 3 months, everything in the giant whale gang was as calm as ever. And in a room, Su Changkong met Sikong Huang. "Little brother, it seems your aura has become more reserved after your training during these past months, just like our father once was, with an inscrutable presence." Upon seeing Su Changkong, Sikong Huang was inwardly shocked. She always felt that with each passing period, Su Changkong became more and more unfathomable. "Second sister, I heard you were looking for me. Is there something the matter?" Su Changkong cut to the chase and asked. Usually, Sikong Huang wouldn't disturb his cultivation unless it was something important. Hearing this, Sikong Huang said with some excitement, "Yesterday, someone came to the giant whale gang. It was an envoy from the 18 pirates, and they mentioned Big Brother." Sikong Zhan. Su Changkong was taken aback as well. Half a year ago, during the operation to eradicate the 9th Grand Thief, everything had been going smoothly. However, they were betrayed by Meng Sang. The operation was leaked, and 3 elite sea pirate groups launched a sudden attack. Sikong Zhan stayed behind to draw their fire, and had been missing ever since. Most people thought Sikong Zhan was probably dead, but now with the sea pirates sending envoys mentioning Sikong Zhan, it indicated that he might very well be alive. They must have come to the giant whale gang to negotiate terms. Su Changkong was also grateful to Sikong Zhan. Sikong Huang taught him the giant whale skill, which must have been with Sikong Zhan's approval. Additionally, after the 3 of them became sworn siblings, Sikong Zhan had given Su Changkong 3 precious blood refining pills. Now, hearing that Sikong Zhan might still be alive, he was somewhat excited as well. Sikong Huang said helplessly, "Those 2 sea pirate envoys, when asked about Big Brother, kept their lips sealed, claiming they would only speak once they saw our father. They most likely want to negotiate some terms." So, those sea pirates had captured Sikong Zhan and didn't kill him. Their aim was easy to guess. They wanted to use him as leverage to extort benefits from the giant whale gang. The 2 sea pirate envoys, sent to negotiate, were willing to speak only with Sikong Yong. Su Changkong understood Sikong Huang's intention. She wanted his help to disguise himself as Sikong Yong to meet the 2 sea pirates. "All right, then I will meet with them." Su Changkong did not hesitate much before agreeing. He also wished to know the specifics about Sikong Zhan's situation. Without delay, Su Changkong changed his appearance to look like Sikong Yong. After doing all this, he headed to Jui Hall with Sikong Huang accompanying him. Gang leader. The disciples of the giant whale gang who saw Su Changkong along the way all saluted him excitedly. About half a year ago, after Sikong Yong announced his return by killing Meng Sang, he had rarely appeared in public. Now, seemingly due to an urgent matter, this gang leader, whom even the high-level members of the giant whale gang rarely saw, appeared before the people once again. In the Jui Hall, sitting upon the whalebone chair, Su Changkong sat still, with Sikong Huang and Sikong Wen beside him. If Jean Eyre is not dead, then he will be the one to take over the gang leader position in the future, Sikong Wen said excitedly. The giant whale gang had been doing well lately, all thanks to Sikong Yong coming out of seclusion, but Sikong Wen knew very well that a man like Su Changkong wasn't likely to stay in the giant whale gang forever. A successor had to be selected, and the most suitable person was undoubtedly Sikong Zhan. But with Sikong Zhan's life and death uncertain, Sikong Wen also worried about choosing a successor for the gang leader position. But now with the visit of the sea pirate envoys, Sikong Zhan was most likely alive, just under the control of the sea pirates. They had come to negotiate terms. "Bring them in." Sikong Wen steadied his mind and ordered immediately. Yes, outside Jui Hall, some giant whale gang disciples led 2 men into the hall. Both men were around 30, fierce-looking, with rough skin. the kind of skin only those who endure the elements year-round would have. The two had a resemblance to each other, and were likely brothers. The two entered Ji Hall, and their gaze swept through the empty hall before settling on Su Changkong, who was seated high on the whalebone chair. This tall and burly man was half reclining on the whalebone chair, his appearance rugged and exuding an aura of a superior, seemingly languid, but his eyes contained an invisible oppressive force. Staring at them, their heartbeats involuntarily quickened, as if a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon them. He is Su Changkong? Indeed, divine bravery is unparalleled. The two swallowed hard, and even as seasoned sea pirates used to bloodshed, the presence of Su Changkong himself was enough to awe them. Had it been an ordinary person, they likely would have been scared out of their wits by now. I am Zhu Wei. I am Zhu Feng. We've come to see gang leader Su Changkong. Both bowed their hands in salute and introduced themselves in unison. No need for formalities. Have you two come from afar for the matter of Su Changkong? Speak, how is he faring? Su Changkong asked indifferently, his voice not loud, yet Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng felt as if it thundered in their ears. Zhu Wei gathered his thoughts before replying, reporting to gang leader Su Changkong. Young gang leader Su Changkong is unharmed and is currently a guest at our leader Li Hun's residence. This statement brought joy to Su Changkong and Su Changkong, who felt a wave of relief upon hearing this direct admission from the two men, now sure that Su Changkong was indeed not dead, but merely taken hostage. Su Changkong remained silent, while Su Changkong couldn't help but press. You two are here under Li Hun's orders, right? Just say it. Were Li Hun's conditions to release Jean Eyre? Everyone understood that if Li Hun sent messengers, he surely intended to use Su Changkong as a bargaining chip to gain an advantage. Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng exchanged looks, with the slightly younger Zhu Feng responding. Our leader did instruct us that he has terms he wishes to discuss. However, we hold little sway and are not worthy to negotiate such terms. So we kindly ask gang leader Su Changkong to visit our leader's residence to discuss this matter personally for a definite resolution. Upon hearing this, the expressions on Su Changkong and Su Changkong's faces changed abruptly. Li Hun, known as the ninth grand thief of the Blue Rain Sea, commanding large forces and with numerous lieutenants, now wanted Su Changkong to come to his territory to negotiate terms? It was clearly a trap. Moreover, it had been almost half a year since Su Changkong re-emerged from seclusion, and now Li Hun was sending messengers to the giant whale gang. This indicated that Li Hun had been preparing during this time, and he was ready to lure Su Changkong into his den. One could imagine that place must certainly be an extremely dangerous place, and if the conditions were not met, leaving would be difficult. By using Su Changkong as leverage, Li Hun was openly plotting to draw the imposing gang leader of Ink Forest Prefecture City into the trap he had set. Once there, it would no longer be up to him to dictate terms. What if I refused to comply? Su Changkong stared at the two men, asking calmly. Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng swallowed hard, hesitating, but remembering Li Hun's instructions, they steeled themselves. Zhu Wei said gravely, "Our leader sent us with something." With that, Zhu Wei took out a small cloth package from his chest, which seemed to contain an item. He unwrapped the cloth with a stiff resolve, revealing its contents. It was a finger, a pale, bloodless finger, and unmistakably a human pinky finger. This finger, Su Changkong and Su Changkong stood up abruptly, their faces unable to hide their shock. Zhu Wei glanced at Su Changkong's emotionless face and cautiously said, "Our leader mentioned, if gang leader Su Changkong does not grace him with a visit, the next thing sent will no longer be just a finger from your esteemed gang's young leader." Upon finishing, Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng inwardly groaned, overcome with fear, dreading that the gang leader of the giant whale gang might crush them in a fit of rage. To compel Su Changkong to obediently visit his territory for negotiations, Li Hun had brutally chopped off one of Su Changkong's fingers as a threat, leaving no doubt that if Su Changkong refused to go, Li Hun would surely mutilate him beyond recognition. These ruthless sea pirates were nothing but a band of desperados. Su Changkong stared emotionlessly at Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng as if the threat had no effect on him. Instead, the chilling intent in his eyes caused Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng to tremble uncontrollably, their teeth chattering as if the man before them might at any moment lunge from his seat, becoming a massive beast ready to devour them. Under that intangible pressure, Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng's legs began to shake and, beyond their control, they fell to their knees on the floor. Zhu Wei cried out with chattering teeth, Gang leader Sikong, this isn't our fault. We're just the messengers." Zhu Feng also stammered in terror. Using the finger of one's own son as a threat, it was entirely possible for Sikong Yong, in a fit of fury, to flay and dismember them. "Get out!" After a long silence, a cold voice rang out, that of Sikong Yong seated high on the whalebone chair. "Yes, yes." Zhu Feng and Zhu Wei hurriedly scrambled out of Juyi Hall, rolling and crawling in their haste to leave. In Juyi Hall, only Su Changkong, Sikong Wen, and Sikong Huang remained. "Elder Sikong's sister, what do you think?" Su Changkong then asked Sikong Huang and Sikong Wen. Sikong Huang was somewhat agitated. "Of course we can't ignore Big Brother's safety. We must rescue him. But this is easier said than done. The opponent demands that the gang leader must visit their territory to negotiate terms, and if he goes, it will be difficult to leave." Sikong Wen was calm, his aged face full of wrinkles. They couldn't ignore Sikong Zhan's life or death, but they had to consider the risks involved. Otherwise, they would only endanger more lives with even more tragic casualties. As the two discussed, they both focused their gaze on Su Changkong. After all, the final decision rested on Su Changkong. After all, with Su Changkong impersonating Sikong Yong, if he truly agreed, he would have to enter Li Hun's territory, which meant willingly entering a highly dangerous situation. One could imagine the risks involved. Even if Su Changkong was unwilling to risk his life, it would be within reason, and no one could force him against his will. Su Changkong was also considering his options. Since it had taken Li Hun so long to send someone, they must have made comprehensive preparations, turning their domain into an extremely dangerous place. Even a master like Sikong Yong would struggle alone and face the risk of death if he fell into it. After mulling it over for a while, and under the hopeful gazes of Sikong Wen and Sikong Huang, Su Changkong finally spoke. "I can make the trip, but I have my conditions." This brought simultaneous joy to Sikong Wen and Sikong Huang. With Su Changkong's willingness to help, there lay their greatest hope. Sikong Wen eagerly said, "Little friend Su, state any conditions you have. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse." Su Changkong was risking his life, so making even more extravagant demands wouldn't be considered excessive. Su Changkong slowly said, "First, the elite forces of the giant whale gang must be fully deployed to the Blue Rain Sea. If negotiations fail, it will surely lead to a fierce battle to the death. Alone, I can't kill thousands, nearly tens of thousands of people. Should danger arise, I will prioritize saving my own life." While Su Changkong was to negotiate with Li Hun, the entire giant whale gang would wait outside. If the talks were to fail, it would lead to a life-and-death battle, and Su Changkong would also need the giant whale gang's martial artists to cooperate from within and without to annihilate them without leaving a single survivor. At the same time, Su Changkong laid out his stance up front. If the task proved impossible, he would flee to save his life. With Su Changkong's current combat power, if he focused solely on escaping, he believed that even with hundreds or thousands of enemies surrounding him, he could fight his way in and out, and saving his life would not be an issue. Of course, the giant whale gang is currently very united, with the gang leader's authority respected. The four Hall Masters will also obediently follow orders, capable of launching an all-out strike with the might of the entire gang. Sikong Wen nodded without hesitation. In the past, the giant whale gang was divided into two factions, and neither the Sikong family nor Meng Sang could command the four Hall Masters. But with Su Changkong impersonating Sikong Yong, they could be mobilized. Furthermore, if a full-scale war breaks out between the two sides, it It will surely continue until one side is annihilated. If we win, I want 60% of the spoils from this battle. Su Changkong demanded another condition. At his current martial arts realm, the Qi Blood 4 transformation, advancing through each subsequent transformation would become increasingly difficult, demanding ever more resources. Like Meng Seng, who had been the deputy gang leader of the Giant Whale Gang for decades, in a position of power, naturally, he could acquire a vast amount of cultivation resources. Yet even so, he was only able to reach the Qi Blood 6 transformation realm. The birth of a strong individual could not do without the piling up of abundant resources. If Su Changkong wanted to swiftly complete multiple blood refinings, he needed ample resources combined with the digestive power of the giant whale skill. Hence, Su Changkong made this demand. If negotiations failed and they had to engage in battle, annihilating those sea pirates would likely yield a significant haul, from which Su Changkong wanted to claim 60% of all the spoils. These spoils could be exchanged for money, turned into a vast amount of cultivation resources, which would help propel Su Changkong to even higher levels. Waging war was expensive. It was necessary to stimulate the gang members to fight bravely with substantial rewards. If any gang members were wounded or killed, compensation had to be issued to their families. If Su Changkong took 60% of the spoils for himself, the Giant Whale Gang might end up at a financial loss as a result of the battle. But after only a slight hesitation, Sikong agreed. Su Changkong was the one risking his life to penetrate deep into enemy territory, and during the negotiations, if an agreement was reached, they could avoid battle altogether. As for war, securing victory was the most critical thing. If they truly won, even if 60% of the spoils went to Su Changkong, potentially leading to the Giant Whale Gang's financial loss, the long-term perspective revealed it would actually be profitable. By defeating the sea pirates, the Giant Whale Gang could significantly enhance its influence, gaining more territory and wealth. It was a win-win situation. Fine, let them in. Su Changkong finally nodded in satisfaction, raising his voice. Yes. Sounds of acknowledgement came from outside the Ji Hall. Gang leader Sikong, Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng entered the hall cautiously, greeting Su Changkong respectfully, knowing that a decision had just been reached. Leave the location of the appointment. Tell Li Han that this seat will see what tricks he can conjure up. Su Changkong said, looking down at the two, his expression impassive. Yes. Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng were both inwardly pleased by the words. Was he really daring enough to keep the appointment on Li Han's territory? This also meant that their lives were likely spared. We look forward to welcoming gang leader Sikong at the appointed time. After Zhu Wei and Zhu Feng left the exact location and coordinates, they took their leave to report the good news to Li Han. Brother, does this Sikong Yong really dare to keep the appointment? During this time, leader Li Han has been visiting all around, building relationships, having already united several individuals with a grudge against the Giant Whale Gang, making thorough preparations. Sikong Yong is brave enough to keep the appointment, but entering is easy, leaving will be difficult. Zhu Feng said on the way back, somewhat astonished. The rumor is that Sikong Yong is unparalleled in bravery, but in reality, he is just a fool. His son is in our hands, so he has to obey obediently. When the time comes for him to keep the appointment, once he enters our territory, let's see if he can still be so imposing. Zhu Wei sneered, remembering how Sikong Yong had frightened him into kneeling and begging for mercy, which he found deeply humiliating. He was eagerly anticipating seeing Sikong Yong in a desperate and unfortunate state. The meeting place Li Han has set is on an island in the Blue Rain Sea. It looks like that's the main base of the Ghost Pirate Group, and he must have invited other sea pirates, waiting for us to go there. Sikong Huang said with a solemn expression, I'll immediately send people to summon the Hall Masters to come over, prepare for battle, and set off for the Blue Rain Sea. This battle is critical to the rise or fall of the Giant Whale Gang, and we cannot afford to lose. Sikong was similarly very serious. The base of the Ghost Pirate Group had become an extremely dangerous place, The giant whale gang would need to mobilize all their elite forces. If things didn't go well this time, it could be a war that would determine the very survival of the giant whale gang. Soon after, the 4 hall masters and more than 20 deputy hall leaders were summoned. When Su Changkong explained what had happened and that it was time to set out for the Blue Rain Sea, the response was enthusiastic. The young gang leader isn't dead? Then we must rescue him. Have we been waiting so long for the gang leader to finally decide to set out for the Blue Rain Sea? Those damned sea pirates are becoming more arrogant. I've been itching to give them a good beating. When they learned of this matter, everyone was warmly responsive and agreed with the decision. Several months earlier, everyone in the giant whale gang knew Su Changkong had encountered sea pirates and his life or death was uncertain. As his father, Su Changkong would certainly not stand idly by, and now the time had come. If Su Changkong or Meng Sang had made this decision that could determine the prosperity or extinction of the giant whale gang, it would certainly have faced obstruction and opposition. But Su Changkong was different. Rising to fame at a young age and leading the giant whale gang to conquer in all directions, his prestige was unparalleled. Since he had made this decision, it must have been after thoughtful deliberation. What these commanders needed to do was to trust him and follow him. This battle is not just a battle between the giant whale gang and the ghost pirate group, but a major confrontation between the giant whale gang and the sea pirate forces of the Blue Rain Sea. The outcome is uncertain. Of course, there were also people who were anxious, knowing that Li Han must have already contacted other pirate groups. The giant whale gang would face multiple 9th Grand thief-level pirate groups. No matter how strong the giant whale gang was, could they really fight against such odds? But most people supported Su Changkong's decision. Those who were against it naturally couldn't stand up to object or change anything without affecting their own morale. Su Changkong is indeed a figure to reckon with. Such a perilous action, yet everyone in the giant whale gang supports it. Su Changkong looked at the excited crowd below and inwardly marveled at the high esteem in which Su Changkong was held. Follow the gang leader into battle. Wipe out the sea pirates of the Blue Rain Sea. The giant whale gang began to rally and prepare their forces. Looks like there's a tough battle ahead. Su Changkong was also somewhat excited. He knew that negotiations were likely to fail and that the result would almost certainly be an all-out battle. And what Su Changkong could do was to fight, to kill until the enemies were terrified. Su Changkong silently practiced for 2 days, adjusting his condition to the peak. After 2 days, once everyone was ready, they headed towards the port of the giant whale gang. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 knights charged, like a steel torrent raging, and people along the way all stepped aside, daring not to obstruct. That's the giant whale gang. What a massive turnout. Is this an all-out mobilization? The robust man leading them is giant whale gang leader Su Changkong. Indeed, his stature is commanding. It won't be long before there's big news shaking Ink Forest Prefecture City. The passers-by watched the speeding giant whale gang knights, their hearts trembling, realizing the giant whale gang had a major operation underway. At the port of the giant whale gang, everything was ready. 800-meter class warships were docked at the shore, along with several medium-sized and small-sized vessels. Finally, the gang leader will lead us to reclaim everything we lost in that battle. Ha ha ha! This time, we will surely annihilate those sea pirates without mercy. Many giant whale gang martial artists boarded the ships, their hearts surging with excitement. Half a year ago, 5 of the giant whale gang's warships were attacked, and only 3 returned, with a loss of nearly 1,000 people. It was the biggest defeat the giant whale gang had suffered in recent years. Everyone was holding back their anger and craving revenge. Now the opportunity had come. Su Changkong also boarded a ship, embarking on the largest vessel, Giant Whale number. Standing on deck, he gazed at the endless horizon of the sea, a surge of heroism in his heart, feeling as if there was nothing in this vast world he couldn't conquer. 8 warships, plus several other vessels. The giant whale gang truly sent out their finest this time, deploying 7,000 to 8,000 people, almost all of their warriors. The sight of people over 10,000 crowding and boarding the ships was quite spectacular. The fleet of the giant whale gang sailed toward the location and coordinates provided by the Sea Pirate Messenger and headed towards the base of the Ghost Pirate Group. All hands on deck. After sailing for 2 days, on the evening of the second day, reminder calls spread from ship to ship because they were reaching their destination. Moreover, people saw several small boats patrolling the area. Unquestionably, all of them belonged to sea pirates, who were either vigilant or excitedly watching the approaching giant whale gang fleet like a pack of ravenous wolves. These damned sea pirates. It's not just one group, the Blood Blade Pirate Group, the Blood Leopard Pirate Group. Just the pirate group ships I see are already 5. As they continued to sail, Su Changkong's expression grew more solemn. Ships began to appear one after another within the sea area, including 100-meter class warships, and they bore different flags on their sails, all belonging to pirate groups of the 18 pirates, at least 5 groups and more. The number of pirate ships increased steadily, congregating in the sea area, standing off against the giant whale gang fleet. I fear nearly half of all the well-known sea pirate groups have come, banding together. Their total number and warships might very well exceed our own giant whale gang. Despite having anticipated such a situation, Su Changkong couldn't help but feel alarmed. During this past half a year, Li Han had been busy notifying and uniting the other sea pirate groups to collectively oppose the giant whale gang. The giant whale gang occupied the most bustling shipping routes, lying back and earning money, which had long been a source of envy for many sea pirates. Not to mention that in order to establish their power, the giant whale gang often went out to exterminate pirates, leaving the sea pirates of the Blue Rain Sea with a deep-seated hatred for them. With Su Changkong in their hands, and fueled by Li Han's persuasion, they had managed to gather 8 or 9 sea pirate groups. Today, they converged in this sea area, like a horde of bloodthirsty sharks wanting to tear apart and devour the delicious giant whale down to the last bite. As the two sides confronted each other, neither made a move. The entire sea was dotted with ships of all sizes. Once the battle would begin, it was bound to be an exceptionally fierce and bloody conflict. In the distance, a beautifully crafted small boat approached, decorated with many flowers, giving it a festive appearance. At the bow, a soft-featured man in green clothes called out loudly, "Gang leader Su Changkong, I am Li Fei, the vice leader of the Ghost Group, directed by our leader Li Han to welcome gang leader Su Changkong. Please come to the island for a visit, so we may extend our hospitality." As he spoke, this luxurious red boat was heading towards the largest and most conspicuous giant whale number. Gang leader. On the giant whale number, several hall masters looked towards Su Changkong, who was disguised as Su Changkong. They were aware that these sea pirates were plotting to lure the tiger out of the mountain by inviting Su Changkong to the island alone for the meeting. It was surely an extremely dangerous place, and if Su Changkong fell into the trap or encountered unforeseen danger, without their leader, the giant whale gang would certainly become demoralized. Facing the numerous sea pirates, their likely outcome would be disastrous defeat. If they couldn't simply refuse to go, Su Changkong was in the enemy's hands, their bargaining chip. Having discussed this situation earlier, Su Changkong said indifferently, "Then I shall make the journey. I will accompany you." "And I'll go as well." As soon as Su Changkong spoke, several others responded. This included Su Changkong and 2 hall masters, Zhao Tianhua and Gowan. Both hall masters were exceptionally young and energetic among the top 4 hall masters, and had been personally promoted by Su Changkong. They were now willing to follow Su Changkong into the extremely dangerous place with courage. "All right, Elder, please command here. If anything happens, adapt accordingly. I will take their heads," Su Changkong said to Su Changkong. Su Changkong had been the previous gang leader of the giant whale gang and, along with the other 2 hall masters, was far more experienced in commanding their gang in battle. If Li Han was aiming for a lure the tiger out of the mountain ploy, Su Changkong was going to show them who the true prey was. Yes, Su Changkong and the other hall masters all responded respectfully, admiring Su Changkong's bravery in their hearts, knowing full well that Ghost Island was already a net from heaven and earth, an extremely dangerous place, but he remained unflustered. The red ceremonial boat was approaching. Without hesitation, Su Changkong leaped gracefully from the deck of the giant whale number and landed on the red boat, followed closely by Sikong Huang, Gao, and Zhao Tianhua, who all landed on the red boat in succession. Let us set off. Su Changkong cast a casual glance at Li Fei, the vice leader of the ghost group, who was Li Hun's own brother. Yes. Li Fei scrutinized Su Changkong with a smile and a nod. Whoosh! The sailors on the red boat rowed the oars, cutting through the currents, as the boat headed towards Ghost Island. The red boat left the sea area occupied by the giant whale gang's fleet and proceeded on its way, also passing through the sea pirate ships along the route. Ghost Island lay behind these sea pirate ships. In the event of a conflict, there would be no one to come to their rescue. Soon, a sizable island appeared close at hand, with fully armed sea pirates dotting the shoreline. The red boat docked, and Li Fei was the first to disembark. Gentlemen, please follow me. My brother has been awaiting you with a feast for some time. The group of 4 followed Li Fei deep into Ghost Island. This island is filled with the elite of the sea pirate groups. Sentinels every 10 steps, guards every 5. They're well equipped, most wearing thick armor. Hall Master of Fire Whale Hall, Zhao Tianhua, had a grave expression as he noticed that Ghost Island was indeed a net from heaven and earth. Along the way, a large number of sea pirates stood erect, exuding a ferocious aura and clad in heavy metal armor. They looked less like sea pirates and more like well-trained soldiers. Su Changkong kept a calm demeanor, sensing malicious gazes hidden in the shadows. At this moment, this island was filled with enemies. Walking along, they encountered several buildings and came upon a large square that seemed to be a training ground crowded with hundreds, nearly 1,000, sea pirates, all staring at the approaching Su Changkong and his companions. If we get into a fight, just the sheer number of these sea pirates will be enough to give us a hard time. The tall and slender Hall Master of Electric Whale Hall, Gao, and couldn't help but grimace inwardly. A martial artist of the Chi Blood realm might be able to take on 100 men, but facing 1,000 well-trained soldiers would likely result in being torn to shreds alive. Gang leader Sikong has traveled from afar. We failed to welcome you properly. A light chuckle sounded as the sea pirates along the way cleared a path. In the center of the spacious square was a large round table surrounded by people. There were at least a dozen or 20, each with a powerful aura and the sense of strong chi and blood coursing within. Nearly all are in the Chi Blood realm. Are those the leaders and vice leaders of the sea pirate groups? Sikong Huang swept her gaze around, her back carrying a longbow, her waist bearing a treasure sword, her heart weighed down to the extreme. Now around Ghost Island, nearly 10 sea pirate groups had gathered, most of which were ranked among the 18 pirates. On Ghost Island itself, the elite of these sea pirate groups had assembled, awaiting the arrival of Sikong Yong. Su Changkong looked at the man who had just spoken, a tall man in white clothing, his complexion as pale as paper. This man was none other than the 9th Grand Thief, Li Hun, the main instigator of this event. Su Changkong showed no fear, leading Sikong Huang and the other 2 all the way to the center of the square where they sat down at a table. With a table full of exquisite delicacies, no one moved to eat. The eyes of all the sea pirates in the square, and those sitting around the table from various sea pirate groups, were focused on Su Changkong. The gang leader of the giant whale gang had indeed guts, for he truly dared to come. Sikong Yong, you're still as arrogantly conceited as ever. A cold sneer broke the silence, and Su Changkong followed the gaze to see a burly, muscular man speaking. The burly man was dressed in black, with a buzz cut, a sharp demeanor, and strangely, he wore an eye patch over his left eye, which must have been blind. His right eye, however, shone with a cold light, glaring at Su Changkong as if he wished to swallow him whole. Who are you? Su Changkong looked at him, puzzled. The burly man roared furiously. I am Yin Yang. Have you forgotten the battle 20 years ago? Yin Yang, the 10th of the 18 pirates, Yin Yang, Su Changkong suddenly realized. Yin Yang, ranked 10th among the 18 pirates, had once battled a young Su Changkong and suffered a crushing defeat, losing an eye in the process, which had greatly enhanced Su Changkong's reputation. Seeing Su Changkong again, Yin Yang was consumed with hatred. Yin Yang gritted his teeth in anger, convinced that Su Changkong must remember him and was deliberately pretending not to recognize him to express his disdain. Yin Yang, calm down. But Li Han waved his hand to stop Yin Yang, who was about to erupt. Yin Yang snorted coldly and sat back down, but the corners of his mouth were filled with a sneer. Now that Su Changkong had come, he would not let him leave alive. Where is my elder brother? At that moment, Su Changkong couldn't help but question Li Han. Li Han smiled lightly and clapped his hands. Bring over the young master Su Changkong. Yes. Someone took the order and left. Su Changkong sat in a chair, seemingly very relaxed, but in reality, he was also carefully observing the people present. Among them, 3 individuals drew Su Changkong's attention. One was Li Han. Li Han, ranked the 5th among the 18 pirates, clearly possessed formidable strength. Previously, Su Changkong had been injured by him and had to recover for over 2 months, suggesting that Li Han's capabilities might not be inferior to Meng Sang's, perhaps even surpassing them. The other 2 were an old man with half-white hair, who was dressed in gray clothes, an elusive and peculiar aura about him, his gaze as cold and venomous as a snake's. The last person was a bald, muscular man. Although seated, he was nearly 2 meters tall, extremely burly, wearing a leather armor that clung tightly to his body, visibly exuding a powerful presence. These 2 were likely also experts on par with Li Han, in addition to another dozen or so from the Qi blood realm, all from various sea pirate groups elite. Indeed, the cream of the crop had been gathered. On the side, the hall master of the Electric Whale Hall, Gowan, wrapped his voice in true Qi to prevent it from spreading and whispered to Su Changkong, gang leader. That gray-clothed old man should be Li Han's master, Ghost Shadow Elder. Despite his age, it's said that his movements are so skilled that few in the Ink Forest Prefecture city can match him. He's a dangerous figure. That bald, robust man is the 4th of the 18 pirates, Tai Jinggang, who has cultivated his horizontal training skill to an inconceivable level, impervious to blades and spears, and unharmed by consuming fierce poisons. Extremely frightening. Gowan also noticed the 2 individuals possessing dangerous auras and conveyed their details to Su Changkong. Su Changkong nodded slightly, noting it in his heart. Tai Jinggang, Ghost Shadow Elder, Li Han, each one a top-notch expert comparable to Meng Sang. Li Han and the others noticed Gowan's moving lips, but didn't pay attention. With so many experts gathered, their intention was to engulf the giant whale gang and devour it completely. Big Brother. While everyone waited, a figure escorted by several bandits was brought over in the distance. It was Su Changkong. At the time, Su Changkong still looked relatively tidy, but very weak and had noticeably lost weight, with cheekbones almost visible and looking extremely haggard. His left little finger had also been chopped off cleanly at the base. The captured Su Changkong had been imprisoned within the Ghost Group for over half a year, naturally not living comfortably, having suffered endless torment. Second sister. Father. Seeing Su Changkong, the 2 hall masters, and Su Changkong disguised as Su Changkong, he was stunned, and his disbelief soon gave way to an uncontrollable anxiety and concern. Su Changkong and the others had truly come. Just 3 or 4 people had delved deep into Ghost Island. It was far too dangerous, akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Su Changkong quickly got up to check on Su Changkong, and the sea pirates did not stop her. You shouldn't have come, Su Changkong said with a bitter smile, touched by the gesture. Su Changkong might be expected, but for Su Changkong to impersonate Su Changkong and come was to utterly disregard his own life. Seeing that Su Changkong was indeed still alive, Su Changkong also let out a slight sigh of relief. His cheap big brother had suffered quite a bit, but at least he was still alive. Gang leader Seacombe, your son has already been delivered. Let's talk about the conditions for letting you leave. It was then that Li Hun spoke up. Speak, Su Changkong said calmly. Li Hun smiled. Firstly, the giant whale gang must give up the Chiyu and Luanfeng shipping routes and the like. Upon hearing this, Seacombe Huang and the others' expressions changed slightly. These two routes were major shipping arteries of the Blue Rain Sea, with a large number of merchant ships only able to pass through there. Giving up these two routes meant cutting off nearly half of the giant whale gang's financial avenues. Secondly, 90% of the giant whale gang's warships must be given to us without compensation, Li Hun continued. Without 90% of their warships, the giant whale gang would pose no threat in the Blue Rain Sea. Thirdly, everyone else is free to leave, but gang leader Seacombe, you need to stay on Ghost Island as our guest for a while. Once everything is handed over, gang leader Seacombe will be free to leave, Li Hun said, as this was to ensure the giant whale gang would obediently comply. Su Changkong laughed. These conditions? I don't agree to a single one. I'll stay right here and see what you can do to me. What can you do to me? These 4 words were not loudly spoken, yet they carried an air of supreme confidence. Li Hun's smile remained, but it grew colder and colder. He knew this Seacombe Yong wouldn't submit so easily, but it didn't matter. Whether capturing or killing Seacombe Yong, they could still crush the giant whale gang today. The atmosphere on the field was tense, ready to explode at any moment. Prepare to meet your doom. And someone took the first strike, shattering the silence. It was the one-eyed Yin Yang. Yin Yang's face was ferocious. He had been defeated by a young Seacombe Yong, losing an eye in the process, a humiliation that he had borne his entire life. For 20 years, he had diligently practiced, strengthening himself, also that one day he could take his revenge on Seacombe Yong and wash away his disgrace. Boom! The air trembled violently as Yin Yang's dense qi and blood erupted, his entire body lunging towards Su Changkong. The table between them shattered upon impact as he barreled forward like an enraged beast, his hands turning into claws, attempting to pierce Su Changkong's face and gouge out his eyes. Yin Yang taking the first move with such a vicious attack, using all his might right from the start. But in Su Changkong's eyes, Yin Yang was simply courting death. Crack! Yin Yang's claws arrived in an instant, piercing through Su Changkong's head, only to find they had struck a mere afterimage. Yin Yang's pupils contracted, not even having seen when Su Changkong disappeared. 5 animal frolics. Crane's eye gouge. Su Changkong executed the crane play from the 5 animal frolics, moving as gracefully as a dancing crane. With the stealthy and rapid power of the crane play, while dodging Yin Yang's claw strike, he emerged in his blind spot. Su Changkong's right hand reached out silently, his index and middle fingers curved into hooks, and with a fierce jab. Aft, accompanied by a piercing scream. Yin Yang's remaining right, I was gouged out by Su Changkong. Is he really my 3rd brother? Even if Yin Yang has reached the Qi Blood 4 transformation, I have trouble defeating him. This scene made Seacombe Jean gasp in shock. Su Changkong's nimble movements and sharp skills were beyond belief. He had gouged out Yin Yang's eyeball in just an encounter. The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. The unparalleled in the world 5 animal frolics at Qi Blood Realm allowed Su Changkong to even kill Meng Sang in a frontal assault. And yet Yin Yang, whose martial art cultivation was only comparable to Su Changkong's, seemed utterly fragile in front of him. Retreat. With Yin Yang severely injured in one strike, Li Hun and the others all had grave expressions. Seacombe Yong was indeed as terrifying as the rumor suggested, but they simultaneously retreated. Bang! While others wondered why, Gaoan, Zhao Tianhua, and the rest changed color dramatically. They heard the sounds of machine triggers pulling from hundreds of meters away, and that lethal threat was moving faster than the sound. Whoosh! In the air, a streak of cold light flashed as it was shot rapidly toward the center of the scene, heading straight for Yin Yang, who was still shrieking pitifully from having lost an eye and hadn't yet moved back. Puff! As blood and flesh flew and a massive tearing sound echoed. Yang was pierced from the back, a bull-size hole torn through his chest, with the cold light's momentum unabated, furious at the opposing Zhao Tianhua. He dodged quickly, the obstruction by Yang aiding his retreat several meters back, avoiding the projectile, which then struck the ground with a loud noise. Looking closely, it was an arrow, a massive one as thick as an arm. Most of it embedded itself in the hard rocky ground. Its destructive power was astounding. The divine arm crossbow. This is the divine arm crossbow. Zhao Tianhua gasped in shock while exclaiming with his eyes wide. The divine arm crossbow was the pinnacle of mechanical crossbows and naturally belonged to the category of large siege crossbows, too big to carry around. But adding to its power, it could pierce through heavy metal armor from over 800 steps away. The divine arm crossbow. Su Changkong also looked up to hundreds of meters away, where there stood a watchtower, and the arrow came from that direction. The divine arm crossbow, as far as Su Changkong knew, belonged only to the Ink Forest Army in Ink Forest Prefecture City. It was considered a trump card, a formidable weapon to defend the city, with a high level of craftsmanship and a high cost. This sea pirate group had a divine arm crossbow. Was it smuggled from somewhere or borrowed from the Ink Forest Army? There's more than one. Everyone be careful. Gowan shouted. The divine arm crossbow was deadly powerful. Not just regular martial artists, but even those proficient in horizontal training skill at the Chi Blood realm would be gruesomely blown apart if hit head-on, if not left with a gaping hole in their body. I hope you like the gift I've prepared for you. Li Hun's face was filled with a sinister smile. Li Hun was out to deal with Su Changkong. He had obtained support from somewhere, and his backers had directly lent him 8 divine arm crossbows. All 8 divine arm crossbows had been set up, aimed at the square, which was also why Li Hun had chosen this location for the negotiation. It was open enough. 8 divine arm crossbows, each operated by a martial artist who had achieved body refinement great achievement and was skilled in archery. At this realm, the internal organs were enhanced, and their eyesight and reflexes far exceeded those of an ordinary person. Hitting an apple hundreds of meters away was a cinch. 8 divine arm crossbows were equivalent to 8 formidable experts whom it was difficult to confront head-on with mere flesh and blood. Coupled with the thousands of elite fighters on the island and about 20 good hands in the Chi Blood realm, this was a veritable net of heaven and earth. Even if Su Changkong was known as one of the strongest in Ink Forest Prefecture City, he would have no chance of escape and was destined only to fall here in defeat. Bang! 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 From hundreds of meters away, in 7 or 8 different directions, atop the lookout towers, massive arrows as thick as a man's arm were propelled by the divine arm crossbows, shooting forth faster than the speed of sound. Most of them were aimed at Su Changkong. Su Changkong's brows slightly furrowed. His figure flickered like a spirit deer stretching its body. Thud! 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 The massive arrows all grazed past Su Changkong's body, with a majority of the shaft burying deep into the rocky ground, capable of piercing through armor. But missing the target made them worthless. Roar! On the other hand, Zhao Tianhua, Gowan, and the others were also dodging repeatedly. One of the arrows was aimed at the weakened Su Changkong. Zhao Tianhua roared and leaped out, his chi and blood surging as he ferociously punched the side of the massive arrow, knocking it off its original course. Crack! Crack! At this moment, above Ghost Island, a series of dazzling fireworks burst, signaling the start of the attack. Kill! Kill them all! Outside of Ghost Island, pirates on their ships, upon seeing the fireworks in the sky, began to howl loudly. These damned bastards! Attack! The martial artists of the giant whale gang, seeing the fireworks, also understood that the negotiations on the island had failed, and it was likely they had already turned violent. What they could do now was engage in battle and fight to the death with these pirates, to see who would truly be the master of the Blue Rain Sea. Combatants from both sides, the pirates included, on dozens of warships, totaling tens of thousands of people, engaged in fierce battle in this region of the sea. On Ghost Island. Protect yourselves. I'll take care of them, Su Changkong said to Sikong Huang and the others. Now there was nothing more to say. It was only to kill, to fight until they crumbled, to fight until they were filled with dread. Gang leader, be careful, Zhao Tianhua shouted loudly. Despite having no confidence in Sikong Yong facing so many top fighters, all they could do was to trust him, as it was their only chance to survive. The 8 divine armed crossbows were in the process of reloading their arrows. Sikong Yong, let me have a bout with you. If you dare, take this punch from me. Amidst roaring laughter, a bald and burly giant, over 2 meters tall in armor, came striding towards Su Changkong. Saying he walked would not do justice to his movements. With each step, he covered a distance of nearly 10 meters, faster than running. This bald giant was none other than Tai Jinggang, the 9th Grand Thief, whose mastery of horizontal training hard skill made him a match for few in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Crack, crack, crack. As he rushed forward, Tai Jinggong's bones rattled loudly, and his skin began to shine with a thick metallic luster that, combined with the qi and blood rising from his head, seemed to morph his muscles into metal and steel. His already colossal frame expanded further, and the terrifying aura he emitted was so oppressive it made breathing difficult for those around him. Vajra Fist. Angry Vajra. In just a few strides, Tai Jinggang appeared before Su Changkong, his fist glowing with a metallic bloodlight. He smashed it towards Su Changkong, the raw power tearing through the air, and the intense force twisted the very atmosphere. Just like Meng Sang, Tai Jinggang was at the peak of the Qi Blood 6 transformation, but when it came to combat strength, he had the upper hand over Meng Sang. 5 Animal Frolics. Descending Tiger. Su Changkong's qi and blood surged within his body. Facing the formidable Tai Jinggang, Su Changkong's hunting spirit was aroused, and with a clenched right fist, he accumulated punching power and smashed out with a punch. Roar! Though there was no sound, a roar that trembled through the mountains and forests exploded in Tai Jinggong's ears. Su Changkong before him seemed to transform into a descending tiger, pouncing wildly, suppressing Tai Jinggong's astonishingly fierce and malicious aura. Boom! The 2 heavy fists collided without any fancy moves, causing a loud, explosive noise. A wild wind swept all around, and the ground where the 2 stood caved into a huge pit, as if struck by a giant hammer. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying power could erupt from a body of flesh and blood. Both men's bodies shook at the same time, neither yielding in their head-on collision. But Su Changkong didn't pause for a moment. His left-hand fingers came together as if they were a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely toward Tai Jinggong's abdomen. He was still using tiger play, integrating the essence of form-intention fist into his technique. Su Changkong's moves were unpredictable, emphasizing intention over form. Tai Jinggong's abdomen flickered with a dark red metallic luster. Su Changkong's stabbing fingers didn't meet the resistance he expected, like piercing iron. When he hit Tai Jinggong's abdomen, the muscles there became soft and highly elastic, like a clump of cotton, completely dissipating the force of Su Changkong's stab. The abdominal muscles constricted tightly, able to deform even metal blocks, trapping Su Changkong's hand firmly. At the same time, Tai Jinggong's hands tightly gripped Su Changkong's wrists. You'll only be released when you're dead. Tai Jinggang grinned. He had cultivated horizontal training hard skill to a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. When hard, his muscles were as tough as steel, resistant to blades and spears, and when soft, his muscles and bones were like cowhide and cotton, capable of absorbing heavy blows, combining hardness with flexibility. Whoosh! A sound of something slicing through the air arose, and at the same time, 2 ghostly shadows appeared from the right side and behind. They were the ghost shadow elder in gray clothes and shattered soul Hanley Hun. He. Sikong Yong. This old man will see your soul shattered right here. The ghost shadow elder let out a hoarse, strange laugh. As a long-renowned expert and the mentor of Li Han, despite his advanced age and declining qi and blood, his strength was not to be underestimated. Before the laughter reached them, the ghost shadow elder, dragging a series of afterimages, appeared to Su Changkong's left. With Su Changkong's left hand clamped down by Tai Jinggang and a wide-open left side, the ghost shadow elder slid out a black dagger, reeking of blood, from his sleeve and grasped it in his withered hand, stabbing towards Su Changkong's waist, fast as a venomous snake. Shattered soul hand, broken heart, and pulse. Behind Su Changkong, the pale-faced Li Han appeared. His left hand emitted a ghastly green qi light, soul-piercing, and without a word, he slammed a palm strike towards Su Changkong's back, using a fierce and cruel killer move. Three great experts attacked collectively. Tai Jinggang leveraged his formidable horizontal training external strength to bind Su Changkong, while Li Han and Ghost Shadow Elder took the opportunity to strike lethal blows. They believed that even Sikong Yong, known as one of the top experts in Ink Forest Prefecture City, would inevitably be unable to withstand this and would meet his end here, helpless and alone. However, Roar, faced with the siege of three opponents, each not inferior to Meng Sang and perhaps even stronger, Su Changkong felt his blood boiling and his fighting spirit igniting. From his throat burst forth a long howl, akin to a thunderclap above the vast sea, clear and audible for miles around. Even those who were already fighting outside Ghost Island in the blue rain heard it loud and clear. What? Tai Jinggang, Li Han, and Ghost Shadow Elder all changed their expression simultaneously. Thunder rumble. From Su Changkong's eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and even every pore of his body, a true qi like a tsunami and mountain collapse crazily poured out, accompanied by the sound of huge waves crashing and rolling, a massive oppressive force bearing down, like a small boat facing towering waves. As vast as the sea, as profound as the abyss, unimaginable that a person could cultivate their inner strength to such a profound level. Upcoming update announcement. The next chapter will be updated on the 9th at 2200 hours. Boom! The erupting true qi struck out in all directions, like massive, unstoppable waves, sending the likes of Ghost Shadow Elder and Li Han, who were originally assaulting Su Changkong, reeling backwards in rapid retreat. Even Tai Jinggang, who was gripping Su Changkong's wrists tightly, felt an enormous force shaking him, forcing him to let go of the hands that were restraining Su Changkong, causing his fingers to throb with pain and his towering 2-meter-tall frame stumbling backward. What is this? As Su Changkong channeled a rich and erupting turtle-breathing true qi, it forcibly knocked back 3 high-level experts, staggering them. The 20 or so martial arts experts on the scene who had achieved the Qi Blood Realm, including the several hundreds of elite sea pirates gathered and crowding around the square, all watched the tall silhouette at the center with stunned expressions. The profound blue true qi almost condensed into a solid form, covering Su Changkong's entire body, 3 inches thick, with undulating light, just like the tranquil surface of the ocean, deep and vast, as if no attack could shake it. Is this true qi? True qi that is powerful to this extent. Just how did this Sikong Yong cultivate? How did he achieve such depth of inner strength at his age? Experts such as Tai Jinggang and Ghost Shadow Elder all widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Su Changkong, who seemed like a deity clad in qi-formed armor. In a martial artist combat power, it's important to look at 2 aspects. One naturally is the martial arts realm, including realms such as body refinement and qi blood. Whether it is the body refinement realm or the qi blood realm, both involve cultivating the physical body to undergo metamorphosis and evolution. This way, the body can bear greater strength, which is fundamental for a martial artist. The second aspect is cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. And whether it's inner strength, blade technique, swordsmanship, or other martial skills and techniques, they all enhance combat power, tap into potential, and allow an individual to exert all their strength, even power beyond their limits. One is like a water tank, and the other is like the water in the tank. Only if the tank is large and strong enough can it hold more water. Usually, upon stepping into the Chi blood realm, most martial artists practice inner strength. The true Chi developed initially might not be stronger than the force of punches and kicks, but it can enhance bodily functions to a certain extent and can be channeled into swords and sabers to unleash deadlier strikes. The cultivation of martial skills and techniques not only requires resources and accumulation, but also relies on talent. If you can't reach that level, then you simply can't. Unlike body refinement or blood refining, where with ample resources, even someone with mediocre talent can stack up resources and attempt to break through multiple times if they fail once, twice, or thrice. Eventually, they will improve. However, the resources needed are immense, and even the powerful and affluent clans can hardly bear such costs. The Ghost Shadow Elder was nearly 100 years old. He too cultivated inner strength to delay aging, and his level was not low, but even he hadn't reached the limit that his body could contain. However, Su Changkong standing before them had inner strength so profound and true Chi so powerful that he had almost reached the limit of what his body could withstand. It was as if one person had a large tank. The Ghost Shadow Elder only filled a small portion of it with water, but Su Changkong had filled his tank to the brim, reaching the limit. Of course, the foundation lies in the martial arts realm. With a high enough martial arts realm, the sheer strength of one's physique can overpower others. A casual punch could be unbearable for an ordinary person. An athlete, or even a boxer, has their physical condition as their base. Without a strong enough body, all the skillful techniques and theories are just empty show. The cultivation realm of martial arts, which includes body refinement and blood refining, is the foundation of a martial artist and determines the lower limit of strength, ensuring that even the weakest are not too weak, while cultivation techniques and martial arts skills are the upper limit. That's why, even among those of the same realm, the disparity in combat prowess can be vast. Merely possessing the Chi blood realm with great strength and speed, but lacking any knowledge of cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and practical combat skills, is akin to a brute with strength but without the knowledge to fully harness it. And Su Changkong before them had raised that upper limit to an extent unreachable for others within the same realm. The turtle-breathing true Chi within Su Changkong had become so rich and dense that it enveloped his entire body, forming an armor that was vast and profound. Gang leader, after years of seclusion, is this his progress? Hall Master Gowan from Electric Whale Hall watched the seemingly invincible man with a dry mouth and racing heart. The gang leader is only around 40, right? In the prime of his life, yet he cultivated inner strength to such an extent. Red-haired Zhao Tianhua also had eyes filled with excitement and shock. Indeed, their giant whale gang's leader was one of the rare martial arts geniuses in Ink Forest Prefecture City, a legendary figure in people's eyes. For many years, Su Changkong had been cultivating the turtle breath technique. His astonishing talent and potential, coupled with the consumption of a large number of Chi increasing pills, plus the turtle breath function's special characteristic of training in water, had used the external pressure of an undersea whirlpool some time ago to hone his turtle-breathing true Chi, finally pushing the turtle breath technique to the 9th realm, unparalleled in the world. For the average person practicing the turtle breath technique, even if they began from birth, it might take them 100 years to reach this level. Weren't you going to release me only after I was dead? Su Changkong moved his body, with turtle-breathing true Chi forming Chi armor around him, undulating with light. He stared at Tai Jinggang, whose fingers were trembling and aching, and flashed a grin. Tai Jingang's cheeks twitched at the comment. He specialized in horizontal training hard skill, and no one he had ever restrained could break free. Seeing Su Changkong casually free himself and feeling the suffocating pressure, his own breathing became labored. Bang! At that moment, from a watchtower 500 meters away, the sound of a large mechanism erupted. Propelled by the divine arm crossbow, A massive arrow as thick as an arm shot out at speed surpassing the sound barrier, aimed straight for Su Changkong, who stood in the center of the square. The divine arm crossbow was a deadly weapon exclusive to the elite Ink Forest Army of Ink Forest Prefecture City. Capable of piercing through heavy armor from over 800 steps away, even the strongest of martial artists facing it would be killed on the spot. Su Changkong, who had previously had his eyes gouged out by Su Changkong, although he had reached the Qi Blood 4 transformation, was also shot dead on the spot. Su Changkong stood still, seemingly not anticipating an assassination attempt from hundreds of meters away at this moment. When a skilled body refinement, great achievement martial artist operated the divine arm crossbow, the massive arrow shot out with precision, hitting Su Changkong directly in the chest. However, the expected scene of Su Changkong being pierced on the spot did not occur. The arrow struck his chest with a faint sound, and the spiral-shaped metal arrowhead, upon entering less than an inch into the 3-inch thick Qi armor, lost all its kinetic energy and dropped to the ground with a clatter. How was that possible? Su Changkong coldly looked up at the watchtower hundreds of meters away. The body refinement, great achievement sea pirate operating the divine arm crossbow staggered backward, barely stopping himself from falling off the tower. Sweat trickled down his forehead as if he had seen a ghost. His heart seized up. How could someone emerge unscathed after a direct hit from the divine arm crossbow? This defied his understanding. How exactly did this Su Changkong train? Tai Jinggang, witnessing this, was also extremely shocked. Tai Jinggang excelled in horizontal training external strength and had reached a balance of hardness and softness, making him impervious to blades and spears. He believed that, if prepared, he could withstand a hit from the divine arm crossbow from hundreds of meters away, but he could never remain as unshaken and uninjured as Su Changkong. I will smash you to pieces. A high-spirited fighting intention surfaced on Su Changkong's face, his deep voice like surging waves as he stamped his foot on the ground. Roar! The mighty true Qi hammered down, forming nearly a 10-foot diameter crater where Su Changkong stood. His body burst forward violently, like a fierce tiger, and a thunderous roar exploded in Tai Jingong's ears, causing him to feel dizzy. Not good. As Tai Jingong's senses briefly blurred, Su Changkong was already upon him. His right fist, carrying an utterly thick true Qi, smashed directly into Tai Jingong's chest. Iron shirt, iron armor, steel bone. Although taken aback, Tai Jinggang did not panic. With no time to dodge, he circulated the Qi and blood throughout his body, pushing his horizontal training hard skill to its limit. His muscles tensed like metal, emitting a metallic luster seen through his flesh, as if he had transformed from flesh and blood into an iron and stone colossus. But, whale 5 skills, endless furious sea. Bang! Su Changkong's fierce punch slammed into Tai Jingong's chest, with the wild true Qi converging to a point, like an enraged sea causing a giant vortex and turning into an immense tidal wave, furiously pouring out. Crack, crack, crack. Tai Jingong's muscles, harder than iron, collapsed and dented severely. Bones, as solid as steel, shattered and snapped as Su Changkong's fists sank into them. Tai Jinggang spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of inner organs. His horizontal training hard skill, which he prided himself on, was so fragile against Su Changkong's full-force, true Qi-infused punch. Without a doubt, had Tai Jingong's horizontal training hard skill not been so advanced, this punch could have blown him up, scattering flesh and blood. Tai Jingong's body uncontrollably flew backward, but then abruptly stopped as Su Changkong's left hand grabbed his wrist and forcefully pulled him back. Can't even withstand a single punch from me, and you dare call yourself Tai Jinggang? Su Changkong sneered, looking down at Tai Jinggang, who lay half-collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. How could this be? Tai Jinggang coughed up blood continuously, attempting to fight back, but unable due to his collapsed chest and shattered bones, leaving him without any strength. He found it difficult to accept. Sikong was acknowledged to be strong by Tai Jinggang, but being the ninth grand thief, he believed that even with a gap between them, he could manage a few exchanges. He could not imagine his opponent being this powerful, being injured to the point of being helpless to resist with just one punch. Had he known the vast difference, he would not have involved himself in this murky situation. Whoosh! A faint piercing sound filled the air. As Su Changkong heavily injured Tai Jinggang with one punch, the ghost shadow elder emerged from a shadow beside him. His aged face was filled with ruthlessness as his dagger, gleaming faintly, stabbed viciously toward the side of Su Changkong's ribcage. The ghost shadow elder's dagger could slice through iron like mud, and it was coated with a deadly poison that sealed the throat upon drawing blood. Even a scratch on the skin could kill a Chi Blood Realm martial artist instantly. Behind Su Changkong, Shattered Soul Hand Li Hun also attacked again, his palms emitting a ghastly green mingled with the color of blood, using his full power. Bang! The heavy palm strike exploded on Su Changkong's back. The sinister palm force aimed to crush the heart and break the veins, but Su Changkong's chi armor on his back trembled slightly, swelling like the depth of the sea. The force of the palm, once it entered, dissipated as if a mud ox had plunged into the ocean, neutralized completely. The turtle breath technique, compared to attack, was better at defense. As long as the turtle breathing chi armor couldn't be broken, it would be tough to harm Su Changkong in the slightest. When faced with the ghost shadow elder's poison dagger, Su Changkong grabbed it with a single hand, directly wrapping his palm with true chi. The knife, which could slice through iron like mud, could not penetrate any further, nor could it tear through Su Changkong's turtle-breathing chi armor. Is this Sikong a monster? Both the ghost shadow elder and Li Hun thought, terrified. Most Chi and Blood Realm martial artists could not withstand a strike from a peer unless they practiced horizontal training hard skill and had a formidable body. However, Su Changkong hadn't practiced the horizontal training hard skill, relying solely on his rich, true Chi, which was substantial enough to condense in a Chi armor. He could withstand their fierce attacks. This was an exceptionally powerful adversary that they seldom encountered in their lives. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, 4 or 5 divine arm crossbows all took aim at Su Changkong. Amidst the booming sounds, enormous arrows tore through the air from all around, shooting towards him. Retreat. Li Hun quickly pulled back, while Ghost Shadow Elder, gritting his teeth, let go of his dagger's handle and swiftly retreated. Su Changkong naturally heard the incoming sound of the arrows. Instead of dodging, he grabbed the tall and burly Tai Jinggang, rotated his body, using him as a shield to block these powerful arrows. Thud, 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 thud. Amidst anguished screams, for arrows as thick as arms simultaneously struck Tai Jinggong's body, and the arrowheads tore through his muscles, penetrating deep into his flesh. Useless trash. Get lost. Su Changkong carelessly tossed aside the dying Tai Jinggang, whose breath was faltering and beyond the help of medicine. Tai Jinggang fell to the ground. He breathed more out than in, and his blood spread beneath him, staining the ground as his body still twitched. Tai Jinggang, dead just like that? He was the 9th Grand Thief, one of the few powerful men in the Blue Rain Sea. This scene made the many sea pirates feel chills down their spines. Some found it hard to accept what was unfolding before their eyes. Tai Jinggang, one of the strongest among the Chi Blood Realm sea pirates present on the scene, had died almost without the ability to fight back. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. It was that this Sikong was simply too powerful. Damn it. What are you staring for? Attack. All of you attack. Whoever cuts off his head will be rewarded with 300,000 taels of silver. Li Hun, enraged and astonished, let out a roar, driving nearly 1,000 elite sea pirates of Ghost Island to attack Su Changkong at once, to slay him, or at the very least, deplete his strength and true chi. Even a martial artist in the Chi Blood realm capable of facing 100 foes would exhaust their strength when faced with 1,000 elites, to be torn to shreds. 300,000 taels? Let's do this. Take him down. Enticed by the hefty reward, each sea pirate's eyes turned red with greed. They lived by the blade for wealth and profit, didn't they? If they killed Su Changkong, that bounty would be enough for them to live lavishly for several lifetimes. Confronted with the sea pirates charging at him like ravenous wolves. Whale technique, long whale inhales water. Su Changkong violently inhaled, emptying the air in front of him into his body. Accompanied by crack-crack sounds of his sinews popping, Su Changkong, already a tall figure, grew an extra half-foot, his muscles bulging as if surrounded by storms and lightning, his menacing aura spreading in all directions. "Get lost!" Then Su Changkong let out a thunderous roar. The overpowering true chi fused into his voice, spreading like a tsunami in all directions. Sea pirates of lower body refinement realm felt as if demons were roaring and thunderbolts were exploding next to their ears, causing their eardrums to tear and blood to trickle from their noses. Even those of higher realms and body refinement faltered under Su Changkong's roar of divine majesty, their previously hot blood suddenly cooling, halting their steps, their eyes filled with dread and fear when looking at Su Changkong. Everyone is moved by wealth, but one must be alive to spend it. The terror of the man before them was evident. Charging at him would only turn them into cannon fodder. Is this really my third brother? Even if our father were resurrected, he might not be this formidable. Sikong Zhan, extremely weak, was being protected by Sikong Huang, Zhao Tianhua, and others. Watching the man in the center who with a single roar intimidated thousands of fierce sea pirates to a halt, he was in a daze, dumbfounded. Had Su Changkong become this powerful in just under a year? On par with the real Sikong Yang. However many sheep there might be, they are nothing before a tiger. When the tiger reveals its might, the flock of sheep wouldn't dare make a move. One roar intimidated the surrounding sea pirates to hesitate in advancing. Su Changkong knew that facing many with few required showing an invincible presence, a ferocity that killed indiscriminately, causing their morale to completely collapse, defeated without a fight. "Li Hun, you invited me from afar to be your guest, yet you stay so distant? Is this how you treat a guest?" Su Changkong's gaze locked onto Li Hun. He curved his lips slightly, and in the next second, he sucked in a vast amount of air, overloading his body. In an instant, he moved, dragging a series of explosive afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he covered a vast distance, closing in on Li Hun. His right palm, carrying a towering might, struck out. Whale 5 skills, furious waves slapped the shore. Before the palm even arrived, a heavy oppressive force already made Li Hun's breathing quicken and his cheeks ache, an atmosphere tightly locking him down. Feeling an unprecedented threat, Li Hun screamed furiously, pushing his chi and blood to the limit. His skin reddened, the dense chi and blood from his pores rising like smoke trails, almost condensing into a dragon. His chi blood realm power, not a jot less than Meng Sang's. Li Hun's veins were bulging as he concentrated all his might, unleashing the shattered soul hand, which turned his palm a ghostly green, striking out without any reservation. Boom! The collision of palms caused air to ripple violently. The ground where they stood first contorted and then ripped apart, with debris flying everywhere, akin to bullets scattering. Crack, crack, crack. However, this equal clash lasted only a moment. Consecutive layers of palm force surged like continuous waves, breaking through Li Hun's defenses. The overwhelming force caused a crackling sound from his arm as his bones shattered, tearing the muscles, grotesquely deforming the limb. Bang! Li Hun was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, his mouth spraying fresh blood, his already pale skin turned even paler. Big brother. The deputy leader of the Ghost Pirate Group, Li Fei, seeing this scene, let out a cry of alarm. Grinding his teeth in rage, he lunged at Su Changkong, drawing a long saber for a splitting cut, bringing up a chilling saber light, aiming to halt Su Changkong's advance. But if Li Hun, unleashing all his might, was no match for Su Changkong, let alone the much weaker Li Fei. Su Changkong didn't even look, his right hand forming a blade with his fingers together. He made a sweep with his palm. The edge of the true chi wrapped around his palm became as sharp as a blade, and amid the crisp sound of flesh being torn, Li Fei's neck was ripped open, his head tossed high into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, his headless body collapsing limply. Second, brother, cough, cough, cough. Struggling to rise, Li Hun witnessed this scene, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, his emotions in turmoil, coughing up blood repeatedly. The scene was utterly tragic. Compared to these brutal sea pirates, the current Su Changkong resembled a demon god invincible in battle. "You old thing, and you, stop hiding already." Su Changkong's gaze then locked onto the trembling ghost shadow elder, who kept retreating into the crowd, and he let out a cold huff. "Go!" The ghost shadow elder saw Tai Jinggang die a horrible death, and Li Hun severely injured to the point of no recovery. Grinding his teeth, he harbored no desire to engage in battle with the terrifying Sikong Yong, deploying his body technique, his form ghosting away like a shadow, causing the surrounding sea pirates to fall clumsily to either side. The ghost shadow elder was Li Hun's mentor, invited to lend support, but as an old man with his chi and blood beginning to decline, he had no intention of fighting desperately like the others. 5 animal frolics, penetrating forest deer. Su Changkong, however, had no intention of letting the ghost shadow elder, who had taken a lead in attacking him earlier, get away. He executed the deer play from the 5 animal frolics, which, compared to the bird play, was more suited for long-distance running, while bird play specialized in short-range, quick movements. Displaying the 5 animal frolics at a level unparalleled in the world within the 9 realms, Su Changkong moved with swift grace and soundless agility. Even though the crowd was dense, the people around only felt as if a gust of wind had blown by, involuntarily falling to the sides, Su Changkong unaffected, in a matter of a few breaths catching up to the fleeing ghost shadow elder in the crowd. What? The ghost shadow elder felt a lightness in his body, for Su Changkong, pursuing him, had already grabbed his head, lifting his gaunt body into the air. "Stop, please stop." The ghost shadow elder's heart seized in panic. His feet left the ground. His body struggled as he quickly cried out for mercy. His mind also shocked. This Sikong Yo appeared to have no weakness at all, his true chi incredibly profound, and even his body technique in Qigong had reached such an alarming level. Crack! Su Changkong squeezed the palms gripping Ghost Shadow Elder's head, and instantly, Ghost Shadow Elder's head twisted, deformed, and shattered, scattering brain matter. The struggling body lost all strength and went limp. Ghost Shadow Elder is dead. The surrounding sea pirates staggered backward in fright, some slipping and falling on their backsides, rolling and crawling away. Even those in the Chi Blood realm, leaders and deputy leaders from various sea pirate groups, now felt a chill running down their spines. Tai Jinggang, Li Hun, and Ghost Shadow Elder, 3 top-tier experts, appeared so fragile in front of Sikong Yong, with 2 dead and 1 injured in a brief moment. Having dealt with Ghost Shadow Elder, Su Changkong strode toward Li Hun, who was lying on the ground with a broken arm and blood at the corner of his mouth and on his clothes. He said with a cold laugh, "Leader Li Hun, didn't you invite me over as a guest? Lying on the ground is a bit impolite, isn't it? Monster, help me." His brothers slain, his master dreadfully killed by Su Changkong, Li Hun was completely petrified and fell apart. He propped himself up with 1 arm and scrambled to escape, shouting in terror and with tears streaming down his face, bearing no resemblance to his earlier confidence and composure. Sikong Zhan was also shocked by the scene before him. He had fought Li Hun twice and was soundly defeated both times. He considered Li Hun a formidable rival. Yet now, Li Hun had lost even the courage to confront Su Changkong head-on. Why did I provoke this terrifying monster? They thought they were a group of sharks that could feast on a giant whale. But in reality, they were just a bunch of small fish and shrimp that the giant whale could swallow whole with a single gulp. TSSK. Before Li Han could take 2 steps, Su Changkong had already grabbed his head and yanked it violently, tearing it from the neck. The headless body ran a few steps and then collapsed, the eyes still filled with terror and distortion. Silence, a deathly silence. Even the divine arm crossbows that had once again aimed at Su Changkong stopped operating. The sea pirates operating them were soaked in cold sweat, arrows knocked but afraid to fire. This monster was simply beyond their capacity to contend with. All 3 of the topmost sea pirate experts present had lost their lives to Su Changkong. Gang leader Su Changkong, our Blood Panther group has no intention of being enemies with Giant Whale Gang. I was just here to visit, and I'll take my leave now. In the distance, a man dressed in blood-colored battle armor managed a strained smile, bowed his hands, and turned to leave. The man in the blood-colored battle armor was the leader of the Blood Panther Sea Pirate Group. Originally, the leaders of many sea pirate groups had agreed to set a trap with Sikong Zhan as bait, waiting for Sikong Yong to arrive so that a group of experts could attack him together, aiming to kill him and then divide and consume the Giant Whale Gang. In their eyes, even if Sikong Yong had reached the Chi Blood Long Dragon level, he was still flesh and blood. An attack by many experts and elite warriors should have been enough to bring him down on the spot. Even a martial artist at the Chi Blood Long Dragon level, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly fight against 1,000, plus over 20 Chi Blood Realm experts. Yet, in this brief combat, Sikong Yong had shown combat power that exceeded everyone's expectations. With his profound, true Chi, a casual shout could intimidate 1,000 troops, and he could withstand powerful divine arm crossbows with his body. In a very short time, he had slain 3 of the top experts, including Tai Jing Gang and Li Han, which made the remaining Sea Pirate Group leaders and deputies lose their courage to fight him. First, retreat. Leave Ghost Island and then think of another plan. Think you can come and go as you please? Die. However, as Su Changkong's killing intent surged, his blood boiled furiously. Since these people had all gathered with the sole purpose of taking his life, how could Su Changkong be willing to let any of them go? He would kill as many as he could. Su Changkong suddenly opened his mouth, and a breath of true Chi, mixed with the air he inhaled, spewed out, forming a thick column of air, like the breath of a giant whale, blasting towards the man in blood armor. Boom! The man in blood armor's pupils constricted, and despite roaring furiously and swinging his fists in defiance, his efforts crumbled before Su Changkong's immensely vigorous true Chi. It exploded like a true Chi bomb, shattering the man's flesh, separating his arms and body, and instantly killing him as his blood and flesh flew in all directions. I am here. None of you shall escape. Su Changkong's eyes reddened with blood vessels, carrying a god-slaying, awe-inspiring might as he aggressively lunged towards the group of Chi Blood Realm experts. You're going too far. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Let's take him down together. These Chi Blood Realm experts, who were leaders and deputy leaders of various sea pirate groups, mighty and domineering in the Blue Rain Sea, were also enraged and attacked together, determined to collaborate in taking down Su Changkong. Bang, bang, bang. However, when these Chi Blood Realm experts each used their killer moves on Su Changkong, they could only make the turtle-breathing Chi armor tremble without causing him the slightest harm. Crack! But with Su Changkong's casual punch or a lift of his palm, those who were hit had their bones shattered and their blood sprayed violently. In just a brief exchange, 2 or 3 Chi Blood Realm experts had their limbs broken by Su Changkong and died on the spot. I can't hurt him at all. Is that a turtle shell? There's not a single defensive weakness. Run. Scatter and run. He can't split himself to chase us all. These Chi Blood Realm powerhouses were both shocked and furious. Su Changkong's turtle-breathing Chi armor provided full-body, angle-proof defense. If they couldn't break through it, then break through it they could not. Moreover, several Chi Blood Realm martial artists completely lost the courage to risk their lives against this terrifying enemy, turning around to escape, fleeing in all directions and causing the sea pirates surrounding the plaza to topple over one another in disarray. Run! Keep running! Even the leaders and deputy leaders of the major sea pirate groups were terrified out of their wits. So how could the rest of the sea pirate minions have the courage to confront Su Changkong? They scattered and fled in a complete rout, like a crumbled army. In fact, Su Changkong was, of course, not invincible. If these Chi Blood Realm martial artists and the sea pirates banded together to fight him to the death, it would be Su Changkong who would be defeated. Su Changkong's turtle-breathing Chi armor was strong in defense, but it also needed support from true Chi. With continuous consumption and attacks increasing that consumption, once his true Chi was exhausted, he would be just flesh and blood, and even a martial artist with accomplished body refinement wielding swords could injure him. But these sea pirates were not robots. Faced with Su Changkong, who had forcefully slain experts like Li Han, their morale completely collapsed, and they lacked even the courage to be his enemy. Just like a herd of antelope, though not fearing death, might have records of killing lions. In most cases, they are scared and fleeing in all directions by the sight of a lion. Su Changkong started with his full strength to kill the likes of Li Han and others and to intimidate the crowd. Strike once to avoid 100 strikes. Obviously, Su Changkong succeeded. As for whether the current Su Changkong is far superior to the living Sikong Yong, that's not necessarily the case. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Su Changkong's turtle breath technique reached the 9th realm, which specializes in defense. Facing a siege, the enemies could not break his defense, and as long as his true Chi was not exhausted, the number of opponents meant little to him. So facing a large number of weaker enemies, he could overpower the weak and slaughter on all sides. Sikong Yong specialized in the giant whale skill, which is biased toward defense. In single combat, he was indeed brave and invincible, but his defensive power certainly couldn't match Su Changkong's, and he would be at a great disadvantage when faced with multiple opponents. As to who is stronger or weaker, unless they battle each other, it's difficult to tell, especially since the real Sikong Yong had already fallen long ago. My third brother. He's like the reincarnation of a god of war. Sikong Huang watched in awe. Thousands of elite sea pirates, including the Chi Blood Realm martial artists, were fleeing in all directions. Her heart gave rise to an unusual emotion towards Su Changkong. It was admiration for a powerful being. Gang leader. He is the divinely brave and peerless leader of the giant whale gang, possessing a bravery that thousands can't withstand. Zhao, Tianhua, and Gaon were so excited they were almost fainting, holding Sikong Yong in reverence like a god. Su Changkong took a deep breath. The burst of his extreme power in that short period left him slightly fatigued, but he did not show it and indifferently said, "Take the heads of these men and carry them away." Yes. Zhao Tianhua and Gao and both responded excitedly, stepping forward to take the heads of the Ghost Shadow Elder, Li Han, and other sea pirate group leaders and deputies who had been killed by Su Changkong. These would serve as tools to strike fear into the sea pirate groups. Kill. Keep on killing. At that moment, at the sea surrounding Ghost Island, the battle between the giant whale gang and the various sea pirate groups had already erupted. Tens of thousands of men clashed on the sea, employing catapults, rockets, even ramming ships and boarding them for close-quarters combat. All sorts of tactics were in use, the cries of battle shaking the heavens. The nearby sea had turned murky, embroiled in an intense battle that was difficult to resolve swiftly. Wipe them out. The giant whale gang leader Sikong Yong, facing the traps set by our leader, is probably torn to pieces by now. It's time to reshuffle the Blue Rain Sea. The sea pirates from the various groups were extremely agitated and fought bravely. In the eyes of all sea pirates, their side had used Sikong Zhan as bait, luring Sikong Yong to the island for the feast, and the vast array of experts lying in wait would undoubtedly ensure he could not return. But soon, the situation began to change. What's going on with the island? I saw some people fleeing by boat. Among them was the deputy leader of our Blood Blade pirate group. Aboard a sea pirate battleship pirates noticed that at the edge of Ghost Island, pirates were fleeing into the sea as if running for their lives, some by boat, others simply swimming towards their own pirate ships. What's happening? What are you doing? Why such disarray? One pirate, who had swum from Ghost Island to the edge of a sea pirate ship, was hauled aboard with a rope. Pirates on the ship couldn't help but ask, was there some problem that had them flee as if running for their lives? The soaking wet pirate gasped for breath and screamed with terror in his eyes. Dead. Leader Li Hun, Deputy Leader Li Fei, they're both dead, killed by Su Changkong, as well as Tai Jing Gang, Blood Leopard, and the others. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, the pirates on the ship's first thought was disbelief, but seeing the pirates at the edge of the island, including some leaders and deputy leaders of various pirate groups, they became somewhat dazed. These 20-odd martial artists in the Chi Blood realm, plus the hundreds of elites with weapons like the Divine Arm Crossbow, yet the result was their own side being killed and scattered in a rout, all by one person? Li Hun, Tai Jinggang, and Ghost Shadow Elder have all been slain by our giant whale gang's gang leader. The gang leader commands us. Kill. Wipe out all sea pirates. Leave none behind. At that moment, at the edge of the island, Zhao Tianhua mustered his true chi and shouted loudly. His voice was thunderous, attracting the attention of many pirates. At the edge of Ghost Island, a few people stood proudly. The leader among them was none other than Su Changkong, unharmed, standing with his hands behind his back. And beside him were Zhao Tianhua and others. Zhao Tianhua, Su Changkong, and the others all raised their hands high, each holding a bloody, severed head. It's Leader Li Hun. He's truly dead. And Tai Jinggang, wasn't he famed as the 9th Grand Thief, one of the foremost experts in the Blue Rain Sea? The pirates were astounded. Those with body refinement, great achievement, had excellent eyesight, and could see from afar that the heads held by Su Changkong and others were indeed those of the leaders of the major pirate groups. They were really dead. Those experts who had surrounded Su Changkong were either dead or had fled. One man defeating 1,000? Could this really be achieved by human effort? Demon monster. He's simply a demon monster. There were pirates who had witnessed the great battle on Ghost Island and had managed to escape. They now trembled with shouts, fear unmistakable in their eyes. Bloodblade Pirate Group, all hands retreat. Retreat. Meanwhile, a captain of a pirate group who had narrowly escaped from Su Changkong's hands gave the order to retreat. They had originally planned to kill Su Changkong and use his head to cause the giant whale gang to surrender and collapse. But the result was the exact opposite. So many of their experts had been slaughtered by Su Changkong alone, scattering their forces, while the giant whale gang used their heads to demoralize their troops. What was left to fight for? Retreat. The Bloodblade Pirate Group's ships all broke away from the battlefield, changing direction, fleeing into the depths of the sea. Defeat spreads like a domino effect. If one side is at a disadvantage and people start to flee, it would cause a chain reaction. These pirates all came from different pirate groups. It was impossible for them to be united as one. The leader's dead. Let's retreat too. Vajra Pirate Group, full retreat. Following the retreat and escape of the Bloodblade Pirate Group, successive pirate groups issued retreat orders, and the already tense battlefield became extremely tilted. The gang leader has slain Li Hun. The young gang leader has also been rescued. Don't let any of them escape. Don't let them run. On the side of the giant whale gang, seeing the retreating pirates and hearing the triumphant news from Zhao Tianhua, their morale soared. The members had been worried about Su Changkong going alone to the island to negotiate terms, but Su Changkong had not let them down. He had internally shattered the leaders of these pirates, causing them to scatter. And now, it was time to crush the enemy while they were down. Blue Whale, intercept that warship ahead. The giant whale gang's morale was sky high. Scouts monitored the movements of the pirate ships, and commanders like Su Changkong, with rich combat experience, directed the warships to intercept and engage in combat. Su Changkong stood at the edge of Ghost Island, observing the chaos on the distant seas, and he inwardly sighed, acknowledging that the prowess of one individual truly could decide the victory of a battle with thousands. Although personal capacity was hard to demonstrate in naval combat, Su Changkong's slaying of Li Hun and the other experts proved to be the decisive factor. The sky grew darker, and in the waters near Ghost Island, fragments of pirate ships, as well as the bodies of pirates, floated, signaling the end of this battle. In naval warfare, with the vastness of the sea and similar speeds of everyone's ships, it was unrealistic to annihilate all pirate groups. But without a doubt, this was a grand victory, an unprecedented one at that. A single power, the giant whale gang, faced nearly 10 pirate groups and yet vanquished and chased them away. This news, once spread, would surely elevate the reputation of the giant whale gang even higher, ensuring no one in the Blue Rain Sea would dare oppose them. We won. Little friend Su is truly the dragon among men. Young heir, at his age, was nowhere near his equal. Sikong looked on at Su Changkong's calm demeanor and heaved a quiet sigh, thinking of his own son who had passed away, filled with a touch of melancholy. Sikong was aware that Su Changkong was merely a young man, and by impersonating Sikong Yong, he had created a record of great defeat against the Sea Pirate Group Alliance, a glorious achievement not even the real Sikong Yong had achieved. As Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan watched Su Changkong's retreating figure, they also thought of their father, how wonderful it would be if he really were still alive. Win this battle, the spoils will be enormous. At this moment, Su Changkong was in a very good mood. According to the earlier agreement, he was entitled to 60% of the spoils obtained from this battle. And Su Changkong would keep all the bounty on the heads of the sea pirate leaders he had slain. Previously, the 9th Grand Thief Wang Tianyuan had been posted as wanted by the Ink Forest Prefecture City Yamen, with his head valued at 50,000 taels. As for others ranked above him, like Li Han and Tai Jing Gang, their heads were worth even more. Delivering them to the Ink Forest Prefecture City Yamen would amount to a fortune. Su Changkong felt that he could gain a reward of hundreds of thousands, or even 1,000,000 taels of silver from this battle alone. He planned to use this fortune to buy medicinal ingredients that benefit qi and replenish blood, and together with his alchemy skills, Su Changkong believed he could rapidly complete 1 or even 2 cycles of blood refining. These divine arm crossbows, aren't they only found in the Ink Forest Army? How come these sea pirates have them? And 8 units at that. At the same time, Su Changkong hadn't forgotten those 8 divine arm crossbows. He wondered how they came into possession of them. Su Changkong carefully examined a divine arm crossbow, noticing the mark of dark green leaves on it, which indicated that these divine arm crossbows indeed came from the Ink Forest Army. Could it be that the official yamen of Ink Forest Prefecture City also wants to deal with the giant whale gang? Hence they funded these 8 divine arm crossbows? Su Changkong was no fool and quickly thought of this possibility. The giant whale gang was powerful and controlled the shipping lanes of the Blue Rain Sea. The official yamen of Ink Forest Prefecture City probably wanted to counter the giant whale gang, but didn't want to act openly. So they lent the 8 divine arm crossbows to Li Hun. But what they hadn't anticipated was that even in such a deadly situation, Su Changkong could break through with his strength, and the 8 divine arm crossbows ended up in the hands of the giant whale gang. Once back, I should study these divine arm crossbows. They might be able to enhance my forging skills. Su Changkong didn't dwell on it much longer. The manufacturing technique of the divine arm crossbows was sophisticated, but for him, who had reached the 7th realm in forging, studying them would allow him to fully comprehend and even craft divine arm crossbows on his own. The martial artists of the giant whale gang were cleaning up the battlefield, and it was not until 2 days later that the giant whale gang triumphantly returned from their voyage. The giant whale gang engaged in battle with almost all of the well-known sea pirate groups allied in the Blue Rain Sea and returned victoriously. Well done. The damn sea pirates that the officials don't care about. The giant whale gang is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. And when the news of this battle spread, it undoubtedly shook Ink Forest Prefecture City. Gang leader Sikong Yong personally led the elite troops in a battle, achieving a great victory against the sea pirates of the Blue Rain Sea. Most people were delighted by the news. The sea pirates had been rampant in the Blue Rain Sea, and the officials paid no heed. Although the giant whale gang collected protection money, they certainly fulfilled their responsibility, ensuring the safety of the passing merchant ships. This victory greatly enhanced the influence of the giant whale gang. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since the Battle of the Blue Rain Sea, and everything had gradually calmed down. Little friend Su, in this Battle of the Blue Rain Sea, we captured a fully intact battleship and several lesser sea pirate ships, along with the savings of the Ghost Pirate group. The estimated value of the spoils is over 1.6 million taels of silver. According to our earlier agreement, you should receive 1 million taels of silver. Su Changkong reported the harvest to Su Changkong inside a room of the giant whale gang. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's eyes lit up as well. In the previous agreement with Su Changkong, Su Changkong had again portrayed Su Changkong to rescue Su Changkong from Ghost Island and participate in the Great Battle, with the reward being 60% of the spoils won from the war. Now that the count was complete, Su Changkong had informed Su Changkong of his earnings. Su Changkong didn't suspect that Su Changkong had intentionally underreported. In fact, he might have reported more than necessary, understanding that a person like Su Changkong needed to be drawn in. With the bounty on Tai Jinggang, Li Hun, and others, my total gain should be around 1.3 million taels of silver. Su Changkong thought to himself, quite satisfied. 1.3 million taels of silver. This was undoubtedly a huge sum. The materials for forging the Chi blood pill cost 3,000 taels per set. With these more than 1 million taels of silver, one could purchase 400 sets of materials for the Chi blood pill. Once they were all turned into Chi blood pills, with Su Changkong's alchemy skills, obtaining several hundred to nearly 1,000 pills would be the norm. I wonder if these resources will be enough for me to directly advance to the Chi blood 7 transformation. To reach the realm of the Chi blood long dragon may be challenging, but reaching the Chi blood 6 transformation should pose no problem. Su Changkong was secretly excited in his heart. Not long after, a disciple from the Su Changkong family found Su Changkong. It seemed that he had something to discuss. He glanced at Su Changkong and hesitated. Su Changkong's face darkened. Master Su is not an outsider. Speak your mind if you have something to say. Upon hearing this, the disciple respectfully said, "Someone has arrived outside. It's a person from the government of Ink Forest Prefecture City, claiming his surname is Gong." Surname Gong? Someone from a Gong family? What are they doing sending someone over for? Su Changkong was surprised to hear this. Su Changkong was also slightly astonished. The Gong family of Ink Forest Prefecture City was famous. Just because the Gong family had been rooted in Ink Forest Prefecture City for many years, they had immense power, flourishing followers, and even the current magistrate of Ink Forest Prefecture, Gong Yulong, was from the Gong family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could cover the sky with one hand in Ink Forest Prefecture City. The reporting disciple from the Su Changkong family responded, "The other party claims they've come to deliver the reward money. Also, he wants to personally hand it over to the gang leader. I've arranged for him to wait in the reception hall." A few days ago, Su Changkong had the members of the giant whale gang send the heads of Tai Jinggang, Li Hun, and other 9th Grand Thieves to the Yamen of Ink Forest Prefecture City to claim the reward money. The total was 300,000 taels, and since this was a substantial amount, it required time for approval. Now that it was approved, Magistrate Gong Yulong had personally ordered his disciple to bring the money to the giant whale gang to hand it over to Su Changkong. "I understand. You may go now." Su Changkong nodded, dismissing the disciple. Inside the room, Su Changkong looked at Su Changkong. The other party wanted to personally deliver the reward money to Su Changkong. "Then I'll go meet him." Su Changkong naturally wouldn't let go of this reward and decided to once again impersonate Su Changkong and meet with this disciple from the Gong family. After disguising himself, Su Changkong took on the appearance of Su Changkong, and then, led by the disciples of the giant whale gang, he proceeded to the reception hall to meet with the person from the Gong family. In a grand hall used for receiving distinguished guests, Su Changkong stepped in and saw 2 people inside. One was a young man in white clothes with a sword strapped to his waist, quite heroic in bearing. He stood at the side, appearing very young, yet exuding a sharp aura, evidently possessing no small strength. The other person was sitting on a chair, sipping tea, a scholarly man in his 30s dressed in blue. The arrival of Su Changkong made the young man in white clothes tense up, his gaze intense, as he could sense the extraordinary aura emanating from Su Changkong. Meanwhile, the man in blue immediately stood up, greeting with a warm smile. I have long heard of the heroic reputation of gang leader Sikong, and today I am fortunate enough to meet you in person. My name is Gong Yuhu, and Gong Yulong is my elder brother. The man in blue introduced himself. His background was also quite remarkable, as the brother of the magistrate of Forest Prefecture City, Gong Yulong. No need for formalities. Please take your seat, Mr. Gong. Su Changkong also politely asked him to sit down. Once Gong Yuhu sat down, he said with admiration, "A few days ago, I heard that gang leader Sikong beheaded several grand thieves, bringing relief to the people, which was truly gratifying. My brother asked me to personally deliver this modest reward to you, gang leader Sikong. Here are 300,000 taels in silver notes. Please accept them." Gong Yuhu took out 3 silver notes from his bosom, each valued at 100,000 taels. "Then please convey my thanks to Magistrate Gong." Su Changkong naturally wouldn't decline. This was the official bounty for eliminating villains like Li Hun and the 9th Grand Thieves, and he accepted it all. However, Gong Yuhu seemed to have more on his mind, appearing hesitant to speak after sorting out the matter. Su Changkong calmly said, "Mr. Gong, if there is something else, feel free to speak." Gong Yuhu looked rather embarrassed as he said, "Indeed, there is something. Recently, our Forest Prefecture City was burglarized and several divine arm crossbows were stolen. I heard rumors that the Giant Whale Gang might have helped recover them. It would be great if gang leader Sikong could do me a favor." Next chapter scheduled for release on Chidian Chinese Network, 9th at 2200 hours. Indeed, they came for the divine arm crossbow. Su Changkong thought to himself, the divine arm crossbow was unique to the Forest Army, a formidable weapon. Yet those sea pirates possessed 8 of them, even using them against Su Changkong. Su Changkong knew that most likely the Forest Army, or rather the Gong family, had lent them to Li Hun. As for the purpose, it was naturally to boost the strength of those sea pirates, hoping that they could kill Sikong Yong, who had recently come out of seclusion. The Giant Whale Gang was very famous in Forest Prefecture City, and with the Gong family being the de facto rulers of the city, it was only normal for them to consider weakening the power of the Giant Whale Gang. What the Gong family hadn't expected was that, despite the advantage, the Sea Pirate Alliance led by Li Hun would be defeated so miserably. Li Hun was killed on the spot, with his head delivered to the Yamen to claim the bounty. The Gong family knew that the 8 divine arm crossbows must have fallen into the hands of the Giant Whale Gang, and those crossbows needed to be retrieved. Otherwise, it would be a handle against them. Divine arm crossbows, exclusive to the Forest Army, appearing with the Sea Pirates? How would that look if word spread? So the Gong family found themselves in an awkward position, but had no choice to send Gong Yuhu to request the return of the divine arm crossbows. Gong Yuhu first presented a bounty of 3 million taels of silver as a reward. The reason for paying such a significant sum so readily was to curry favor with Sikong Yong before broaching the matter of retrieving the divine arm crossbows. With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Su Changkong said, "And to think someone could steal 8 divine arm crossbows from the Forest Army's arsenal without a sound, that's truly a feat." What Gong Yuhu claimed about the arsenal being burgled of 8 divine arm crossbows was something even a child wouldn't believe. The divine arm crossbows were enormous, each the size of a small carriage, difficult to transport silently, and with the Forest Army's arsenal heavily guarded, how could the sea pirates possibly steal 8 divine arm crossbows without making a sound? Gong Yuhu was both embarrassed and helpless. The Forest Army has been somewhat negligent recently. When I return, I will certainly give them proper instructions. At this point, Gong Yuhu bowed sincerely. May I trouble gang leader Sikong to do us a favor? My elder brother and the entire Gong family would be immensely grateful. In his heart, Gong Yuhu cursed those pirates as being useless. With such a large force and so many experts uniting against Sikong Yong, they ended up being defeated so soundly that it dragged the Gong family into the mess, forcing them to come begging to the giant whale gang to return the divine arm crossbows. In reality, Gong Yuhu had no prior knowledge of any dealings between members of the Gong family and the sea pirates. After all, with the vast scale of the Gong family's operations, it was normal for some to have different ideas and to pursue their own interests. Returning the divine arm crossbows to you is not impossible, Su Changkong said. But before Gong Yuhu could express his joy and thanks, Su Changkong shifted his tone. These 8 divine arm crossbows posed a great threat to me at the time, nearly damaging my skin. 100,000 taels of silver. 100,000 taels? The young man in white at Gong Yuhu's side raised an eyebrow. The Gong family had already lowered themselves to make a request, and this Sikong Yong dared to set conditions? 100,000 taels? Well then, but after a brief consideration, Gong Yuhu decided to agree. 100,000 taels was a significant amount, but to get the 8 divine arm crossbows back, it would still be worthwhile. But Su Changkong interrupted. I said 100,000 taels for a single divine arm crossbow. Upon these words, both the young man in white and Gong Yuhu's expressions changed. 100,000 taels for a single divine arm crossbow? This was nothing short of extortion. The young man in white angrily said, Sikong Yong, aren't you being too excessive with such outrageous demands? These divine arm crossbows are rightfully ours. Facing the young man's indignation, Su Changkong didn't even give him a glance, staring at Gong Yuhu, and spoke indifferently. 100,000 taels for a single divine arm crossbow. I'll give you a discount. 8 divine arm crossbows for a total of 1,000,000 taels, and not a tael less. Joking aside, how could Su Changkong ever easily return these divine arm crossbows? It was highly probable that the Gong family had colluded with the sea pirates, lending them the divine arm crossbows to deal with Sikong Yong. If not for Su Changkong's strong, turtle-breathing chi armor, those divine arm crossbows could have been a significant threat. The Gong family lending weapons to the sea pirates, who then used them against Su Changkong, but failed, and then had the nerve to ask for those weapons back? There was no such cheap deal. Su Changkong made an outrageous demand for 1,000,000 taels of silver. If the Gong family were willing to pay, then he might reluctantly return the divine arm crossbows. Gong Yuhu's forehead throbbed with bulging veins. 1,000,000 taels of silver? The Gong family was wealthy and could afford to pay, but that was undeniably a vast sum of money to buy back 8 divine arm crossbows. No matter how rich the Gong family was or how substantial their foundation, they could not play the fool and be blackmailed. Unable to hold back, Gong Yuhu pleaded, Gang leader Sikong, please do me the honor and don't make this difficult for me. My elder brother, our Gong family, will also remember Gang leader Sikong's kindness. Playing his last card, Gong Yuhu mentioned the Gong family and Magistrate Gong Yulong. As the undisputed power brokers of Ink Forest Prefecture City, they practically covered the sky with one hand and hoped to intimidate Su Changkong into returning the divine arm crossbows. Su Changkong chuckled. I've always been one to return the favor only when shown respect. Your Gong family aided the sea pirates to oppose us, and now, after everything, you still have the audacity to come and demand back the weapons used to target me? Could it be? Are the sea pirates nurtured by your Gong family? Is your Gong family the sea pirates? How dare you? The moment these words were uttered, Gong Yuhu's complexion changed, and the anger of the white-robed young man surged. His palm pressed against the hilt of the sword at his waist. However, before the white-robed young man could draw his sword, Su Changkong, who was seated in the chair, moved without warning. His speed was so fast it surpassed the limits of what the naked eye could capture. With a downward press of his palm, he struck the right hand of the white-robed young man, which was grasping the sword hilt. Crack, crack, crack! In the midst of the dull, exploding noise, the white-robed young man felt as if his right hand had been smashed by a hammer weighing thousands of pounds, emitting a piercing scream. His right hand's bones shattered into pieces, with fragments piercing through the flesh and protruding out. My hand, my hand! The white-robed young man let out a piercing scream, in such pain that tears and snot flowed down his face. This white-robed young man was not weak in the martial arts realm, having completed blood refining more than once. He ought to be a genius martial artist cultivated by the Gong family, but thinking of drawing his sword in front of Su Changkong was simply asking for trouble. A small punishment for a big lesson. Let it not happen again. Cry out again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Changkong sat in the chair, as if he hadn't moved at all. His voice was cold and filled with a sense of murderous intent, which made the white-robed young man forcibly stop his howling. However, the pain was so intense that his body convulsed. He staggered backward, and he looked at Su Changkong with eyes filled with fear. Only then did he remember that this Sikong Yong was the frightening person who could single-handedly defeat over 20 Chi Blood Realm's sea pirates with ease. Gong Yuhu felt a chill in his heart. This Sikong Yong was audacious to the extreme. They were from the Gong family, and yet the other party struck without a moment's hesitation, not giving any quarter. Gong Yuhu gritted his teeth and said, "Gang leader Sikong, the giant whale gang has great power, but do you truly wish to make an enemy of our Gong family?" Su Changkong replied coldly, "It is your Gong family that has grown too accustomed to looking down on others. If you really wish to fight, then I am more than willing to keep you company until the end. In my life, there is nothing I enjoy more than facing challenges." Su Changkong cared not whether he would offend the Gong family. Previously, there had been no ill will between the giant whale gang and the Gong family. However, the Gong family's clandestine support for the sea pirates against the giant whale gang had already made it clear that the Gong family regarded them as enemies. What's more, this was not merely a matter of enmity between the giant whale gang and the Gong family, but between him and the Gong family. The same terms as before, 1,000,000 taels of silver, and bring back the 8 divine armed crossbows. Su Changkong smiled. The Gong family had already treated the giant whale gang as an enemy. Showing a firm attitude might make the Gong family understand that the giant whale gang was not one to be trifled with and was always ready for war. I shall relay gang leader Sikong's message to my elder brother. Let's go. Gong Yuhu took a deep breath, his expression very gloomy as he stood up and cupped his fist in the other hand. You're not dismissed. But if you wait too long, the price for the divine armed crossbows might not be the same when the Gong family decides to buy them back. Su Changkong spoke indifferently. Gong Yuhu and the white-robed young man both quickened their steps, leaving the parlor and heading out of the giant whale gang's territory. Outside the giant whale gang's premises, the white-robed young man clenched his teeth with resentment and said, "Uncle Yuhu, are we really going to let Sikong Yong be so insolent? Our Gong family has never been provoked like this." Gong Yuhu responded calmly, "Enough, this giant whale gang is not so easy to provoke, being a group that dares to fight and kill. They are currently very influential, and our Gong family has more important matters at hand. It's not wise to fall out with the giant whale gang just yet." The Gong family indeed had great influence, their power overwhelming in Ink Forest Prefecture City. However, the giant whale gang was also one of the top gangs in Ink Forest Prefecture City, not to be taken lightly. And given the Gong family's way of pursuing their interests, they wouldn't hastily enter into a war with such a powerful gang. Of course, if the other party deliberately challenged the Gong family's authority, they would not shy away from the challenge. The white-robed young man, not satisfied, muttered to himself with a cold huff, "The giant whale gang? They will weaken sooner or later, whereas our Gong family, well established in the prefecture city, will forever prosper." The two gradually faded into the distance. Having dealt with Gong Yuhu, Su Changkong did not know whether the Gong family would obediently spend the money to buy back the divine armed crossbows, but he felt quite relieved and refreshed. Next, I must transform the money obtained into strength. Su Changkong calmed his emotions, not forgetting his main task. No matter how much money he had, it was all external to Su Changkong, who knew that real strength was the foundation. Su Changkong asked Sikong when to help purchase the materials for the chi blood pills, and he began to practice alchemy. That's the advantage of mastering alchemy, taking matters into his own hands without worrying about being cheated by others. Although Su Changkong was still an alchemist in the giant whale gang, Sikong knew Su Changkong would not stay with the gang for long and was already training their own alchemists. Su Changkong then quietly began his alchemy alone. When he first arrived in Ink Forest Prefecture City, Su Changkong had been worried about obtaining even a single batch of materials for the chi blood pill. Now he was financially robust. All kinds of materials were processed and tossed into the alchemy furnace by Su Changkong, whose alchemy had reached the 6th realm, ranking him among the top alchemists in the entire Ink Forest Prefecture City. In one day, Su Changkong could refine up to 5 furnaces of pills. On the first day, Su Changkong's luck wasn't very good. Out of 5 furnaces of chi blood pills, only 3 pills were successfully made. Over 10,000 taels of silver were consumed, but Su Changkong was not discouraged. As he grew more skilled, the yield rate of chi blood pills would increase, and with his current wealth, he could easily afford it. Eat them first. Su Changkong opened his mouth directly and swallowed one of the refined chi blood pills. Before advancing to the chi blood realm, Su Changkong needed 5 days to assimilate a powerful chi blood pill. But now, having reached the chi blood 4 transformation and with his whale technique at the 5th realm, Su Changkong had a capacity for food and a speed of pill assimilation that far exceeded those of his peers. Su Changkong tried it out, and he was able to refine 3 to 4 chi blood pills a day. That's 100 pills in a month. This is really like spending money like water. Even Su Changkong couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary martial artists, even those from prestigious and powerful families, couldn't afford to consume such a massive amount of chi blood pills like Su Changkong. Instead, they would take lower-grade pill medicines or practice certain blood-nourishing techniques to gradually strengthen their chi and blood in a less costly manner, taking years to complete one cycle of blood refining. If they encountered a barrier or bottleneck, it wouldn't be unusual to be stuck for a decade, or even several decades. Take Meng Sang or even Li Han, the 9th Grand Thief, for example, both high in status and rich in assets. Yet they remained stuck at the barrier between the Chi Blood 6 transformation and the Chi Blood 7 transformation, highlighting how difficult it was to break through. Of course, this is the gap between geniuses and ordinary martial artists. Many genius martial artists break through barriers once or twice successfully, achieving the most significant progress with the least resources. Su Changkong led a rather peaceful and fulfilling life. Every day, he started the pill furnace for alchemy, refining 4 to 5 batches of chi blood pills, enough to supply his own consumption. With Su Changkong's alchemy skills, he gradually became proficient in the method of refining chi blood pills, and his success rate also increased. Su Changkong refined 5 batches of chi blood pills every day, with an average success rate of about 10 pills, meaning about 2 pills per batch, which was rather high. With an ample supply of chi blood pills, he spent money like water every day, and this led to an incredibly rapid growth of Su Changkong's chi and blood. In just 2 months, Su Changkong underwent a chi blood metamorphosis and completed a blood refining, reaching the level of chi blood 5 transformation. As for the cost, it was a full 200 chi blood pills, which translated into a total of 300,000 taels of silver spent on alchemy. This was still with Su Changkong succeeding in breaking through on his first attempt. If the chi blood metamorphosis had failed for others, it would result in damage to their chi and blood, leading to regression instead of progress. Su Changkong was thoroughly satisfied, refining chi blood pills and practicing martial arts every day, making progress almost daily. Nothing could be happier than this. Time flew by, and it had been nearly half a year since the Battle of the Blue Rain Sea, and thanks to the overwhelming victory over the Sea Pirate Alliance, the giant whale gang saw particularly smooth development during this half-year period. Another winter arrived, and Su Changkong had turned 19 years old. Puff puff. In the cold winter, within the quiet residence, Su Changkong was sitting cross-legged, practicing his breathing. He was like a giant whale. With each breath, a hurricane roared through the room, as if a storm was brewing at sea. Quite astonishing. His body surged with qi and blood incessantly, like billowing smoke swirling around the room. Crack, crack, crack. Within Su Changkong's body, qi and blood rushed furiously, causing his muscles and bones to tremble. This further enhanced his already powerful qi and blood, refining his entire body and rapidly increasing the strength of his physique. I've reached the Qi Blood 6 transformation. My giant whale skill has finally entered the 6th level. After a while, everything calmed down. Su Changkong opened his eyes and let out a breath, a smile appearing on his face. In nearly half a year, Su Changkong had spent a total of 750,000 taels of silver, which was due to the increased proficiency in his alchemy skills and the rising success rate of refining Qi blood pills. Otherwise, to advance to the Qi Blood 6 transformation, Su Changkong felt he would need to spend the equivalent of 900,000 to 1 million taels of silver on Qi blood pills. In 6 months, completing 2 Qi blood metamorphoses and succeeding in breaking through on the first attempt each time was undoubtedly a rate of progress that others could hardly imagine. Having reached the Qi Blood 6 transformation, Su Changkong's physique had grown significantly, and both his strength and speed were more than a notch better than when he was at the Qi Blood 4 transformation. The fundamental purpose of refining Qi and blood is to push the body beyond its limits and continue to grow and transform. Beyond that, Su Changkong had made the greatest progress in the whale technique and the wind thunder archery. Wind thunder archery, 7th level, profound mastery 3%. Thanks to Su Changkong's high potential value of 30 points, the wind thunder archery had crossed 2 levels in a short half-year, reaching the 7th level. The 7th level wind thunder archery had already surpassed Sikong Huang, who had taught him the technique. Arrows like the howl of the wind, arrows like the rumble of thunder, the union of wind and thunder, wind-thunder linked beads. Su Changkong could now perform wind-thunder linked beads, shooting arrows one after the other, each one precisely piercing the target without losing any power. To put it simply, he had progressed from single shot to rapid fire. The power of each arrow in the 7th level wind thunder archery, combined with Su Changkong's robust true qi, was even more powerful than that of the divine arm crossbow, and it could rapid fire. It was terrifying. As long as he maintained a distance, Su Changkong could easily shoot down experts at the level of Tai Jinggang merely with his archery. Additionally, there was significant progress in the giant whale skill. The giant whale skill progressed rapidly by consuming and refining various foods and top-grade pill medicines. Giant whale skill, 6th level, reached the pinnacle 2%. The giant whale skill had reached the 6th level. The strength of various cultivation techniques differs according to their characteristics. For instance, Su Changkong's turtle breath technique focuses on health maintenance and is not suited for combat. The reason the turtle breath function is so strong is solely because he had practiced the turtle breath technique to the unparalleled 9th level, not because the technique itself is powerful. This is an overwhelming advantage in terms of level. Compared to the turtle breath technique, the giant whale skill, although it also induces a metamorphosis of the physique, seems lackluster in comparison. However, in reality, the strength of the giant whale skill is superior to that of the turtle breath technique, at least in terms of combat power. At the same level, the giant whale skill can overpower the turtle breath technique. If Su Changkong's giant whale skill and turtle breath technique were both at Tier 6, then the Tier 6 giant whale skill would easily crush the combat power of even a Tier 7 turtle breath technique in battle. Indeed, martial arts differ in strength, and a peerless sword technique of the same realm will certainly defeat an ordinary swordsmanship of the same realm. If the giant whale skill reaches Tier 7, reflecting profound mastery, The increase in fighting strength would probably not be much less than that of a Tier 9 turtle breath technique, and if it reaches Tier 8, it might even surpass a Tier 9 turtle breath technique. Su Changkong thought to himself. Lower-tier martial arts are simple and easier to practice, but they have a lower ceiling compared to higher-tier martial arts. Mysterious and high-tier martial skills and techniques demand greater talent, are harder to begin with, and even more challenging to master deeply, but their ceiling is much higher. It's like comparing hounds to tigers. Although hounds are fierce, if both are adults, then the tiger can easily slaughter the hound. Similarly, an adult tiger consumes much more food than an adult hound. As the sex top skill of the giant whale gang, giant whale skill possesses immense potential, and if it could reach Tier 7 or 8, it wouldn't be weaker than a Tier 9 turtle breath technique, and might even be stronger. And if it reached the same Tier 9, that would be a one-sided crushing, like the difference between an adult tiger and a hunting dog. Su Changkong started practicing the giant whale skill relatively late, and had spent less time cultivating it, so his realm was far behind that of the turtle breath technique, but that did not mean it was inferior to the turtle breath technique. However, Su Changkong felt that even Su Changkong, with his giant whale skill, was probably only between Tier 7 and 8, and he was still in his prime when he died. What a pity the Gong family didn't come to redeem the divine arm crossbow. I still have 550,000 taels of silver, all of which, if made into Chi blood pills, would likely still not be enough for me to break through to the Chi blood 7 transformation. Su Changkong lamented to himself. Half a year ago, Gong Yuhu of the Gong family came to demand the divine arm crossbow, to which Su Changkong directly stated it would be returned for 1 million taels of silver. But after such a long time, no one from the Gong family came again, which seemed to indicate they weren't prepared to pay this hefty sum. Otherwise, with another 1 million taels of silver, purchasing all the medicinal materials that boost energy and replenish blood, and then concocting them into pills, would likely be enough for another blood refining. The Chi Blood 4 transformation is a 12-tier process, with a major checkpoint every 3 transformations, and the division between the Chi Blood 6 transformation and Chi Blood 7 transformation is marked by the boundary between Chi Blood Wolf Smoke and Chi Blood Long Dragon, which isn't easy to break through. Experts like Meng Sang and Tai Jinggang have been stuck at this realm for many years, and those who were at the level of Chi Blood Long Dragon were few and far between in the entire Ink Forest Prefecture city. Su Changkong had been in quiet cultivation for half a year, but the tranquility was shattered. Master Su, the second miss asks to see you. On this night, a disciple of the giant whale gang found Su Changkong and said with great respect, "The second sister wants to see me." Upon hearing this, Su Changkong was slightly surprised. Sikong Huang seeking him out most likely meant that there was a matter at hand. "MHM, I understand." Su Changkong nodded and agreed to the request. Su Changkong did not delay and headed to Sikong Huang's residence to see her, wanting to know what had happened. In a grand hall, Su Changkong saw Sikong Huang, but not only her, Sikong Zhan was also present, and both had serious expressions on their faces. "Big brother, second sister, at this late hour, has something urgent happened?" Su Changkong couldn't help but ask. Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang both nodded. Sikong Huang spoke with a serious tone. "It's possible. The Gong family might be preparing to take action against our giant whale gang." The Gong family is taking action against the giant whale gang? This surprised Su Changkong as well. Could it be because of the matter with the divine arm crossbow? But that seemed like a huge reaction for such a small issue. Although Su Changkong had not returned the divine arm crossbow to the Gong family at that time, the giant whale gang hadn't made a big deal out of it in these past days. Logically, the Gong family wouldn't tear their faces with the giant whale gang over this. After all, the giant whale gang had high morale and great prestige nowadays. If the Gong family wanted to make a move, they would have done so when the giant whale gang was unstable. The Gong family was managing Ink Forest Prefecture City, living a secure and prosperous life. There was no need for them to conflict with the giant whale gang and end up both getting hurt. Just now, one of our giant whale gang branches stationed near Maple Leaf Forest sent out a distress signal. Disciples nearby rushed over, but saw a large number of well-trained soldiers. all from the Ink Forest Army of Ink Forest Prefecture City. Therefore, they didn't dare to make any rash moves and immediately came back to report. Su Changkong relayed the situation. Maple Leaf Forest, about 100 miles from the Giant Whale Gang's headquarters, had one of the Giant Whale Gang's strongholds, a branch. The Ink Forest Army has mobilized? But what's the use of attacking just one Giant Whale Gang stronghold? Su Changkong was also astonished. The Ink Forest Army, that is the most elite force of the Ink Forest Prefecture City, composed of elite martial artists and well-trained at that. They are the most important force for defending the order and safety of Ink Forest Prefecture City and are not easily mobilized. But according to the Giant Whale Gang disciples' report, the Maple Leaf Forest branch sent out a distress signal, which would only happen in a highly urgent situation, and the Giant Whale Gang disciples who arrived later discovered a large number of Ink Forest Army soldiers. On the surface, it seemed like the Gong family had ordered the Ink Forest Army to attack the Giant Whale Gang's branch, but there was something suspicious about it. If the Gong family really wanted to take action against the Giant Whale Gang, they should have mobilized heavy troops to strike directly at the Giant Whale Gang's headquarters, catching them off guard, instead of just attacking a branch and alarming them. This situation is quite strange. It could also be that the Gong family is trying to intimidate the Giant Whale Gang. We decided to go have a look ourselves. If things turn serious, Father may need to negotiate with them, Su Changkong said. All right, I will come and have a look too. Su Changkong nodded in agreement. This situation could have been triggered by the divine arm crossbow and was somewhat related to Su Changkong. He decided to go to the site and see for himself what exactly was happening. Without hesitation, Su Changkong expertly altered his bone structure and disguised himself, taking on the appearance of Su Changkong. Once ready, Su Changkong and the three of them headed in the direction of Maple Leaf Forest. They did not make a big scene and needed to understand the specific situation first to respond accordingly. For ordinary people, 100 miles was a great distance, but for masters like Su Changkong, who had reached the Qi Blood 4 transformation and above, they could cover the distance in the time it took to burn an incense stick while traveling at full speed. It was nighttime now, with a bright moon hanging high. Maple Leaf Forest was silent, filled with flowers, grass, and trees, all becoming somewhat tranquil under the moonlight. When Su Changkong and the others arrived at Maple Leaf Forest, they deliberately concealed their aura and scoped out the surroundings of the forest. It is indeed the Ink Forest Army. Su Changkong stared solemnly at the distance. Su Changkong also saw them. Around Maple Leaf Forest, soldiers in dark iron armor were quietly setting up something. These soldiers were all tall and strong, wearing high-quality armor, armed with weapons at their waists, and carrying bows and arrows on their backs, fully armed. The divine arm crossbow has been deployed. Su Changkong was somewhat shocked as he saw soldiers clad in black armor pushing several huge crossbow carts outside of Maple Leaf Forest, which were none other than the divine arm crossbows. It doesn't seem like it's aimed at a mere haul of the Giant Whale Gang. Su Changkong thought to himself. From what Su Changkong could see, there were nearly 100 soldiers, and the entire Maple Leaf Forest was surrounded. The Ink Forest Army that had been mobilized consisted of no less than 1,000 men, and even the divine arm crossbows used for defending the city had been brought out. Such a grand display of force could not possibly be just to deal with a haul of the Giant Whale Gang, just as one would not use an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. What are they doing? They look as if they are facing a formidable enemy. Su Changkong was astonished. She could see clearly. Every black-armored soldier was stern, silent, but they kept a watchful eye on the movements in the Maple Leaf Forest, as if there were fierce beasts like a flood awaiting within. Since the two of you have come, why not show yourselves? At that moment, under a distant tree, a deep voice rang out. The voice was not loud, yet it carried far and clear. The person had discovered Su Changkong and the others hidden away. The speaker was a man, burly and to the extreme of masculinity, different from the other black-armored soldiers. He wore a set of black and gold battle armor, towering like a heavenly god, his whole body exuding an overbearing aura that left others breathless. Just the armor he wore was a treasure that could not be found a second time in Ink Forest Prefecture City. We didn't make a sound, yet we were discovered by that man. Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang couldn't help but change their expression slightly. Who is that? Hearing the voice of the burly man, the rest of the Ink Forest Army soldiers also became vigilant and turned their eyes toward where Su Changkong and the others were hidden. Let's go take a look outside. Su Changkong spoke in a deep voice. The other party probably wasn't here for the giant whale gang haul. Instead of guessing here, it was better to go out and ask in person. Su Changkong and the two others flashed out of their hiding place, heading toward the direction of the burly man not far away. HM? 3 people. The burly man was somewhat surprised because, in his perception, there were only 2 people's presence, but 3 had emerged. The man in the middle, with a rough appearance wearing a black robe with an authoritative air, was clearly visible to the eye, yet his aura was so hidden, like a piece of deadwood, it was difficult to perceive his existence through sensation. Sikong Yong, the burly man, understood in his heart. As the only martial artist in Ink Forest Prefecture City who could escape his notice would be a few figures. If someone were to appear here at this time, it would unsurprisingly be the recently famous gang leader Sikong Yong of the Giant Whale Gang. The burly man waved his hand to stop the surrounding black-armored soldiers, who were approaching with caution, and he said with a smile, "Gang leader Sikong, you have the leisure to stroll around here, so late at night?" Su Changkong did not respond. Instead, Sikong Zhan spoke. "This place holds a stronghold of our Giant Whale Gang, and a distress signal was sent out. Naturally, we had to come and see. May I ask your name?" "I am Gong Ba." The awe-inspiring, naturally domineering burly man gave his name. Gong Ba, the great Commander Gong Ba of the Ink Forest Army. This name caused Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan both to be taken aback. Su Changkong as well a bit surprised. Gong Ba, this name rings out in Ink Forest Prefecture City like thunder. His reputation was only slightly less than that of Sikong Yong. Originating from the Gong family, Gong Ba's martial arts talent was extraordinary from a young age. With the colossal backing of the Gong family behind him, his proficiency in martial arts progressed rapidly and invincibly. Having never experienced defeat since setting foot onto the path of martial arts, he took on the role of the great commander over tens of thousands of the Ink Forest Army, acting as the guardian deity of Ink Forest Prefecture City. The Gong family, with Gong Yulong as the magistrate of Ink Forest Prefecture City and Gong Ba as the great commander of the Ink Forest Army, one civil and one military, they established the unshakable status of the Gong family. So, he is gang leader Sikong Yong from the Giant Whale Gang? Indeed, he carries the presence that swallows mountains and rivers, with a dignified appearance. What of it? Can he be compared to our great commander? As the rest of the Ink Forest Army soldiers came to know that the person before them was the renowned gang leader of the Giant Whale Gang, they too were somewhat surprised, and some compared Sikong Yong and Gong Ba in their minds. One was the long-established gang leader of the Giant Whale Gang, the other the guardian deity of Ink Forest Prefecture City. Both were top-tier strongmen, legendary figures, and naturally, people couldn't help but compare who was stronger or weaker. So it's Commander Gong. At such a late hour, and with such a grand display of force, might I ask what matter brings you here? Su Changkong nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back, appearing calm and composed. Gong Ba, however, showed a strange expression on his face. Instead of answering directly, he smiled. "If gang leader Sikong is curious, then please stay for a moment. All will be revealed in time." "What kind of trick is this?" Sikong Huang frowned with concern, but she too wanted to understand Gong Ba's purpose. She turned to look at Su Changkong, who nodded slightly, deciding to stay and see. The Gong family had mobilized the Ink Forest Army, and even Gong Ba had personally taken charge. It must be an important matter. As Su Changkong and the others waited, over 1,000 soldiers from the Ink Forest Army had completely encircled the maple leaf forest, and several divine armed crossbows had been readied. Silence, an extraordinary silence. Under the moonlight, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. All were waiting. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Su Changkong's brow gradually furrowed. A gust of wind blew, rustling the leaves. And not only that, in the wind there was a faint smell of decay and blood. This way, be careful. And at this moment, under a large tree, a soldier clad in black armor seemed to have seen something. He let out a roar, alerting the others to be careful. Gah! A piercing, ear-drumming shriek emanated from the depths of maple leaf forest, followed by a towering shadow that sprung forth like lightning, pouncing towards the black-armored soldier. The black-armored soldier reacted quickly, immediately raising the metal shield in his hands and holding it with both hands in front of himself for protection. Thump! Struck by the towering shadow, the black-armored soldier, with his hefty metal shield completely dented, was thrown 3 to 5 zhang away like a kite with a broken string, blood spewing from his mouth and his hand bones fractured. What is this? Su Changkong, seeing the tall, dark shadow that had dashed out in the distance, couldn't help but have his expression change slightly. The tall shadow, nearly 2 meters in height, was clad in tattered blue clothing, stained with blood, not his own, but that of others. This towering shadow appeared almost human-like, resembling a man in his 40s, but in the darkness his eyes emitted a blood-red light. Furthermore, the bare skin revealed snake-like black scales, creating an eerie and abnormal sight. A demon monster? Su Changkong's eyes sharpened. Demon monsters, creatures that common folk might never encounter in their lifetimes, belonged only in legends. When Su Changkong arrived in Ink Forest Prefecture City, he had encountered a creature suspected to be a demon monster. Half a year ago, outside the outpost of the giant whale gang, he had faced another, whom Su Changkong had shot and killed on the spot. He found that the demon monster possessed extraordinarily strong life force and an unusual physique, but made no other discoveries. And now, another creature suspected to be a demon monster had appeared in Maple Leaf Forest. So that's it. Gong Ba appeared outside Maple Leaf Forest to hunt this demon monster. The disciples of the giant whale gang previously stationed here were not attacked by the Gong family, but by this demon monster, which led them to send out a distress signal. Su Changkong came to a realization. With traces of demon monsters in Ink Forest Prefecture City, Su Changkong knew, and the Gong family, being the local wealthy family, naturally knew even before Su Changkong, and they were also hunting these demon monsters, just without making a big fuss about it. These damned creatures appeared out of nowhere about 10 years ago, every one of them like wild beasts, devoid of reason, knowing only slaughter. They haven't given our prefecture city any little trouble. Moreover, in the past 2 years, the overall strength of these demon monsters seems to be increasing. Gong Ba's voice echoed in Su Changkong's ears. He watched the blue-clothed demon monster in the distance with an expression filled with revulsion. Demon monsters. Their numbers seem to be increasing lately. Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang frowned. As high-ranking members of the giant whale gang, they were also aware of the existence of demon monsters, and the martial artists of the gang had also killed demon monsters. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble and panic, they had not deliberately publicized it. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted. It was the sound of a divine arm crossbow being activated. A black-armored soldier had already triggered the divine arm crossbow. An arrow as thick as an arm shot out explosively, aiming directly at the blue-clothed demon monster in the distance. Thud! The arm-thick arrow struck the chest of the blue-clothed demon monster. The immense impact forced the towering figure of the demon monster to reel backwards. To everyone's astonishment, this arrow, capable of piercing iron armor from 800 steps away, did not create the expected bloody hole when it hit the demon monster's chest. Instead, only half a foot of the arrowhead penetrated. It was as if the body of the blue-clothed demon monster was even harder than steel. This blue-clothed demon monster is much stronger than the 2 others I encountered before. Su Changkong thought. The blue-clothed demon monster before him, capable of resisting an arrow from the divine arm crossbow without being pierced through, was clearly stronger than the previous 2 combined. Roar! The blue-clothed demon monster's eyes reddened, and it let out an enraged roar like a provoked beast. Boom, 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 boom. Before the blue-clothed demon monster could steady itself, divine arm crossbows around it fired. Thick arrows, capable of penetrating iron armor, flew in quick succession, accurately striking the demon monster's arms, chest, knees, and other parts. Even the steel-like resilience of the blue-clothed demon monster was bewildered by the flurry of attacks. The wounds on its body caused its movements to be uncontrollably sluggish. Kill him. The nearby black-armored soldiers took the opportunity to swarm in, brandishing their long swords in a frenzy of chops at the blue-clothed demon monster. The body of the blue-clothed demon monster was lacerated with deep cuts to the bone. Eventually, a black-armored soldier with great achievement in body refinement beheaded the monster. Trying to escape? At this instant, Gongba sneered coldly. His figure moved with lightning speed, advancing onward. Above in the tree canopy, another demon monster with scales and resembling a child was leaping agilely from branch to branch, attempting to flee. Gongba himself had intervened in the maple leaf forest, not because there was only one demon monster. The demon monster resembling a child was extremely nimble, leaping amongst the trees in such a way that ordinary martial artists couldn't even touch its clothing. But in the next instant, Gongba leaped into action. Wearing dark golden battle armor, he crossed through the air as if flying. A dark golden long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and he chopped downward from above, the bright sword light pouring down like a cascading waterfall. Hiss! Through the tearing sound, the large tree was deftly split in two, the cut ends smooth as mirrors. As for the childlike demon monster, it let out a shriek. Though it had a steel-like body, it was cleaved in two under Gongba's sword, tumbling down from the break and convulsing. So powerful! Gongba truly lives up to his reputation as a formidable opponent, even gaining fame earlier than my father. He's one of the few distinguished martial artists in Ink Forest Prefecture. Shock gripped Sikong Zhan's heart. Gongba's seemingly casual chop was startlingly brilliant. If he had to catch that same chop, he would need to exert his full strength. Gongba was equally famous from a young age, serving as the guardian deity of Ink Forest Prefecture City. His renown not inferior to Sikong Yong. Very strong. Gongba's strength far surpasses that of Tai Jinggang and Li Han. He's most likely a high-level master at the Qi Blood Long Dragon level. Su Changkong was also astonished. Gongba, too, was a rare martial arts prodigy with the backing of the entire Gong family. He had stepped into the level of Qi Blood 7 transformation many years ago. Roar! At that moment, Su Changkong's gaze shifted slightly as a heaven-shaking roar resounded, heralding a third demon monster. It was a majestic, bald demon monster. Its muscular, naked torso rippled with veins, and its mouth full of sharp, pointy teeth, while sparse scales covered its flesh. Whoosh! The divine arm crossbow was fired, launching a massive arrow that sped out faster than the sound it made. Boom! However, the bald demon monster slapped the arrow, as thick as a man's arm, with its broad palm, sending it tumbling and flying away. The soldier operating the divine arm crossbow was also startled. A demon that could swat away an arrow with a simple slap of its palm? 90% of martial artists in the Qi Blood realm couldn't do that. By now, Gongba had appeared before the bald demon monster. The monster cast a wary glance at Gongba and turned to flee in the opposite direction, towards where Su Changkong and the others were. Puff, puff, puff. Soldiers along the way raised their shields to intercept, only to be sent sprawling. Some soldiers attempted chopping cuts to the bald demon monster's body, but couldn't even tear its skin. This bald demon monster was the strongest in the area. Gongba intentionally drove it towards us. Sikong Huang frowned, realizing that Gongba did not strike the bald demon monster. His intent was simple. He wanted to see Sikong Yo in action. After all, the Gong family had a minor grudge with the giant whale gang recently, and Gongba likewise wanted to understand the capabilities of Si Yong, whose reputation was not below his own. Huang, lend me your bow for a moment, Su Changkong calmly said to Si Huang. Yes. Si Huang was taken aback, but promptly handed over her blue finish fine iron strongbow from her back to Su Changkong. Holding out the quiver, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement as she realized that Su Changkong was preparing to take action himself. Gong Ba wanted to witness his skills, and Su Changkong equally wished to demonstrate his strength. Only then could he make the Gong family reconsider some unnecessary thoughts. Su Changkong took an arrow from the quiver, bent the bow, and set the arrow in place. The tough bowstring was pulled into a full moon, the bow flexing, true chi poured in, and the entire great bow circulated with a pale blue glow. Su Changkong himself was a unification of spirit and chi, his clothes fluttering without wind, his black hair flying. Boom! A dull explosion sound erupted. With a roar of wind and thunder, the arrow flew faster than sound by several multiples, slicing through the air, leaving behind a circle of white airflow that long lingered, striking directly at the bald demon monster. The bald demon monster, with its keen perception, raised one thick arm in front of itself subconsciously to block, despite not hearing the incoming sound. Crack! The arrow struck the demon monster's arm, bursting with a deafening crackle. The demon monster let out a piercing scream as one limb separated from the elbow, splattering flesh and blood. How is that possible? Many soldiers in black armor who witnessed the scene widened their eyes. The bald demon monster had swatted away the arrow from the divine arm crossbow with a slap of its hand. But Si Yong managed to break the monster's arm with a single arrow, sending flesh and blood flying. Didn't that mean his arrow was even more terrifying than the divine arm crossbow? And that wasn't all. Boom, 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 boom. With the bow in his left hand, Su Changkong's palm rapidly slid over one arrow after another, releasing a continuous stream of arrows. Each arrow was accompanied by deafening sounds of wind and thunder, uniting wind and thunder, arrows flying in quick succession. Crack, 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 crack. In the blink of an eye, a series of explosive cracks followed one after the other, along with the horrible screams of the bald demon monster. Its right arm, left leg, and right leg were successively hit by the arrows, the tremendous power tearing and severing his legs from his body. The final arrow punctured the demon monster's skull, creating a fist-sized bloody hole. The mutilated corpse of the bald demon monster flew and crashed to the ground, its limbs hanging from the branches above. Is this even possible with human archery? The soldiers of the Ink Forest Army, who witnessed this exaggerated and violently aesthetic scene, were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. What kind of archery was this? It was more powerful than the enormous divine arm crossbow, even faster than the crossbow's bolt. The bald demon monster, surpassing 90% of Chi and Blood Realm martial artists, hadn't even had the strength to resist and was torn apart by 5 consecutive arrows, leaving its body maimed. This was simply beyond what flesh and blood could achieve with an arrow. Wind thunder-linked beads? It's wind thunder-linked beads. Si Huang's eyes were filled with irrepressible shock. She, who had personally taught Su Changkong the wind thunder archery and could tell that he had achieved the wind thunder-linked beads, a skill that even after over a decade of practice, she had not yet mastered. And Su Changkong, all things considered, had been practicing wind thunder archery for just over a year and had already completely surpassed her. What sort of terrifying, monstrous talent was this? My younger brother's talent. It's even more frightening than father's. Si Zhan secretly swallowed his saliva. Feeling a bit parched, Si Yong was already considered one of the rare martial arts prodigies in Ink Forest Prefecture City. But compared to Su Changkong, he paled in comparison. That Gong Ba, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but loudly exclaim, "Excellent archery!" Su Changkong's archery skills are hard to match by anyone in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Just by relying on the 7th Realm's wind thunder archery and the robust true chi of the turtle breath technique, Su Changkong alone is enough to become renowned in Ink Forest Prefecture City. It's a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Commander Gong's blade technique is also not bad, Su Changkong said modestly. Gong Ba let out a hearty laugh. Gang leader Sikong, I thank you for your assistance today. If you have the chance, come to Ink Forest Prefecture City and find me. We'll have a good drink together. Gong Ba was shaken inside. This Sikong Yong was even more capable than he had imagined. Such a person, if an enemy, must be utterly annihilated. If not an enemy, then one must fully strive to pull him to one side and befriend him. Gong Ba had also heard that there seemed to be some grudges between the Gong family and the giant whale gang recently. When he returned, he must make his family pay more attention to this matter and aim for peace if possible. Sure thing, said Su Changkong, preparing to say his goodbyes with some polite banter before planning to leave the place. Who's there? But at this moment, a challenging shout came from the soldiers of the Ink Forest Army in the distance of Maple Leaf Forest. Another demon monster? This shout also drew the attention of Su Changkong and Gong Ba. Looking up, they saw an old figure hunched over and short, swaying out from the depths of Maple Leaf Forest. This made the nearby armored soldiers immediately alert and questioning. A stranger appearing here was extremely suspicious and was very likely to be a demon monster. Oi, I ate my fill and took a nap. My head is so dizzy. However, the hunched figure uttered a hoarse and slightly confused voice. It's not a demon monster? Many soldiers were astonished to hear this voice. They knew that demon monsters were not highly intelligent, no different from wild beasts, and only capable of making simple sounds. But the words spoken by the hunched figure were coherent. And looking closely, this figure differed from previous demon monsters. They saw a hunched old man with white hair, his hair a mess and half his teeth missing, seemingly very ordinary. But no one was careless. The appearance of this white-haired old man was too abnormal. At this moment, a soldier was stunned. He saw the white-haired old man's footsteps treading over some plants, which withered into gray, crumbling to ash within a short time. Kill him. The pupils of the other soldiers shrunk, sensing something was wrong, and they let out angry roars, swinging their blades at the old man with white hair. Would you really strike down an old man with such brutality? A strange light flashed in the old man's eyes, and a skinny arm swung out. Swoosh! That skinny arm, as fast as lightning and sharper than a divine weapon, cut through a series of sounds of swords snapping and armor being torn. The three soldiers who had swung their blades towards the old man with white hair had their swords broken, and their heads, still with looks of surprise on their faces, were thrown high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Seeing his comrades dead, a soldier's eyes turned red with rage. An armored soldier operated a divine arm crossbow and pulled the trigger at the head of the white-haired old man. Thwack! A massive arrow, as thick as an arm, shot out, passing through the old man's head, but it was just an afterimage. The white-haired old man slightly shifted his head, and the arrow, faster than the speed of sound, grazed his cheek. Not just that, he reached out to catch the tail end of the arrow with pinpoint accuracy. The white-haired old man cracked a smile, swinging his skinny arm, and the arrow, like an illusion, was thrown back, speeding in the opposite direction faster than it came. Thwack! The soldier operating the divine arm crossbow didn't have time to dodge and was impaled through the chest by the massive arrow. The tremendous force flung him back several meters, pinning him against a large tree. I ate enough tonight, don't want to eat anymore, sighed the white-haired old man with a troubled expression, licking the blood that had spattered onto his palm. Step back. Don't go near him. Gong Ba roared, his face more serious than ever before, his gaze fixed on the swaying old man with white hair. The other soldiers also realized that the white-haired old man was a formidable opponent well beyond their imaginations. They each held their weapons tight, following Gong Ba's command, not daring to make a move. What is this creature? A demon monster? Why does it give me such a spine-chilling feeling? Su Changkong, too, focused intently on the hunched white-haired old man, his pupils filled with solemnity and astonishment. It was because Su Changkong's heart was beating uncontrollably fast, all the pores of his body unconsciously open wide, as if this hunched old man in front of him was some kind of ferocious beast, and his instincts alerted him to extreme danger, causing involuntary subtle fluctuations in his body. Halt! The hunched old man was already within 10 steps when Gongba couldn't help but shout a warning. The white-haired hunched old man actually stopped in his tracks, rubbing his eyes, appearing as if he had just woken up, and sized up Gongba. He couldn't help but admire. Your heart beats powerfully, with chi and blood within your body coiling like a dragon. You'd be within the top ranks of martial artists in Forest Prefecture City. I'd rather not engage in a fight with you, for now. The hunched old man assessed Gongba with a glance, his gaze drifting around, sweeping over the crowd. His dull yellow eyes filled with the emotion of a wild animal sizing up its food, as if what he saw was not a group of people, but a flock of delicious lambs. And when the gaze of the old man crossed Su Changkong, it fixed, and a look of surprise that he couldn't hide crossed his face. Hichem, you? Aren't you supposed to be dead? According to the update forecast of Chidian Chinese Network, the next chapter will be updated at 2200 hours on the 11th. At these words, Su Changkong was dumbfounded. Gongba was also astonished. Sikong Yong knows this old man? Although Su Changkong was shocked, he understood that he didn't know the old man at all, as this was their first meeting, but the other party's words suggested familiarity with Sikong Yong. Moreover, the man mentioned he was already dead and expressed shock about it. Could it be? The hunched old man opposite them looked surprised. With such injuries, a human's body would certainly not be able to withstand it. Death was inevitable. What? As the hunched old man spoke, not only Su Changkong, but also Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang both trembled, disbelief apparent in their eyes. The real gang leader of the giant whale gang, Sikong Yong, had died almost 10 years ago. About 10 years earlier, in his prime, Sikong Yong's reputation had reached its pinnacle. But one day, Sikong Yong suddenly left the giant whale gang, and when he returned, his injuries were so severe they were beyond the help of medicine. He died on the spot, without even having the chance to leave his last words. In order not to cause unrest, the Sikong family concealed Sikong Yong's death from the public, claiming that he was in seclusion. It wasn't until Su Changkong came along and impersonated Sikong Yong that he stabilized the chaos within the giant whale gang. The Sikong family also secretly investigated the murderer who killed Sikong Yong, but found nothing. One could imagine that the person capable of killing Sikong Yong must be a fearsome powerhouse. To everyone's utter surprise, tonight, the murderer revealed himself. Without a doubt, the hunched old man's shock at seeing Su Changkong and his question about why he wasn't dead meant he mistook Su Changkong for the supposed-to-be-dead Sikong Yong. Was it him? Was it he who killed our father? Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang's teeth gnashed audibly, hatred burning in their eyes, a mix of shock and rage. The formidable Sikong Yong they held in high esteem had met with a disaster and died in front of them. The siblings often woke up from nightmares, dreaming of their father's death. Su Changkong gestured with his eyes to Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang to keep calm. The hunched old man before them was most likely the murderer who had killed Sikong Yong. Moreover, an unfathomably deep character, suspected of being non-human, whose skills displayed in the short encounter were astonishing, let alone the powerful figures like Su Changkong and Gongba. Even they felt an intense, terrifying danger emanating from the old man, indicating that the hunched old man was undoubtedly a formidable enemy capable of threatening them. No, although you look the same, your chi and blood strength and aura are completely different from his. Could you be his twin brother? I was right, those injuries were fatal to anyone. Quickly, the hunched old man shook his head, his mouth curved in an assured arc. Once, the hunched old man had fought against Sikong Yong. Sikong Yong was very strong and ranked among the top few in Forest Prefecture City, and had even managed to escape from him, leaving a deep impression on the hunched old man. However, Sikong Yong had been severely injured back then and could not possibly have survived. The hunched old man was extremely peculiar, able to perceive the strength of someone's qi and blood. He observed carefully and judged that Su Changkong was not Yong, but probably a twin brother with a similar appearance. Su Changkong didn't respond, and apart from the Kong siblings, the others naturally didn't understand, feeling confused. Well, I'm quite full now, so I'll be leaving. When I need you again, I'll come and find you. I've already memorized your scent. The hunched old man shook his head, not dwelling on the relationship between the person before him and Yong. After all, they were food for his metamorphosis. Having said that, the hunched old man intended to leave, but Gongba bellowed. Who exactly are you? Are those demon monsters under your command? Since many years ago, creatures resembling demon monsters began to appear around Forest Prefecture City, causing chaos. Now that this hunched old man, seemingly non-human, had shown up, he clearly had a connection to those demon monsters, and Gongba was unwilling to let him go so easily. At these words, the old man, named Feng Mo, let out a sinister chuckle. Me? My name is Feng Mo, and as for those demon monsters you mentioned, they are not any real demon monsters, but merely lowly monster servants that serve me. Once they were no different from you. Contemptible insects food. The demon monsters just now weren't real demon monsters. They were only monster servants. Those monster servants were originally humans. The words of the hunched old man, Feng Mo, sent an uncontrollable shiver down everyone's spine. The demon monsters that seemed so powerful in the eyes of ordinary people were not true demon monsters, but mere monster servants. And these monster servants were originally humans, seemingly transformed into monster servants by this self-proclaimed Feng Mo and driven by him. Gongba's eyes sparkled with a chilling light. In the manner Feng Mo spoke, he did not consider them at all, exhibiting the attitude of a lofty ruler facing a group of beings inferior to himself. And from Feng Mo's words, it was evident that the recent years of chaos in Forest Prefecture City were his doing. Kill him. Gongba's eyes solidified with murderous intent, and he had no intention of letting Feng Mo leave. The man had said he didn't want to fight tonight because he was already full and even claimed he remembered their scent and would come back for them later. With that in mind, the most rightful decision was to kill Feng Mo right there and then. Without any warning, Gongba suddenly made his move. With a sound of tearing through the air, the black gold combat blade in Gongba's hand ripped through the atmosphere, its edge condensing blade chi, capable of effortlessly chopping through metal, aiming an astonishing slash at the neck of the hunched old man Feng Mo. Feng Mo seemed not to have reacted at all. The decapitating blow landed on his neck, but the situation where Feng Mo would be beheaded with a single cut did not occur. What? Gongba's eyes bulged. His blade struck like it had hit a great mountain or river, managing only to scratch a tiny cut on Feng Mo's neck, not even an inch deep, as if Feng Mo was not made of flesh and blood at all. I really ate too much. I really don't want to waste such delicious food. Food is best when it's fresh. Feng Mo's dull eyes roved as he stared at Gongba in front of him. He let out a long sigh, his pupils sharpening into a beastly vertical slit. A dangerously ominous aura spread from him. Swoosh! Feng Mo's right arm suddenly moved fast, faster than one could imagine. His arm inexplicably extended by over half a meter, his slender fingers like daggers, reaching for Gongba's heart. Swoosh! Gongba was no weakling himself. He quickly dodged with agile movements, like a leaf drifting with the wind, effortlessly, but even so, there was a grating sound of friction in front of Gongba's chest, along with sparks flying out. Gongba retreated a full 10 meters, his face turning extremely ugly. The dark golden battle armor he wore now bore deep claw marks across the chest. Feng Mo's fingernails were truly sharper than any divine weapon, able to tear through Gongba's armor. One could imagine what they would do to flesh and blood. It would undoubtedly be ripped apart on the spot. His wound is gone. Even more shocking was that the cut on Feng Mo's neck healed before a drop of blood could spill, with dark red smoke rising from the wound, and then it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He's not human. He's a real demon monster. Are the legends true that real demon monsters have immortal bodies, impossible to kill? Is that actually true? Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Ink Forest Army felt their scalps tingle. This Feng Mo truly had skin as tough as copper and bones as hard as iron. Even a powerful blow from Gong Ba could only leave a shallow wound on his neck. Not only that, but this wound also healed in the blink of an eye, a level unreachable by any martial artist. The previous demon monsters, to be precise, were monster servants. Although they also had tough skin and strong life force, they could still be killed. But the Feng Mo before them was a completely different existence. Then let's have some post-dinner exercise to aid digestion. Feng Mo's long tongue licked his lips, and a ferocious curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with a sinister expression, and dense black scales began to grow on his skin. Crack, crack, crack. His bones rattled and clicked. Feng Mo's hunched body straightened up in an instant. Previously, he had the appearance of a hunchbacked old man, but in the blink of an eye, he was now covered in dark black scales, and although somewhat gaunt and slender, he bore no resemblance to a human being, and the aura emanating from him was even more filled with malice and corruption. Within several meters around him, plants wilted and decayed at a visible rate. What in the world is this monster? Witnessing this transformation, the soldiers at the scene couldn't help trembling uncontrollably, chattering their teeth in fear. This was something they found hard to accept. The soldiers of Ink Forest Prefecture City were elite warriors, carefully selected to maintain the order of Ink Forest Prefecture City, each one with rich combat experience and well-trained, accustomed to life and death. But faced with this Feng Mo, they felt an innate fear, much like a mouse facing a cat, an instinct that could not be resisted by bravery alone. Their bodies shuddered and quivered with fear. Gongba also felt his heart pounding faster, his hairs standing on end. However, his face gradually showed a trace of excitement and bloodlust. Good. Very good. In my life, Gongba has killed countless people, but this is my first time encountering a real demon monster. If that's the case, then let him be the first demon monster to fall under my blade. Gongba, driven by an innate fear of the utterly inhuman Feng Mo covered in dense scales, also became exhilarated. Since he had become famous and the top warrior of Ink Forest Prefecture City, Gongba had seldom taken action, nor had he encountered an adversary that made his blood boil. Now, facing Feng Mo, he rediscovered that feeling after a long time. A martial artist seeks to challenge formidable enemies to advance triumphantly on the path of martial arts. Roar! Gongba let out a roar that could shake the forests, his heart beating violently, pushing his blood to flow rapidly through his body. Rich qi and blood surged and dispersed, rising up into a red dragon that coiled above Gongba's head, emitting a terrifying pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Qi Blood Long Dragon. Gongba had reached the level of Qi Blood Long Dragon, the third tier of the Qi Blood realm years ago. Facing the unfathomable Feng Mo now, he unleashed his full power to see what a so-called demon monster was truly like. Kill! With Qi and blood bursting forth, a visible red dragon encircled Gongba. He bellowed, stepping forward, his black gold combat blade sweeping forward with the force to cleave rivers and waterfalls, striking towards Feng Mo with awe-inspiring momentum. Aha! Interesting. Feng Mo chuckled with glee rather than shock. His slender hands, covered in dark black scales, swung towards the incoming blade. Clang! In the crisp sound of metal clashing against metal, the blade Qi that passed right through tore the trees behind Feng Mo in half at the waist, whipping up sharp waves of air that sliced the ground into deep cracks. And Feng Mo, who had forcefully blocked Gong Ba's black gold combat blade with his palm, only had a scratch left on the scales that covered his palm. Gong Ba's demon-like body was far stronger than any practitioner of external strength methods, like Tai Jing Gang, by several levels. 100 battle sword technique. Invincible in 100 battles. Gong Ba roared, his body clad in dark golden armor with a blood-red chi-blood-long dragon coiling around him, making him look like a war god. The black gold combat blade in his hand was majestic and brimming with a murderous aura. Its cold light was so bright that it turned the woodland around them as clear as daylight, displaying the might of one of the top experts of Ink Forest Prefecture City. Clang, clang, clang. Gong Ba's blade strikes were incredibly fast, yet Feng Mo's claw strikes were as swift as a specter, his scaled claws weaving a net as they continuously clashed with the black-gold combat blade, creating a continuous series of metallic collisions. Dazzling sparks and flashing cold beams overflowed in all directions. The speed at which they exchanged blows and the afterimages they created were too fast for the average human eye to catch. Commander Gong, you must win. The numerous soldiers of the Ink Forest Army, incapable of assisting in such a high-level battle, were all staring intently at the swiftly dueling pair, hoping that their guardian deity of Ink Forest Prefecture City could slay this terrible monster. The battle between the two seemed to be at a deadlock for the moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air. It was Su Changkong, and he was not just standing by idly. Feng Mo must be slain. Su Changkong's expression was grave. Feng Mo seemed dangerous to him. He was the murderer who had killed Sikong. Not only that, but the opponent also claimed to have memorized their scents and would pay a visit later. Given that, it would be better to join forces with Gong Ba now and kill Feng Mo on the spot to prevent future troubles. Su Changkong bent the bow and knocked the arrow. His right hand swiftly glided over the arrow as he shot them at several times the speed of sound toward Feng Mo, who was battling with Gong Ba. Su Changkong didn't care about fighting fair or outnumbering the enemy. Killing an opponent who wanted to kill him was his only goal. Crack, crack. 4 consecutive arrows struck Feng Mo in the head, chest, shoulder, and other parts. These arrows, more powerful than those of a divine arm crossbow, did not cause him to bleed and be torn asunder as the bald demon monster had been earlier. Rather, they only caused the scales where Feng Mo had been hit to crack and dent slightly before being repelled and falling to the ground, with the metal arrowheads severely damaged by the violent impacts. Is Feng Mo really made of flesh and blood? Su Changkong was astonished. His wind thunder-linked beads arrows, capable of piercing heavy armor, only left dents on his opponent's body. Like shooting hidden arrows, do you? Then I'll slaughter you first. Feng Mo let out a hoarse, aged roar and set his sights on Su Changkong. With a whirling motion, he broke away from the battle with Gong Ba and lunged at Su Changkong. His sharp claws mercilessly reached for him, their tips more terrifying than any divine weapon. Dot! Su Changkong shouted, tossing aside his powerful bow and instructing Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan to get out of the way. In just an instant, the grotesquely non-human Feng Mo was up close, tearing through with his claws and bringing about a sharp chi glow that gave the sensation that one's body was being ripped apart even before contact. Turtle breath technique. Turtle breathing chi armor. Su Changkong did not hesitate in the slightest. The turtle breathing true chi inside him ran at full speed, bursting forth from every pore on his body like a deep-sea vortex exploding outward, causing waves to spread and crash all around. Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan, who had stepped back, weren't seeing Su Changkong's rich and terrifying true chi for the first time, but they still couldn't help feeling shocked. Such inner strength would take an ordinary person 100 years of practice from childhood to reach. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sound like the surging of tides filled the air, and the dense turtle breathing true chi formed a light blue chi armor around Su Changkong's body, shimmering like waves of light. Chi. 2 sharp claws followed, piercing into the chi armor over an inch deep, but ultimately failing to penetrate it. True chi? Such thick true chi. Feng Mo's face also showed a look of astonishment, surprised by Su Changkong's capabilities. Martial 5 animal frolics. Ape fighting tiger. Having withstood Feng Mo's attack, Su Changkong didn't hesitate. Facing Feng Mo, who was close at hand, he executed the martial 5 Animal Frolics killer move. His arm muscles bulged and his strength condensed as if he transformed into a fierce ape capable of battling lions and tigers. His fists pounded out in chain, throwing over a dozen punches in an instant, furiously striking Feng Mo's face, chest, abdomen, and other critical areas. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense explosive sounds erupted. Each of Su Changkong's punches was terrifyingly heavy, carrying true chi as imposing as giant waves, able to demolish mountains and crack stones. Each punch solidly hit Feng Mo's body, the impact exploding outwards. Even someone as strong as Feng Mo had deep fist imprints caving in where punched, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Mo was sent flying 5 or 6 zhang away, several large trees breaking during his backward collision. This Su Changkong, so strong. Gong Ba, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel shocked. That thick true chi was something even he found difficult to match. And with that series of heavy punches, it was like facing a suddenly erupting humanoid ferocious beast. Still one moment, but once moving, it was a sure killer move. 100 battle sword technique. Bloody battlefield. Despite the shock, Gong Ba didn't miss this opportunity. He flashed into position before Feng Mo, who had crashed to the ground. Holding his black gold combat blade high, the chi and blood in his body boiled, coloring the blade with a blood-like glow. He brought the blade down on Feng Mo's neck without reservation. Feng Mo's eyes were filled with fear and panic. All he could do was lift his right arm to protect his neck, hoping to block this formidable strike. Chi. The ground trembled, cracking open a 3 to 4 zhang long fissure. This all-out strike from the Chi Blood Long Dragon level expert was astounding. Feng Mo's arm, along with his head, was cleanly severed from his neck and rolled onto the ground, dark red blood painting the earth. Feng Mo's head had eyes wide open, seemingly filled with resentment. Is it over? The Ink Forest Army soldiers, having witnessed this scene, all let out a collective sigh of relief. Feng Mo was terrifying, but faced with the combined efforts of Su Changkong and Gong Ba, 2 top experts from Ink Forest Prefecture City, he could only die on the spot, decapitated. Be careful. But before anyone could express their joy, someone spotted an eerie scene. The head that had crashed to the ground, with eyes wide and refusing to close in death, was now moving its eyeballs, grinning, and letting out a strange laugh. Fooled you all, huh? Hoochie. The detached head bounced up from the ground, as fast as lightning, opening its huge, gaping mouth, baring sharp teeth, and viciously biting towards Gong Ba's throat. Get away! Though startled, Gong Ba was not thrown into disarray. He roared angrily and swung his blade to chop at the bouncing head. Shoo! But to everyone's horror, the head made a turn in midair, avoiding the strike, and bit viciously toward Gong Ba's arm wielding the blade. Chi! The sharp teeth pierced through Gong Ba's armor and into his flesh, tearing forcefully. Accompanied by a painful grunt from Gong Ba, the head tore off a chunk of flesh from his arm. And it wasn't just Gong Ba who faced a counterattack. At the same time, Su Changkong was also under attack. Feng Mo's arm, which had been cleanly cut at the elbow, also shot out like a phantom flash of lightning, reaching for Su Changkong's face, blazingly fast. Su Changkong swung his fist to smash it open, but the severed arm, with nimble movements, spiraled away, avoiding Su Changkong's heavy punch and stabbing viciously into his right chest. And then those 5 sharp nails swelled and became as sharp as daggers and blades, impregnable, and they actually pierced into Su Changkong's turtle-breathing chi armor, penetrating it and slashing downward with force. Su Changkong felt a pain in his chest, staggered backward, and saw that his right chest now had 5 claw marks deep enough to reveal bone, each about a foot long, from which blood dripped. Almost simultaneously, Su Changkong and Gong Ba, these 2 great experts, faced this attack that was so bizarre it defied common sense. Both sustained injuries and were covered in blood. After their successful strike, the severed head and arm did not pursue further, but instead quickly retracted, flying toward the body of Feng Mo from which they had been severed. Whoosh! The head and arm reattached to Feng Mo's body, and at the sight of the severed wounds, the flesh squirmed and grew rapidly. And after a short time, even the wounds vanished, leaving only shallow scars, as good as new. Don't you know, a true demon monster possesses an immortal body? A raspy and triumphant laughter rang out. Feng Mo stood up from the ground, moving his neck and arms, making crack-crack sounds. Gong Ba involuntarily stepped back, his eyes filled with terror. Monster! A true monster! The head was chopped off, and it could be reattached. Even Su Changkong, who had weathered many storms, struggled to believe it while feeling the pain from his chest. A severed arm and head, being able to move independently, harm the enemy, and even reattach to the body was utterly beyond ordinary understanding, something martial artists could not achieve no matter how they trained. Demon monster possesses an immortal body and wields demon arts. Su Changkong felt a numbing and burning sensation from his chest and was also taken aback. According to legend, demon monsters were undying and difficult to kill, and they possessed strange demon arts. All these ideas were confirmed by the Feng Mo before them. To be beheaded and not die, and to have arms and heads that could still move freely and attack enemies, even after being detached from the body, was simply beyond comprehension. Gong Ba's arm had been torn to shreds, with blood flowing freely, and Su Changkong had 5 deep bone-revealing wounds on his right chest. Both had suffered injuries at the same time and were now on high alert. Is he the murderer who killed father? Both Sikong siblings felt a numbness on their scalp, realizing that the killer of Sikong Yong was not a human. And it wasn't that Sikong Yong wasn't strong enough. Rather, the opponent was far too terrifying, a true demon monster that could not be killed even by fatal wounds. Both Su Changkong and Gong Ba felt an unprecedented amount of pressure and threat, realizing that this demon monster Feng Mo was the strongest enemy they had ever encountered. But unexpectedly, Feng Mo, who had the upper hand, did not continue his attack. Crack, crack, crack. On the contrary, a series of crisp bone noises came from Feng Mo's body, and the scales also began to vanish, with him reverting back to his original appearance of a hunched old man. Feng Mo yawned, looking exceptionally tired. Being old, I feel tired just from a little activity after a meal. Haha, let's stop here for today. I've slept too long over the years. Once I've digested a bit and reached my peak state, I'll come find you. Delicious food should be saved for later. Feng Mo gave Su Changkong and Gong Ba a glance, chuckled twice, and did not continue his assault. Instead, his figure flashed, moving like a bat among the tree crowns, leveraging his way through the encircling crowd, and vanished from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. He left. This scene left everyone astonished. Feng Mo clearly had the upper hand, yet he did not continue to attack, but instead left immediately after dropping a couple of lines. Not right. Feng Mo most likely wasn't in a good state and couldn't engage in a prolonged battle, which is why he left so soon after making his move. They quickly realized, their expressions changing. A demon monster could not possibly possess a truly immortal body. Otherwise, this world would have long become one ruled by demon monsters. And for some reason, this Feng Mo must be quite weakened, which likely explains why he was unwilling to entangle any further with Su Changkong and Gong Ba, merely striking to intimidate them before withdrawing immediately. Even though they came to their senses, Feng Mo had already disappeared without a trace. And given the combat abilities and eerie tactics just displayed by Feng Mo, it was hard to predict who would win or lose even if they caught up and fought desperately. Is this a real demon monster? Completely beyond ordinary people's understanding. As the searing pain from the wounds on his chest persisted, Su Changkong's expression was more solemn than ever. Although Feng Mo had departed, he claimed to have committed their sins to memory and would seek them out again. One could imagine, if Feng Mo was indeed weak and unable to sustain battle now, how much more terrifying would he be when he recovered to his peak? Su Changkong felt an unprecedented sense of crisis welling up inside him, understanding that Feng Mo would likely seek him out and be far stronger than at this moment. Gang leader Sikong, it looks like we won't be getting much sleep tonight, Gongba said to Su Changkong with a bitter smile. Who could have imagined that the demon monsters they faced before were not true demon monsters, but rather just monster servants, and that Feng Mo was the true lurking demon monster in Ink Forest Prefecture City, terrifying beyond common expectation. Su Changkong, weighed down by heavy thoughts, did not say much, but simply nodded. Commander Gong, I'll take my leave now. Let's keep in touch if there's any news. Su Changkong felt a burning and rotting sensation from the wound in his chest, fearing that Feng Mo's claws might have some kind of toxic substance on them. He needed to deal with it quickly. Take care. Gong Zheng, with a chunk of flesh bitten off his right arm, also suffered unbearable pain and needed treatment. Let's go, Su Changkong said to Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan, who were also feeling complicated, and he was the first to leave the place. The three of them hurried back to the giant whale gang at top speed. That demon monster is the chief culprit who killed our father. Sikong Zhan clenched his teeth, finally knowing who his father's killer was. Even our third brother was injured by him. Is there really any hope for vengeance? Sikong Huang felt waves of powerlessness. Even top experts like Su Changkong and Gongba working together couldn't get the better of Feng Mo. Let alone that Feng Mo might not even have been at his peak condition. They simply didn't have the power to avenge their father. If Feng Mo really comes after me, that's when things will get troublesome. Su Changkong also felt heavy-hearted. His turtle-breathing chi armor had been pierced by one swipe of Feng Mo's claws, and Feng Mo could indeed pose a fatal threat to him. Moreover, Feng Mo, being a demon monster, had an extremely keen perception of chi. Su Changkong, even disguised as Sikong Yong, was promptly recognized by Feng Mo as an imposter. The enemy might even possess the means to track his chi. Even if Su Changkong left the giant whale gang and hid in the deep mountains and forests, he estimated that he would still be hunted down. His end might very likely be the same as Sikong Yong's, dying with grievances. Within a short while, the three returned to the giant whale gang. Sikong Zhan hurried off. He was probably going to find Sikong one to report what had happened tonight. Third brother, your injury. In a room, Sikong Huang's face was full of concern when she saw that Su Changkong's black shirt was soaked with blood at the chest. Su Changkong shook his head without speaking and took off his upper garment. Upon closer inspection, there were 5 half-foot-long wounds on Su Changkong's chest. If not for the strong defense of his turtle-breathing chi armor, Feng Mo's claw might have torn apart his heart. But even so, Su Changkong's wound had taken on a putrid smell within a very short time, showing signs of rot. An inexplicable force was eroding his flesh. Visually, the wound was covered with dark energy streams, thinner than strands of hair, and even the flowing blood had turned dark. If not treated, the injury would worsen and spread throughout his body, potentially threatening his life. I need to cut away the flesh around the wound, Su Changkong said in a deep voice. I'll help you. Sikong Huang immediately offered, and Su Changkong nodded. Sikong Huang, holding a sharpened knife that had been sterilized with flame, helped Su Changkong cut the flesh around the wound. As the blade touched the skin and the flesh was cut open, Su Changkong's body trembled slightly, but he did not say a word, bearing the pain silently. Sikong Huang also felt pained, but knowing that prolonged pain was worse than short-term pain, she acted quickly to cut off the rotting flesh around the wound, and fresh blood dyed Su Changkong's chest red. After the treatment, Sikong Huang applied some medicinal powder for hemostasis and external wounds to the wound, and then bandaged it with gauze. After all this, both Sikong Huang and Su Changkong were sweating from their foreheads. Phew! Su Changkong let out a deep breath. Sikong Huang said apologetically, Third brother, we're the ones who have implicated you. If Su Changkong hadn't gone out tonight, he wouldn't have been targeted by the terrifying demon monster, Feng Mo, and Sikong Huang felt guilty for this. On the contrary, this is a good thing. If I didn't know about this frightening existence lurking in the shadows, and he appeared before me without any preparation on my part, it would be even more dangerous, said Su Changkong, shaking his head, but he did not blame her. The encounter with Feng Mo had injured Su Changkong today, but it was worth it. At least now he knew of such a terrifying threat, and wouldn't be caught completely off guard when danger approached, which would be far too late if it happened. I'll help you clean up a bit. Sikong Huang took a clean handkerchief and carefully helped Su Changkong wipe the sweat and bloodstains from his body. Su Changkong, feeling a bit weary, let her proceed. Third brother's physique. Is this good? Even better and more beautiful than our eldest brother's. As Sikong Huang was wiping Su Changkong's upper body, her gaze unintentionally fixed on his chest, with a well-defined and beautifully shaped pectoral muscles caused her to exclaim in admiration. So firm. Sikong Huang, as if possessed, reached out her delicate palm to touch Su Changkong's left chest, feeling the firm and potent muscles. She couldn't resist squeezing them firmly. What am I doing? Sikong Huang quickly came to her senses, embarrassed by her impolite action, and hurriedly looked up. She saw Su Changkong resting with his eyes closed against the back of the chair, seemingly unaware of her sudden move. Relieved, she breathed a sigh of relief and inwardly chided herself. Third brother, you should rest now. Having finished, Sikong Huang told Su Changkong. Su Changkong nodded. After Sikong Huang left, the room became quiet again, but Su Changkong had heavy thoughts. If Feng Mo really does come looking for me again, with my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be his match. Su Changkong felt a pressure, a threat of death, from the confrontation tonight. Although he and Gong Ba briefly joined forces, both suffered a minor setback. Going solo would be even more dangerous. Moreover, the reason why Feng Mo left in a hurry after gaining the upper hand is likely because he wasn't in peak condition and he didn't want to strike until he had reached his peak, so as to ensure an indubitable victory. What's more dire is that Feng Mo most likely has the ability to track his enemies. Su Changkong, even if he were to flee to the remote wilderness, would probably still be found. Su Changkong clearly remembered being located by Meng Sang's men through similar tracking methods in the past. And furthermore, I must kill him. When Su Changkong felt the throbbing pain of the wound on his chest, he silently swore vengeance. If not for the strong defense of his turtle-breathing chi armor, his heart would have likely been pierced by one of Feng Mo's claws. Having suffered such a loss, Su Changkong was not willing to let it go. He was determined to slay that accursed demon monster. Repaying kindness and avenging wrongs are the only way to clear one's mind. Of course, that's what he thought, but achieving it was not easy. If he had not possibly been locked on by Feng Mo's tracking method, then Su Changkong would definitely have avoided confrontation until he had trained enough to regain his footing, just as with Meng Sang before. But now, it was highly likely that Feng Mo would come knocking before Su Changkong reached that point, and Su Changkong felt unprecedented pressure. Even with sufficient resources to attempt a breakthrough to the Chi Blood Long Dragon realm, it would conservatively take 3 to 4 months. Once I reach the Chi Blood 7 transformation, my strength will certainly improve significantly, but that might still not be enough to defeat Feng Mo. Su Changkong sat back in his chair, his brows deeply furrowed as he assessed his own capabilities. As for his martial arts realm, he had just broken through to the Chi Blood 6 transformation not long ago, and taking one more step would bring him to the realm of Chi Blood Long Dragon. Yet, reaching the Chi Blood Long Dragon realm was also probably not enough to defeat Feng Mo. 5 animal frolics, turtle breath technique, iron cutting blade technique, giant whale skill, blade nurturing art. Su Changkong pondered the martial arts he had mastered, looking for anything that could threaten Feng Mo. Blade nurturing art. The blade nurturing art accumulates blade chi and can unleash power exceeding one's limits. And ultimately, Su Changkong set his mind on the blade nurturing art. Indeed, it had been a long time since Su Changkong had used his blade technique against an enemy, mainly because his 5 animal frolics had reached the 9th level, which allowed him to kill enemies with his bare hands, and because he was masquerading as Su Changkong, who was not skilled with the blade. Blade Nurturing Art, 7th level, Profound Mastery 19%. Su Changkong had not forgotten to accumulate blade chi in this time. Nearly every evening, he would spend half an hour nurturing his blade, and with the potential value added from reaching the 8th level of iron cutting blade technique, the progress of his blade nurturing art was remarkably fast, having reached the 7th level. No, it's not enough. My blade nurturing art only has the power of 3 strikes. Being a demon monster, Feng Mo could just reattach his head even if it gets chopped off. Even if all 3 of my strikes wounded him, it wouldn't kill him. But soon, Su Changkong dismissed this thought. The blade nurturing art accumulates blade chi and can unleash extremely terrifying power in an instant, which has helped Su Changkong overpower stronger opponents more than once. But Feng Mo was different, being a demon monster with an immortal body. Even if he was split in half or beheaded, those wounds were not fatal to him. If Su Changkong managed to behead Feng Mo, or slice him at the waist, he could recover. And Su Changkong's burst of concentrated essence chi spirit only allowed him 2 or 3 powerful strikes before leaving him severely weakened, inevitably leading to his death. Unless every one of my strikes could unleash power capable of wounding Feng Mo, and I could chain multiple strikes together. With Feng Mo being a demon monster, his life force is formidable, but it's definitely not a true immortal body. Otherwise, he would not have fled after gaining just a slight advantage. Su Changkong's thoughts raced. He was very flexible in his thinking. A demon monster certainly isn't truly undying. When Gong Ba beheaded Feng Mo with a single strike, it appeared as though there were no harm done, and Feng Mo simply reattached his head, but it was probably not as effortless as it seemed. If beheading him once wouldn't kill him, then 5 times, 10 times, or even tearing him to shreds. Su Changkong refused to believe he couldn't be killed. I've stored blade chi in the iron cutting sword, but there's a limit, and when I reach a certain point, I can't enhance it further with only the strength for 3 strikes. Can I change it up? Instead of nurturing the blade chi with a sword, could I use my body as the vessel to nurture the blade chi? Su Changkong's eyes sparkled, and his thoughts began to broaden. The blade nurturing art meant keeping the sword sheathed during normal times, accumulating blade chi, then releasing it all at once in battle to annihilate powerful enemies. The restrictions of the blade nurturing art were significant. First, it could only unleash 2 or 3 strikes, and second, the accumulated blade chi had its limits. It couldn't be enhanced indefinitely. What if Su Changkong used his own body as a vessel to nurture the sword? Could he accumulate more blade chi? Could he overcome the limitation of only having 2 or 3 powerful strikes? 1. Once my injuries heal a bit, I'll start experimenting immediately. Su Changkong had always been one to put ideas into practice. If he thought of something, he would try it. Su Changkong's chest wound was not too serious. With the recovery power of a martial artist, combined with top-quality healing medicine, the wound had already scabbed over by the next morning, and he'd be mostly healed within 3 or 4 days. And so, Su Changkong began to seclude himself immediately, delving into the research of the blade nurturing art. Su Changkong sat cross-legged, the iron-cutting sword resting on his knees. The iron-cutting sword had not been unsheathed for over a year, and the blade chi within had already accumulated to its limit. My body shall be the scabbard, nurturing the blade chi within my muscles and meridians. Su Changkong felt the blade chi brimming within the iron-cutting sword, trying to find that sensation, to nurture blade chi using his body as the sword. This process was mysterious, and even if others had the same idea, it would be hard to put into practice. But Su Changkong was different. His iron blade technique had reached the 8th realm of transcendental mastery, with an understanding of the sword that was incomparable to that of ordinary swordsmen, and with an innate talent value as high as 30 points. His comprehension and creativity were unmatched by any in Ink Forest Prefecture City, a true martial arts prodigy. Gradually, Su Changkong's essence chi spirit became one, and he entered a profound state. He felt as if his body, once made of flesh and blood, was transforming into another kind of existence. His body was the sword, the scabbard. Su Changkong's essence chi spirit began to condense and transform within him, slowly forming a sharp, fierce gas. It was chi, blade chi. It works. My body really can nurture blade chi. A surge of ecstasy welled up in Su Changkong's heart. Indeed, this was a feasible method. Su Changkong's ability to do this was not only due to his talent and insight, but also because his own foundation was a necessary condition to make it possible. If the body wasn't strong enough, nurturing blade chi with it was a fool's dream. The blade chi would tear the body apart. One would either die or be crippled. Su Changkong had reached the chi and blood 6 transformation. His physique had undergone multiple metamorphoses and was far stronger than an ordinary martial artist. Beyond that, both Su Changkong's realm in blade technique and his mastery in the blade nurturing art were fundamental, allowing him to support his innovative ideas and put them into practice. About half an hour passed, and Su Changkong felt a wave of dizziness and fatigue washing over his brain. Nurturing blade chi required the unity of essence chi spirit, akin to focusing intently on something with all one's concentration, which also meant great mental exhaustion. Let's try it. Su Changkong felt a bit of blade chi that had accumulated within him. He reached out with his hand and grabbed a falling leaf from outside the window. Ist. Su Changkong flattened his palm and tried to release the blade chi stored within. As he circulated the force in the palm of his hand, he heard the sound of air tearing, and the leaf in his hand was shredded into powder in an instant, as if cut by thousands of sharp blades. Update preview from Chidian Chinese website. The next chapter will be updated on the 12th at 2200 hours. I can do it. Su Changkong could no longer hide the joy on his face at this moment. Indeed, his blade nurturing art could use his own body as a blade, storing blade chi within. There were many advantages to storing blade chi in his body. First of all, it was much more flexible to use, capable of releasing a large amount of blade chi at once or just a small amount, which allowed him to control consumption. Not like storing blade chi in a blade, which would require using it all up once the blade was drawn. Moreover, as long as Su Changkong didn't use the blade chi accumulated inside his body, it would not dissipate. Whereas with the blade chi stored in a blade, he had to nurture it every day. Otherwise, the blade chi would gradually fade away. Storing blade chi within oneself, the control was more exquisite. With 10 parts of energy, he could exert 10 parts of effect. Let's see to what extent my blade nurturing art can reach. Su Changkong's eyes shone. He needed to focus on storing blade chi inside his body during this period, which would be his life-saving and enemy-killing move. That demon monster Feng Mo could come knocking at any moment, and there probably wasn't enough time for Su Changkong to break through to the level of the Chi Bloodlawn Dragon. Even if he did break through, he wasn't sure if he could defeat him. Yet, the blade nurturing art could greatly increase Su Changkong's combat power in a short period of time. So he had to focus all his attention on the blade nurturing art, storing blade chi within. Su Changkong felt mentally fatigued. He lay down and fell asleep, breathing in and out to recover his mental and physical strength. After half an hour, Su Changkong rejuvenated, sat cross-legged again, and began to store blade chi. Huff! Su Changkong's essence chi spirit became one. Inside his body, the turtle breathing true chi flowed, his chi and blood boiling. Strands and threads of energy mingled together, forming a sharp blade chi. This blade chi, growing stronger, changed from its original colorless and transparent state to a faint blue with a hint of blood red. The faint blue came from his turtle breathing true chi, and the blood red originated from his chi and blood. The main body of this blade chi was turtle breathing true chi and his own chi and blood. combined with his mental will, he kept honing it, making it sharper, making it impregnable. The blade chi cultivated within Su Changkong's body was of a higher quality by more than a few notches than the blade chi stored using a blade as a vessel. Blade nurturing art, profound mastery, 26% at level 7. By nourishing his blade chi with his own body, Su Changkong's realm of blade nurturing art improved at a ferocious pace. In just one day, the progress bar had already increased by a whopping 7%. In a short time, the blade nurturing art could step into the realm of level 8. While cultivating blade chi, Su Changkong also learned about the outside world from Xikong Huang. 3 days ago, the Iron Flag sect suffered an attack from a mysterious expert with heavy casualties. The sect leader Tai Wu Cheng and the deputy sect leader were killed on the spot, and their bodies were taken away. Su Changkong learned of the major events that happened in Ink Forest Prefecture City. The Iron Flag sect was one of the major gangs in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Although its strength and heritage were far less than that of the Giant Whale Gang, it also had nearly 2,000 disciples, with the sect leader Tai Wu Cheng being a long-established expert in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Yet, he was killed by a mysterious expert in his own sect. It was Feng Mo who did it. He seems to be very interested in the flesh and blood of experts. Is it used to recover his own state? With this news, a chill went through Su Changkong's heart. 3 days ago was the day after the day Su Changkong and Feng Mo had fought. Without accident, the one who killed the sect leader of the Iron Flag sect was Feng Mo. Previously, Su Changkong had guessed that Feng Mo was not at his peak state, and that was why he retreated from battle after a short while. And now, it seemed Feng Mo started hunting and praying to bring himself to his peak state. The flesh and blood of ordinary people compared to that of martial arts experts. Naturally, martial arts experts' flesh and blood contain much more energy. A martial artist in the Chi blood realm could be worth 100 ordinary people, and Feng Mo was hunting martial arts experts in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Starting today, the Giant Whale Gang is entering a state of combat readiness. The Giant Whale Gang also responded to this by strengthening their defenses to prevent Feng Mo from attacking. Damn it, who is causing mayhem? Who would brazenly enter another's territory to kill? You don't think they would really have the guts to come to our Giant Whale Gang, do you? Our gang leader Xikong Yong is unmatched in divine bravery. Members of the Giant Whale Gang also heard the news about the Iron Flag sect leader being killed. Many felt worried, but when they thought of the numerous strong warriors in the Giant Whale Gang, with gang leader Xikong Yong at the helm, they all relaxed. Continue. Su Changkong did not concern himself with the changes outside. He seized every minute to cultivate his blade chi, feeling a great sense of urgency. He wished he could use each day as two, focusing primarily on the blade nurturing art. As time passed, almost every 2 or 3 days, big news occurred in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Following the death of the sect leader of the Iron Flag sect, the master of a large martial hall in the city was similarly poisoned 2 days later. There were also witnesses claiming that the murderer was a sturdy old man, seemingly practiced in very powerful horizontal training skill, impervious to sword and spear. Hearing this news, Su Changkong was certain the perpetrator was Feng Mo. Feng Mo, originally appearing as a stooped old man, kept on hunting martial arts experts in Ink Forest Prefecture City, consuming their flesh and blood, which made his state advance towards the peak. The blade chi inside me is becoming thicker and thicker. With a thought, the blade chi can burst down my body and harm the enemy. As time went by, the blade chi within Su Changkong's body became progressively more refined and thick, as if his body were a scabbard, and with a thought, the blade could be unsheathed, performing a horizontal chop against all. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ink Forest Prefecture City, during the night, was no longer as bustling as it used to be. Before, when night fell on Ink Forest Prefecture City, it was the liveliest time, with bright lanterns and bustling crowds seeking enjoyment. Now, the streets seem exceptionally deserted, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut, and from time to time, one could see fully armed soldiers patrolling the streets. If there were any pedestrians on the road, they would be rigorously interrogated by these soldiers. Damn this murdering demon, making us work overtime every day. Once we catch him, we must see what kind of thing dared to make us suffer so much. These soldiers were filled with resentment. Since a month ago, dreadful news spread throughout Forest Prefecture City that influential warriors with reputation and strength were brutally killed by a mysterious expert, and even their bodies were taken away. This has caused uproar in the city, with everyone feeling endangered and having a tremendous impact. Even some of the prestigious warriors in Forest Prefecture City were afraid of being targeted by the murdering demon and fled to seek refuge elsewhere. The magistrate Gong Yulong had also mobilized all armed forces, vowing to bring the murdering demon to justice. In the prefecture yamen, there were posts every 5 steps and guards every 10, with the entire prefecture yamen heavily guarded and impenetrable. Commander Gong, this can't go on. If we can't resolve this matter soon, it won't stay hidden for long. A man clad in official attire and of scholarly appearance heaved a sigh. This man was none other than Forest Prefecture City's magistrate Gong Yulong, and the man sitting beside him, large and in charge, clad in dark golden armor, was Commander Gong Ba of the Forest Army. Gong Ba's face also showed a trace of anxiety. He was the guardian deity of Forest Prefecture City. Whenever troubles arose, he could quickly subdue them and maintain order. However, this time was different from the past. The troublemaker was not a common figure, but a demon monster, a real demon monster, a demon monster that couldn't be killed even by beheading. Yulong, what's the situation with contacting Dafeng State City? Gong Ba asked. Dafeng State, comprising dozens of prefectures, had Dafeng State City at its center. The state governor Pei Yang sat in the city, commanding 200,000 Dafeng iron cavalry, unmatched in prowess. With a real demon monster appearing in Forest Prefecture City, Gong Ba had immediately sent Gong Yulong to write a letter to the higher-level Dafeng State City, reporting the situation, hoping Dafeng State City would send someone to resolve the matter. The appearance of a real demon monster in Forest Prefecture City had even caused Gong Ba to suffer a loss earlier. He felt threatened. To Dafeng State City, the center of a state, its strength and heritage were far beyond comparison to a single Forest Prefecture cities. If an expert came from there, dealing with that demon monster foe, MO, shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Gong Yulong frowned deeply and said, Dafeng State City is far away from here. I sent a disciple of the Gong family to personally deliver the letter. By rights, they should have sent someone by a few days ago, but there's been no movement at all. Gong Yulong also felt puzzled. It wasn't like Dafeng State City to be this inefficient. They should have sent someone shortly after receiving the letter. Who goes there? As the two were discussing, a commotion erupted outside the room with calls of the Forest Army and a series of dying screams. Gong Ba, I've come to find you as promised. Come out. I'm very hungry. A derisive laugh echoed, resonating in everyone's ears. It's Feng Mo. He's here. Gong Ba's eyelids twitched slightly. This was the prefecture yamen of Forest Prefecture City, and Feng Mo was audaciously attacking the prefecture yamen. This was a complete disregard for the authority of the court. But then, a towering anger rose in Gong Ba's heart. This damn demon monster. He doesn't take me seriously at all. Today, he must pay the most painful price. Commander Gong, be careful. Gong Yulong's body trembled as he shouted. He could feel a dreadful aura emanating from outside, as if a monster eager to devour humans was lurking. Gong Yulong could only trust that Gong Ba, the protector of Forest Prefecture City, will be able to fend off the formidable enemy. On the spacious square, surrounded by rockeries and clear waters, which would normally be a beautiful sight, there were severed limbs scattered around. Numerous black-armored soldiers were sweating profusely, surrounding the area tightly, weapons in hand, each staring intently at a tall, dark figure in the center of the square. That tall, dark figure was an old man with white hair, over 6 feet tall, and robustly built with messy white hair. In his hands, he cradled a still-beating heart, devouring it with indifference to his surroundings. The surrounding black-armored soldiers were all elites from the Ink Forest Army, but at that moment, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The old man's presence emitted an aura akin to that of a natural predator, causing them to shake uncontrollably and feel fear. It really is Feng Mo. Seeing the white-haired old man, Gong Ba's complexion turned grim. This white-haired old man was none other than the demon monster Feng Mo, whom he had encountered a month earlier. However, compared to a month ago, Feng Mo had changed greatly. A month earlier, Feng Mo was emaciated, hunched over, an unassuming, stooped old man. But now, despite still appearing old, Feng Mo was tall and muscular, with untidy white hair, his face etched with malevolence, exuding a sense of great evil and extreme danger upon sight. This Feng Mo, his aura has become so much stronger than before. Gong Ba felt his body shaking uncontrollably as if a mouse had met a cat, and horror flooded his heart to an extreme. A month ago, when confronted by Feng Mo, Gong Ba had felt an instinctual fear, but now that sense of fear far surpassed the previous one. If he were to fight, he might die. This thought uncontrollably surfaced in Gong Ba's mind. Facing Gong Ba, Feng Mo regarded him as if appraising a delicious meal, chuckling darkly. I smell the scent of fear on you, indeed. Creatures as lowly as you should be afraid when facing me. You're the lowest of the low, monster. Dare to appear before me. And today you won't be able to escape like last time. Gong Ba's eyes were cold and determined as he forcibly dispelled that trace of fear. As the guardian deity of Ink Forest Prefecture City, he absolutely couldn't allow such a demon monster to slaughter at will. And Gong Ba also believed in his blade, confident that it would help him, as always, to chop down strong adversaries. Boom! Gong Ba's chi and blood rapidly circulated within his body, his skin taking on a crimson hue, with chi and blood leaking from his pores, forming a ferocious, majestic chi blood long dragon, coiling around his body and making Gong Ba seem as awe-inspiring as a heavenly god descending to earth. Commander Gong will surely slay that damned murdering demon and restore peace to Ink Forest Prefecture City. The originally anxious soldiers, upon witnessing Gong Ba's astonishing might, were reassured. The commander of the Ink Forest Army, the guardian deity of Ink Forest Prefecture City, Gong Ba himself, was taking action. This murdering demon would surely fall today. A bit of activity before dinner is just right. Feng Mo's mouth curved into a slight arc. Kill! With a roaring shout, Gong Ba pushed his chi and blood to its peak, the black gold combat blade in his hand flashing with cold light, dimming the brightness of the lamps in the yamen, and he chopped down towards Feng Mo. Come on! Feng Mo was not afraid, countering with his fleshy palm raised to strike. This was destined to be a sensational battle in the martial world of Ink Forest Prefecture City, one side being the mysterious murdering demon who had already slain more than a dozen renowned experts, and the other, the long-famed Gong Ba, one of the most prominent figures of Ink Forest Prefecture City. But this battle was destined to be unseen by many. Meanwhile, in a few miles away from the yamen, within the most luxurious guest room, a young man in white calmly sat by the window, sipping tea. Sensing something, he looked towards the direction of the yamen, the corner of his mouth tipping up. Has it begun? The young man in white appeared to be in his 20s, with an extraordinary bearing. Handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he wore a feather-crowned hat, and his waist bore a blood-red Pisces jade pendant that was unmistakably priceless, his nobility compelling others to look up to him. In the guest room, apart from the young man in white, there stood a burly man with an iron-blooded demeanor. The burly man frowned tightly as he looked out the window toward the direction of the prefecture yamen and said, "That demon monster has shown up and specifically attacked the prefecture yamen. Isn't that a bit too arrogant, Mr. Mo? Are we just going to let him wreak havoc so recklessly?" The burly man clearly didn't want to stand by idly. Their purpose for coming here was to deal with this demon monster causing trouble in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Hearing this, the young man in White's expression darkened, and he coldly looked at him. What's the rush? This demon monster will certainly be killed, but not now. Mr. Mu appeared to be an extremely extraordinary individual. The burly man's face showed frustration and displeasure, but he did not dare to voice it out. Mr. Mu then continued with a somewhat softened tone. This demon monster must have just gone through a nirvana. He's not yet at his peak. Let him feed a bit more, and when we capture him, the rewards will be greatest. A true demon monster. Such a treasure is hard to buy for 1,000 gold pieces. Excitement filled Mr. Mu's eyes. His reason for not taking action was simple. He wanted to wait until the demon monster reached its peak, ripe for the picking. Demon monsters are perfect creatures, their existence on a higher level than humans. And the gains from slaying a demon monster are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. The burly man felt shock and anger. Mr. Mu and he were tasked with dealing with the demon monster plaguing Ink Forest Prefecture City, but for the sake of maximizing benefits, Mr. Mu allowed the demon monster to kill indiscriminately in Ink Forest Prefecture City. In Mr. Mu's eyes, the demon monster was his prey, while other martial artists were mere fodder, nutrients to let the prey grow to a succulent state. Such indifference to human life, a heart so cold and ruthless, made him shudder. All right, we'll both just wait here. Don't get too close, lest we startle the prey and spoil my plans, said Mr. Mu indifferently, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Sigh. The burly man exhaled deeply, only able to wait in place, watching the bloodlight over the distant yamen gradually weaken from its peak. Commander Gong. In the prefecture yamen, black-armored soldiers had their eyes wide open, bodies shaking as if about to collapse, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Gong Ba's chest was pierced by a wrinkled palm, and the white-haired elder, Feng Mo, gave a violent tug, ripping out a still-beating heart. In Gong Ba's eyes lingered a trace of unwillingness as his qi and blood gradually dispersed, his tall, burly body slowly kneeling and collapsing to the ground. Gong Ba, one of the rare top fighters of Ink Forest Prefecture City, a legendary figure to many, despite giving it his all, still fell to Feng Mo, filled with reluctance. On Feng Mo's neck was a huge wound inflicted by Gong Ba's blade, his head almost falling to the side, dark red blood oozing from the neck wound. Whoosh! But strangely, as if time had reversed, the dark red blood flowed back into the wound, and the wound healed rapidly, leaving only a faint scar. Gong Ba had exerted all his strength, made a desperate gamble, and fought with his life on the line to injure Feng Mo, but unfortunately, what would have been a fatal wound for ordinary people took only a few breaths for Feng Mo to recover completely. Humans are really frail. Looking at the fresh, slowly ceasing to beat heart in his hand, Feng Mo couldn't help but sigh. Humans succumbing to birth, aging, sickness, and death, dying from a single injury. Unlike demon monsters, the only thing that could threaten their lives, in Feng Mo's view, was time. Commander Gong, standing at the doorway, Gong Yulong saw Gong Ba's heart being ripped out in one swift motion and collapsing weakly to the ground. His face turned deathly pale, completely unexpected that the Gong family's strongest, a creator of countless glorious battle achievements, the venerable Gong Ba, would die before his eyes. Feng Mo looked over coldly, and Gong Yulong's legs trembled, feeling as if he had been targeted by a beast choosing its prey. His legs gave in, and he knelt down, unable to stand steadily. Time to go. Food shouldn't be wasted. Feng Mo sneered dismissively, not continuing his massacre, but instead picking up Gong Ba's corpse, leaping onto the rooftop with agility, and disappearing after a few bounds. As a demon monster, Feng Mo naturally reveled in killing, but he wouldn't indulge in senseless slaughter. It was like people facing pigs and dogs as food, only slaughtering them when they were hungry and not wasting food without good reason. This Gong Ba was a martial artist of the Qi bloodlong dragon realm, and his energy is far richer than that of 100 martial artists with body refinement great achievement. Consuming him, my condition should recover to about 80 or 90%. Feng Mo walked towards the city outskirts with Gong Ba's corpse, thinking to himself, I can't stay in Ink 4's prefecture city for too long to avoid being targeted. After killing that man from the other day and devouring him, my condition will reach the peak completely, and then I'll move to another place, hoping for another metamorphosis soon. Threads of contemplation wove through Feng Mo's eyes. As a demon monster, Feng Mo was naturally very strong, but he also understood that there were not a few martial artists among the human race who could threaten him. Considering the time, Feng Mo felt it was safer to leave Ink 4's prefecture city. But before that, there was still one thing he wanted to do. The guy who had hit him with a heavy punch that night. The delicious food must be saved for last. In the giant whale gang's quiet residence, buzzing, Su Changkong sat cross-legged, motionless like an unsheathed sword humming, with invisible qi power swirling around him, slicing the air to emit a fracturing noise. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, Su Changkong's breath fluctuated violently, and the next second, inside the room, a wooden cup was silently cut in two as if by a blade. The walls, too, showed multiple cracks, as if countless swords were dancing inside the room. Anyone getting close would be instantly shredded to pieces. Su Changkong quickly focused and calmed his qi, containing the overflowing blade qi within his body, preventing any further leaks. Blade Nurturing Art, Tier 8 Transcendental 1%. By nurturing the blade with his body, Su Changkong seemed to have found the correct path. Coupled with his robust foundation and potential, his progress in the blade nurturing art was so fast it could be likened to traveling 1,000 miles in a day. In just a short month's time, he had progressed from Tier 7 to the brink of Tier 8. That was precisely why Su Changkong had just inadvertently allowed the blade qi inside of him to spill out. And when the blade nurturing art reached the 8th realm, it also produced a change that Su Changkong had not anticipated. Su Changkong was astonished as he introspected the situation inside his body. Within Su Changkong's body, the originally scattered, wispy, formless blade qi had drastically changed. Thread by thread, the blade qi congealed together, transforming into a blade-shaped qi power, pale blue in color with dark red blood light swirling around it, giving off an impregnable, sharp sensation with even the slightest touch of consciousness. Blade qi. This is the true blade qi, condensed into one, capable of injuring through the body. Horizontal chop everything. Su Changkong took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a trace of shock. To nurture blade qi, gather blade force, and condense blade intent are realms every blade practitioner dreams of achieving. But just the step of nurturing blade qi alone is already baffling for ordinary blade wielders. Even Su Changkong, who had cultivated the iron-cutting blade technique to the 8th realm, had not entered the stage of nurturing blade qi. To reach this step, one not only needs a profound foundation in blade techniques, but also depends on talent and aptitude. Otherwise, no matter how much one practices, it is difficult to cultivate blade qi. However, Su Changkong, using his body as the medium to cultivate the blade nurturing art, had caused a qualitative change after breaking through to the 8th realm and actually condensed blade qi within his body. Real blade qi. The dispersed blade qi was now refined into a unified whole, a blade-shaped qi power. Compared to before, it wasn't a difference between 7 and 8, but 0 and 1, absence and presence. This was a transition from a blade technique expert to something akin to the blade path, a change as vast as the differences between the heavens and the earth. Let's try it out, see what the power is like. Su Changkong suppressed the excitement in his heart, deciding to test the power. Whoosh! Su Changkong immediately rose and headed towards the outside of the giant whale gang. a small stream and waterfall located several dozen li away from the giant whale gang's camp. Roar! The waterfall gushed furiously. It was about a dozen zhang high and nearly 3 zhang wide. The immense waterfall thundered down, falling into the stream, the sound of the waterfall's impact deafening, audible for over 10 li. Before the waterfall, Su Changkong appeared somewhat tiny. Su Changkong stood under the waterfall on a moss-covered boulder in the stream. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp, and leaped upwards, jumping over 30 feet high towards the rushing waterfall, unsheathing the iron-cutting sword at his waist. Humming, inside Su Changkong's body, the blade-shaped chi power trembled, resonating with the sword in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound, surging out from his veins. Iron blade technique. Horizontal chop. Su Changkong's horizontal chop flashed forth, an ordinary strike at first glance. Yet upon the iron-cutting sword swirled a blue yet blood-red blade chi, slicing through the air and leaving behind faint traces that lingered for a long time, as if even the void itself had been cleaved apart. This, with the glint of the blade and the omnipresent blade chi, a jaw-dropping event unfolded. The cascading waterfall seemed to have been severed by the axe and blade of a ghostly craftsman, splitting into 2 sections. The lower section became hollow and revealed the rocks beneath the falls, while the upper section was held back by an invisible force. Roar! It was only after Su Changkong had landed back on the boulder in the stream, and 1 or 2 breaths later, that the waterfall surged once again, plummeting down with a roaring sound, withdrawing the blade to interrupt the waterfall. The terror of this single strike was enough to send shivers down one's spine, to shock the heart, and to disbelieve that such a horrifying blade technique could exist in this world. It was simply beyond what humans could achieve. Strong, too strong. With the blade chi I've roused, the might of this strike surpasses the limits of storing it in the sword as a vessel in the past. And it doesn't deplete my essence chi spirit after just a few slashes, leaving me weakened. This is the true blade chi. Su Changkong gazed at the waterfall that had resumed its flow, feeling a tingling excitement on his scalp, and his heart brimmed with ecstasy. The blade chi he had summoned from within made this strikes might far surpass the past, withdrawing the blade to stop the water, cutting the falls to disrupt the flow. Inconceivable. Su Changkong looked inward and saw the blade-shaped chi power inside him dim slightly due to his strike. The stronger my body, the more blade chi I can store, and the higher the limit of a single strike's might. The peak of this blade chi in my body is enough for me to unleash attacks like the one just now 20 or 30 more times. Having estimated the consumption, Su Changkong's eyes shone brightly. With the superlative burst of the blade-nurturing art, the past Su Changkong only had the strength for 3 strikes, but now, not only had the might of single strike surpassed the past, he could also unleash attacks of such degree tenfold. Su Changkong could muster 20 or 30 strikes of just the magnitude he had shown. If he reduced the output of blade chi, the power would be lesser, but he could accordingly sustain more strikes. Without a doubt, this was truly terrifying. Feng Mo, let's see if your immortal body really is immortal. Su Changkong clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with a sharp light. Over this past month, Su Changkong had faced tremendous pressure, aware that if Feng Mo came calling, he could end up unwillingly falling just like Sikong Yo. But Su Changkong turned that pressure into motivation, refining his body with the blade-nurturing art over that month and elevating it to the 8th level, successfully cultivating true blade chi within himself, boosting his attack ceiling by more than just 1 level. The original Su Changkong's combat power was comparable to that of Gong Ba and Sikong Yo, making him one of the few countable top martial artists in Ink Forest Prefecture City. But now, with the cultivation of blade chi, Su Changkong had no doubt become the undisputed, unparalleled strongest in Ink Forest Prefecture City. No one could challenge him. Even against the steel-boned Feng Mo, Su Changkong was confident he could tear him apart limb from limb. Su Changkong believed that Feng Mo's body couldn't truly be immortal. If not killed the first time, then it would be 5 times, 10 times, dismantling him and scattering his ashes. Let's go back. Having tested the might of his internal blade qi, Su Changkong's heart lightened considerably, and he set off back to the giant whale gang. But come morning, Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang had found Su Changkong. Worry filled Sikong Huang's eyes as she said, "Third brother, something big happened in Ink Forest Prefecture City last night. The commander of the Ink Forest Army was slain by a white-haired elder at the prefecture yamen. The killer is likely the demon monster we encountered that night. Gongba is dead, killed by Feng Mo." Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's expression also turned grave. A month ago, during the night, Su Changkong, Gongba, and Feng Mo had a brief clash. Although Feng Mo had the upper hand, he chose to retreat, leaving behind a claim he would revisit them, a promise, not a threat that turned out to declare the truth. Feng Mo's first target had been Gongba, and after a fierce battle, Gongba, who had reached the Qi Blood Long Dragon level, had already perished at Feng Mo's hands, his body even taken as food. It was foreseeable that Feng Mo's next target might well be him. Sikong Zhan, full of murderous intent, said, "Third brother, I've already summoned all the experts of the giant whale gang. If that demon monster dares to come knocking, we'll tear him to pieces. I don't believe that even if he's stronger, he can fight against 10,000 alone." Sikong Yong had been killed by Feng Mo, and both Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang harbored a vehement determination and wrath. If Feng Mo truly came their way, they would spare no expense to fight him to the death. However, Su Changkong shook his head. Feng Mo was no ordinary martial artist. If he were with thousands upon thousands of people, he could be worn down to death. But with the steel-like body of a demon monster, far tougher than that of fighters like Tai Jinggang, who trained in external reinforcement, ordinary martial artists were no match for him. Even standing still, they couldn't scratch him, let alone break his skin. To Feng Mo, any number of people was meaningless. Not to mention his demon monster's unique immortal body, which made ordinary injuries trivial to him. The only ones who could inflict some damage on Feng Mo were the Qi Blood Realm martial artists at the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Leader level. But even Gong Ba, who was at a high Qi Blood Realm level, had fallen to Feng Mo, so these Qi Blood Realm martial artists were merely high-level cannon fodder. That Feng Mo is coming for me, so I'm going to go out this afternoon. Su Changkong began, with no intention of engaging Feng Mo at the giant whale gang stronghold. Fighting him would not be something ordinary martial artists could help with. They would only get in the way. Feng Mo was no ordinary beast, but a demon monster as intelligent as any human. Should Feng Mo deem the situation unfavorable, taking giant whale gang martial artist hostage was not out of the question. Su Changkong was determined to face Feng Mo alone, to see if the demon monster's body was truly unkillable. Third younger brother, Sikong Zhan, wanted to say more, but Su Changkong cut him off with a smile. "Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. I'm planning to lay low. If Feng Mo can't find me, he might just give up." This, Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan exchanged glances, but they also knew it was an excuse. Su Changkong was preparing to face Feng Mo alone. Even though Su Changkong spoke calmly, his determination was resolute, and the Sikong siblings could not dissuade him. They could only choose to trust in Su Changkong. In the afternoon, Su Changkong got his affairs in order. He did not bring much with him. The iron-cutting sword at his waist was his most important reliance. Second sister, this is far enough. Outside the giant whale gang, Sikong Huang accompanied him. Su Changkong spoke to her, telling her to go back to the giant whale gang. "Be careful. You must come back." 1,000 words were finally condensed into this single sentence. "Don't worry," assured Su Changkong, waving his hand as he turned and walked away into the distance. As Sikong Huang watched Su Changkong's retreating figure, tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes, a rare sight from the usually steadfast woman. Almost 10 years ago, on a fateful evening, Sikong Yong must have sensed danger approaching. To avoid implicating his children, he left the giant whale gang alone to confront Feng Mo. 3 days later, Si Yong returned with grave injuries and passed away without recovering. Now, like Si Yong before him, Su Changkong had also set out alone to confront Feng Mo. Si Huang was terrified, scared that Su Changkong would never return, his fate unknown, or even worse, that he might return only to have already passed into the realm of celestial beings. Only once Su Changkong's silhouette had completely vanished from sight did Si Huang quietly return to the giant whale gang. All she could do was pray, hoping Su Changkong could overcome this calamity. 200 li away from the giant whale gang, in an uninhabited barren mountain. Inside the desolate mountain, weeds grew rampant and trees stood tall. The occasional cries of insects, fish, and birds only accentuated the desolation of the mountain. Su Changkong sat in meditative silence. Within his body, the blade chi had been nurtured to its limit of what he could withstand. Though there were many mosquitoes in this barren mountain, not a single one dared to approach within 10 zhang of Su Changkong. As if to come close would be to court oblivion. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk 5 days later. The orange glow of the setting sun no longer seemed harsh to the eyes. During the winter days, even though there was no snow falling, the air still retained a trace of biting cold. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the previously silent forest was disturbed. Insects, fish, birds, and beasts, including wild wolves and dogs, bolted as if terrified by something, causing a considerable commotion. He's here. Su Changkong slowly opened his eyes. He was not afraid. His expression calm, he had nothing but a heart tempered 1,000 times over, and a sword forged just as much. Do you think you can escape by hiding here? In a mountain wilderness, a cold, mocking laughter echoed. A tall and burly figure emerged within the dimly lit woods. This was a tall, white-haired old man in gray clothing, his muscular physique bulging under his clothes. Despite the wrinkles and white hair, his presence was more imposing than that of many younger men, devoid of any typical old man's frailty. I haven't run. Su Changkong slowly stood up, brushing a fallen leaf from his clothing, and smiled at Feng Mo. I've been waiting for you here. A young man? So, this is your true appearance. Feng Mo was slightly taken aback, having seen Su Changkong's face clearly. He had a moment of realization. No wonder Su Changkong looked exactly like the man he had killed 10 years ago. That wasn't his real appearance. Feng Mo didn't bother to inquire about Su Changkong's true identity. After all, in his eyes, they were all food, and exquisite food at that. Such a young martial artist with this level of strength? Among your human race, you would also be considered a prodigy. Saving you for last was indeed the right decision. Feng Mo commented on Su Changkong as if he were a connoisseur, seemingly discerning despite being a bloodthirsty monster. Full of curiosity, Su Changkong asked, "How did you find me? I've been masking my tracks for 100 li or more." This was a point Su Changkong needed to clarify. He had used concealment techniques, yet Feng Mo had found him. Su Changkong wanted to understand how demon monsters track their prey. When you sustained injury from me, a strand of monster chi attached itself to you. This strand of chi will not dissipate for months. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I could find you. Feng Mo said with a ha-ha chuckle. The day he wounded Su Changkong and Gong Ba, then turned and left. Firstly, he wasn't in his prime condition to fight for long. Secondly, once wounded by him, it was equivalent to being marked for easy tracking. Su Changkong came to a realization. The demon monster's tracking ability was far superior to any fragrance recognition bug. I'm a bit curious. Where did you demon monsters pop up from? Su Changkong tried to ask for more intelligence, wanting to uncover the secrets of the demon monsters. But Feng Mo was unwilling to say more. He sneered. All right, what's a dead man asking so many questions for? Up next, I will let you witness my true strength. The only reason you were able to injure me that night was that I had just undergone nirvana and was a bit weak. Click, click, click. Amidst the sneering laughter, Feng Mo's body began to rapidly transform. His body emitted crackling sounds as it quickly shot up to a height of 2.5 meters. Bulging muscles knotted on him like gnarled vines, and thick veins popped out like little snakes. His muscles were also covered with a dense layer of dark black scales. Even his wide robes were stretched by Feng Mo to the point of tearing, and strands of dark red monster chi entwined around his body, filled with a power that was withered and fierce. Centered on Feng Mo, the flowers, grass, and trees around him swiftly withered. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Feng Mo transformed from his original appearance of a tall elder into a hulking humanoid demon monster. His body was covered in black scales, his limbs were long and stout, and his sharp claws could easily tear apart wolves, tigers, leopards, and even metal armor. The fearsome aura he released was enough to make even the most battle-hardened martial artists tremble in fear, uneasy, unable to muster any will to resist. Such a powerful aura. It's more than twice as strong as it was that night. Su Changkong was secretly alarmed. Feng Mo was indeed not at his peak that night, but after a month of hunting, he had devoured more than a dozen people in the Qi blood realm, including powerhouses like Gong Ba, and his condition had reached 8 or 9/10 of his peak. Just a whiff of his Qi was enough to make one's heart tremble, a fear that emanated from the depth of one's soul. Kid, resist all you want. I just love it when my food puts up a fight. That way, when I eat them, the flavor is at its best. Feng Mo revealed his true demon form, tall and burly, with an old and vicious face that formed a cruel smile. His voice was hoarse, resonant. However, what surprised Feng Mo was that, despite revealing his strong form, there was not a trace of fear on Su Changkong's face. Instead, he was filled with joy as he shouted towards Feng Mo's back. "The demon monster has appeared. Join me, senior, and let's strike him down together." "What? There's someone else here." Upon hearing this, Feng Mo was startled. Before coming, he had scanned the area with the unique hunting vision of the demon monsters. There should only have been Su Changkong, the lone living person in this wilderness. Could it really be that there was a powerful individual capable of concealing their qi, one even the demon monsters couldn't detect, lying in wait in these desolate hills? Giant whale skill. Long whale inhales water. Taken aback, Feng Mo couldn't help but tilt his head to look behind. But at that moment, a cold gleam flashed in Su Changkong's eyes. He took a deep breath, and a large amount of air was sucked in, entering his body and causing it to swell, making him grow half a foot taller as his body functions overworked. Iron cutting blade technique. Horizontal chop. Pushing his body to the limit, Su Changkong had already adjusted the angle of his sword strike. In an instant, he stepped forward, and the iron-cutting sword left its sheath. A sharp blade qi burst from Su Changkong's body, adhering to his iron-cutting sword. The sword strike seemed unremarkable, but it left a rift-like trail in the air. "Damn it! I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Just as he tilted his head, Feng Mo felt a sharp edge lock onto him, and immediately realized he had been tricked. This enraged him, and he swore in his heart to rip the limbs off this youngster, to let him die in despair and fear. Feng Mo reacted swiftly, using sound to locate his target, and reached out with a huge palm grasping toward the incoming sword blade. As a demon monster, his monstrous body was his strongest weapon, impervious to swords and spears, able to tear through metal, blocking the enemy's weapons with ease. However, when Feng Mo's palm clutched Su Changkong's sword blade, he heard a crisp slicing sound, like a keen blade tearing through leather, unstoppable and forceful. Feng Mo's right hand, along with its 5 fingers, was cleaved apart, separating from his body. Even the blade qi continued, leaving a deep gash on Feng Mo's chest. How is this possible? Feeling the pain from his severed palm, Feng Mo's eyes bulged, almost in disbelief. After regaining his state to near peak condition, his physique was so powerful that even if he used his most vulnerable neck to withstand Gong Ba's strongest, dying counterattack, the opponent would find it difficult to cleanly sever his head with one strike. Yet here was Su Changkong before him, cutting off his hand with a seemingly ordinary strike, effortlessly. Iron blade technique. Upward slash. Kill. Su Changkong's eyes were ice cold as he seized the initiative, chopping off half of Feng Mo's palm without hesitation. The blade-shaped chi within him vibrated, passing through veins and muscles, attaching to the sword in his hand, giving Feng Mo no chance to catch his breath, and he slashed upward from below. The upward slash, like a silver dragon soaring into the sky. Damn it! Feng Mo roared furiously, his cry causing the trees around him to rustle. His demonic power surged. His uninjured left arm swelled considerably, thick enough to be half the girth of a man's waist, and his veins coiled around the limb like snakes. He raised his arm, throwing a punch at the incoming blade, attempting to overpower the force with his own strength and destroy Su Changkong's weapon. However, Su Changkong's blow, infused with condensed blade chi, was even stronger than the limit of the blade-nurturing art, with such exaggerated lethality that combined with the level 8 iron cutting blade technique, it could sever waterfalls impregnable. TCH. Amidst the crisp tearing and the overwhelming cutting noises, a formidable force crushed down, and the earth shook violently, but Feng Mo's massive arm, as thick as a man's waist, was bisected, split into two halves. Dark red monster blood poured out like a light rain, pitting the ground with holes as it corroded everything it touched. Flowers and trees withered in its presence. What is this? Could his sword be one of those hard-to-find, demon-slicing divine weapons in the world? Feng Mo couldn't believe his demon monster body, which he took pride in, was so fragile before Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword, as if it were made of paper. His heart was filled with terror at the thought that there might be something wrong with Su Changkong's sword. Legend had it that the human race, to fight against some nearly immortal demon monsters, specially forged some demon-slicing divine weapons. In front of a demon-slicing divine weapon, the demon monster's immortal body could be suppressed. Could it be that Su Changkong was wielding a demon-slicing divine weapon? But that was impossible. He was just a lowly soldier-level demon monster. How could the humans possibly deploy a demon-slicing divine weapon against him? And let youngster have it. Of course, Su Changkong had no knowledge of Feng Mo's feelings and thoughts. His eyes blazed with sharpness like the edge of sword as he roared out, "Die!" Iron-cutting blade technique, splitting cut. In his roaring, Su Changkong gripped the sword with both hands, his arms bulging with veins as blade chi flowed from his body into the iron-cutting sword. The sword hummed and vibrated. A visible blue blade light emerged along the edge of the sword as he brought it down in a devastating chop. Where it passed, the air itself was cleaved. Overwhelmed by panic, Feng Mo tried to dodge, but was locked in completely by an aura. With his arms damaged, the relentless chop came crashing down. Pew! Feng Mo's head, harder than steel, was split open. A wound opened up in the middle of his massive body, which, like a log chopped by an axe, was split in half, its organs and blood gushing out. The blade chi that passed through his body carved a 3-meter-long fissure into the ground. Any ordinary person would have been dead beyond all doubt from such a devastating blow. "I'll kill you. I have to kill you." But Feng Mo's eyes turned blood red as he bellowed furiously. Whoosh! Feng Mo's bisected body, with its dark red blood like sticky glue, connected and pulled the halves back together, swiftly healing the wound. Moreover, his arms actually snapped at the elbow, separating from his body, and propelled by an unseen force, they flew towards Su Changkong. TCH. A pair of claws circled around, front and rear, aiming for Su Changkong's back of the head and chest. The nails lengthened sharply like knives and blades. Demon art, a unique innate ability of demon monsters, with countless bizarre forms. Some demon monsters could spew flames or thunderbolts. Others could corrode anything with their demonic power. Feng Mo's own demon art, which he called Render Asunder, allowed him to voluntarily detach his limbs and head from his body, controlling them with demonic power to attack like flying swords. Here it comes. A chill ran through Su Changkong's heart. He had already been caught off guard by this move before. His normally very resilient turtle-breathing chi armor had been penetrated, tearing open his chest and leaving a monster chi mark that allowed Feng Mo to track him down here. Naturally, he was prepared this time. Whale 5 skills, furious waves slapped the shore. Su Changkong executed a palm technique from the Whale 5 skills, but with the sword in place of the palm. Crash! Su Changkong, holding the sword in both hands, spun around, the iron-cutting sword tracing an arc, using the sword's surface to slap the two oncoming demon monster claws while continuously releasing blade chi from within his body. Using the sword like a palm, he dispersed the blade chi from a concentrated point to an area, lessening the power compared to a focused slice, but proving to be an effective measure against the conundrum before him. Puff, 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 puff. When the iron-cutting sword struck the pair of demon monsters' sharp claws, blade chi burst forth like raging waves accompanied by a series of cutting sounds. The fierce eruption of blade chi tore the demon monster's sharp claws to pieces, sending flesh and blood flying horizontally. Yeah, I'll kill you. I'll hack you to pieces. Having been wounded repeatedly, and even chopped in half by a sword, such injuries were not fatal to Feng Mo. However, the recovery would consume a vast amount of demonic power and would cause intense pain. This drove Feng Mo to complete insanity as his light yellow pupils were stained with blood vessels. The already healed body of Feng Mo, his head separated from his neck, the fierce demon monster head roared and hissed. It circled around, deftly avoiding Su Changkong's sword, opened its blood-filled maw with all its sharp fangs, and bit towards Su Changkong's neck. The claws and teeth of demon monsters are their most powerful weapons, let alone flesh and blood. Even the treasure armor worn by Gong Ba previously, one of the rarities of Ink Forest Prefecture City, was pierced through with a single bite. Giant whale skill. Giant whale exhales. However, Su Changkong suddenly opened his mouth. At close range, the vigorous true chi brewing in his belly, along with the inhaled air, spewed out together. It was like a water flow bomb exploded from a high position, furiously bombarding Feng Mo's fierce demon monster head right on its crown. Boom! The explosive force twisted the demon monster's head out of shape, blood seeped out, and it was smashed onto the ground, bouncing like a ball, disoriented. Without waiting for that head to rise again, Su Changkong took a step forward, his chi and blood surged, and he violently stomped down, crushing the demon monster head into the ground. Chop! Su Changkong's eyes were also bloodshot. The sharp blade, chi coursing through his veins, caused his arm wielding the sword to ache unbearably, but he ignored it all and made a splitting cut with the iron-cutting sword. Slash! Feng Mo's demon monster body, already healed, was once again split in half by this slice. Chop! Su Changkong's eyes reddened. He did not pause, swung the sword in a horizontal chop, slicing across Feng Mo's waist, quartering his headless torso. Chop, chop, chop! The only thought in Su Changkong's mind was to slay the demon monster before him, to hack his corpse into thousands of pieces. Slice, slice, slice! Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword hacked wildly without any technique, bolstered by blade chi. It was impregnable. Feng Mo's bulky demon monster body was sliced open, chopped apart, completely disfigured, scattered into chunks of flesh on the ground. Spare me. Spare me. Please stop. From the soil beneath Su Changkong's feet, Feng Mo's terrified pleas for mercy could be heard. Demon monsters did indeed possess an immortal body, but it wasn't truly immortal. Decapitation and massive injuries would consume demonic power, and once that power was exhausted, death was the only path left. It was unbearable for Feng Mo, for he was a demon monster whose natural life was higher than that of the human race. Yet he was about to die at the hands of what he regarded as food, a mere human youth. Didn't you want to hack me to pieces? Die! But Su Changkong turned a deaf ear. He saw those chunks of flesh still wriggling on the ground, still trying to reconnect. He immediately swung his sword in a frenzy, chopping and mashing, much like mincing meat for dumplings. No one knew how much time had passed before Feng Mo's head ceased struggling and screaming, and no trace of an intact body was left on the ground, only mounds of rotten flesh. Su Changkong felt waves of stinging pain transmitted from the veins in his arms. The blade chi within him completely squandered. A feeling of weakness swept over him, and he finally stopped. Looking at the mess on the ground, the scattered flesh paste, and smelling the blood in the air, Su Changkong's mouth also twitched violently. If this scene were witnessed by outsiders, it would be hard to determine who exactly was the freak and who was the demon monster. Su Changkong reached out and grabbed the only intact head of Feng Mo, pulling it out of the soil. At this moment, Feng Mo's head was filled with ferocity, pain, and contortion, having long lost the breath of life. Didn't you want to hack me to pieces? Demon monster, aren't you an immortal? Why don't you come back to life? Su Changkong smiled with a grimace. Rest for a moment, then set a fire to burn it cleanly, and it will be done. Su Changkong thought for a moment, threw the head on the ground, mustered his strength, held the iron-cutting sword, and split that demon monster's head in two to finally put his mind at ease. Upcoming update notice from Chidian Chinese Network. The next chapter update time is 13th at 2200 hours. Su Changkong gasped for breath, feeling waves of relief in his heart. During this period, Su Changkong had been under considerable pressure, worrying that Feng Mo might come after him. Because of this, he had no choice but to cultivate diligently. Though he usually trained hard, there was a difference between being forced to and doing so freely. And now, he had personally slain the demon monster Feng Mo. Demons, mysterious as they were, indeed weren't immortal. With the sword in his hand, he could still slay them, burn his body. After a brief rest, Su Changkong prepared to completely destroy Feng Mo's remains. After all, Feng Mo was a demon monster, and Su Changkong wasn't sure whether he was truly dead. Reducing him to ashes would ensure there were no mistakes. Su Changkong quickly gathered some firewood in the wasteland and poured some of the fire oil he had brought from the giant whale gang. With the help of the fire oil, Su Changkong easily lit a fire large enough to incinerate the body, collecting all of Feng Mo's remains and throwing them into the flames. Su Changkong discovered that the secret to a demon monster's seemingly indestructible body lay in demonic power. Once it was exhausted, the demon's body could burn just the same. What is this? Suddenly, Su Changkong was taken aback as he saw Feng Mo's severed head burning in the flames. As the flesh burned away, a light seemed to gleam from within the skull. Feeling curious, Su Changkong became more vigilant. He retrieved Feng Mo's head from the fire and used the tip of the sword to pick out the glowing object inside. This is... Upon closer inspection, Su Changkong found an irregular, thumb-tip-sized, prism-shaped crystal, dark red throughout with mysterious power flowing within, resembling a magnificent gemstone. Strangely, although it had been extracted from Feng Mo's head, the crystal core was spotless, untainted by any dirt. Could this be something like a demon core? Su Changkong was amazed. The crystal core having been taken from the demon monster's head, it must be something akin to a power core. Thump, thump, thump. As Su Changkong held it in the palm of his hand, the cool touch of the crystal core's surface and its profound light seemed to resonate, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily quicken, as if he felt an intense desire for the core. What a strange thing. This sent a chill through Su Changkong's heart. The crystal core from within the demon monster was indeed peculiar. Let's keep it. After a moment of thought, Su Changkong decided not to discard the crystal core. Despite its peculiar nature, he suspected it might be quite valuable, being something that originated within a demon monster, and very rare at that. He could look into its function and value later. Perhaps there would be a great reward. It's time to leave. Glancing back at the demon monster's remains, which were nearly consumed by the flames, Su Changkong didn't linger and immediately left the barren mountain, heading back in the direction of the giant whale gang. The wilderness was silent, and the fire that Su Changkong had started, having burnt most of the remains and depleted its fuel, gradually extinguished, emitting wisps of dark smoke. Half an hour after Su Changkong had left, two agile figures swiftly arrived. One was a youth in white clothes with a noble demeanor, while the other was a robust and strong man. Damn it! The marking seed I planted on that demon monster has dissipated. The fiend is dead. The youth in white looked extremely displeased. The youth in white and the strong man had been tasked with going to Forest Prefecture City to deal with the scourge, the demon monster Feng Mo. But the youth in white wanted Feng Mo to reach his peak before slaying him, ripe like fruit, for that would yield the greatest harvest. To ensure that Feng Mo couldn't escape his control, the youth in white had secretly planted a tracking marking seed. He first implanted the marking seed in a human warrior, whom Feng Mo devoured in an attempt to recover his strength, thus silently transferring the mark to Feng Mo. With the tracking marking seed, there was no way for Feng Mo to escape from his grasp, so the youth in white let him roam and prey in Forest Prefecture City. In the youth in white's view, there was no chance a warrior from a trifling place like Forest Prefecture City could threaten Feng Mo, who possessed an immortal body. However, what the youth in white never anticipated was that the marking seed he had planted on Feng Mo had dissolved not too long ago. There were two possibilities. One, that Feng Mo had detected the marking seed and found a way to disperse it, but more likely, he was dead, killed by someone. This prompted the youth in white to hurry from the inn where he was staying to the place where the marking seed had disappeared, leading to the scene before him. The demon monster is really dead? Was it killed by a local martial artist of Forest Prefecture City? Unlike the dismayed mood of the youth in white, the strong man was more shocked. A master capable of chopping down a demon monster in Forest Prefecture City. That was unexpected. There are traces here. Quickly, the youth in white and the strong man entered the deserted mountains and found the pile of firewood that had almost stopped burning and some bones that had not been fully consumed. Whoosh! The youth in white waved his sleeve, and a powerful invisible force blew the pile of firewood apart. The youth in white began searching carefully through the pile of charred remains. After a while, the youth in white's face became as dark as water. Gone. The demon core has been taken. Demon monsters, a superior race. A race even higher than humans. Born innately powerful and in possession of bizarre demon arts, along with an immortal body and more, unless one's strength was overwhelming enough to crush them. Martial artists would find it extremely difficult to kill a demon monster. After all, no matter how severe the injury, a demon monster could quickly recover, while a human warrior would die from a fatal wound. A vast advantage indeed. Demon monsters were incredibly dangerous, but the rewards for hunting one were unimaginably great, with the most valuable part of them being the core of their power. The demon crystal core. The demon crystal core, something money could hardly buy, was a treasure not circulated in the market, its value beyond ordinary martial artists' imagination. The white-clothed young man had come to Forest Prefecture City with a burly man precisely for this demon crystal core. But now, the demon monster had been killed, and even the demon crystal core had been taken, a peach plucked by someone else. Ooh, which bastard stole my prey? Stole my treasure? The handsome face of the white-clothed youth twisted, his pupils flashing a faint green light, quite terrifying. His figure shot around the wild mountain like lightning, hoping that the person who had killed the demon monster and taken its core hadn't left yet. But of course, his search yielded nothing. Mr. Mu, the demon monster being killed is good news. Our mission is completed, and we can go back to Dafeng State City to report, said the burly man, seeing Mr. Mu, who seemed frustrated and furious. In the eyes of the burly man, Mr. Mu had gone too far by simply allowing the demon monster to rampage, and now someone in Forest Prefecture City had killed the demon monster. Yet Mr. Mu was still so upset. Those born in the Mu family were indeed madmen beyond reason. What do you know? Mr. Mu glared at the burly man, growling as though he was about to devour him. Mu Jin, do you want to fight me now? Seeing that vicious glare, the burly man could no longer contain his anger, as a thick presence of chi and blood boiled within him. Being a martial artist, he was already quick-tempered. Out of respect for Mu Jin's status, he had restrained himself, but the other man didn't consider him at all, scolding and roaring at him, which made him face pent-up frustration. Although Mu Jin's eyes were fierce, he ultimately did not make a move. He took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Looking at the marks on the ground, the person who killed the demon monster specializes in blade technique, shattering the demon monster's body with continuous chopping strikes before burning it. Mu Jin examined the chaotic battlefield in the wilderness, his eyes reflecting deep thought. In this Ink Forest Prefecture city, there are many martial artists skilled in blade technique, yet finding one capable of killing a demon monster with it, that is difficult. However, this is a clue. I just need to find the experts in blade technique of this city and question each one. Perhaps then I can retrieve my demon crystal core. Mu Jin quickly planned his mind. While there were many adept in blade techniques, the famed blade experts could be counted on one hand. The person who killed the demon monster and took the demon crystal core was an expert in blade technique, most likely one of the known masters in Ink Forest Prefecture City. All it would take is visiting each one to find out who killed the demon monster. Tai, you can go back now. No need to follow me. I have some matters to attend to. Thinking this, Mu Jin addressed the burly man, not waiting for his response. In a flash, leaving behind a trail of white afterimage, he vanished into the wilderness using shrinking into inches. Oomph. A demon crystal core is not a treasure that lowly mortals can enjoy. Mr. Mu Jin sneered in his white attire, knowing that the demon monsters were very rare and their demon crystal cores even rarer, and thus not something he would allow others to take from him. People from the Mu family are indeed lunatics beyond any normal understanding. The burly man, watching Mr. Mu disappear into the wild mountains, couldn't help but curse vehemently. But this Ink Forest Prefecture city actually has an expert in blade technique capable of killing a demon monster. I would truly like to meet him. Then, the burly man looked at the obvious blade-induced cracks on the ground, also wondering who this person who killed the demon monster was. Su Changkong naturally did not know that shortly after his departure, someone had arrived at the wild mountain and vowed to reclaim the demon crystal core from him. At this moment, Su Changkong had already traveled 300 to 400 miles at top speed, returning to the giant whale gang. After returning to the giant whale gang, Su Changkong took a good bath, having unavoidably stained himself with some impurities while dealing with the demon monster's dismembered corpse. Moreover, bathing was the best way to relax. That was close. Feng Mo was too arrogant. Plus, my understanding of his techniques helped, or else who would have ended up victorious, is debatable. Soaking in the bathtub, Su Changkong reflected on his fight with Feng Mo, mentally noting. Being able to kill Feng Mo was not just because of the strong blade Chi Su Changkong cultivated, but also because of a previous encounter with Feng Mo, which gave him insight into Feng Mo's abilities and techniques. Otherwise, facing him in battle without any understanding could have led to a severe setback. Demon monsters are indeed a miraculous species. There are certainly more than just one or two in the world. Among the demon monsters, Feng Mo probably wasn't the strongest. The world is vast, and what I know is just the tip of the iceberg. One must not be overly self-important. Su Changkong also realized that his strength was hard to match within Ink Forest Prefecture City, but dominating a small city was not what he aspired to. Having finished bathing, Su Changkong stood in front of a copper mirror, drying his body, admiring the distinct and perfect physique reflected in the mirror. Feeling good after having eliminated the threat, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a perfect body! I wonder which woman will be lucky enough to have it in the future." Has the youngest brother returned? Not long after, upon learning of Su Changkong's return, Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan were undoubtedly overjoyed, and they met with Su Changkong at the first opportunity. Not long ago, Gong Ba met his death at the hands of Feng Mo, and Sikong Huang as well as Sikong Zhan knew in their hearts that Feng Mo's next target was very likely Su Changkong, who was disguised as Sikong Yong. And to avoid unnecessary casualties and not to be hindered by others, Su Changkong had chosen to leave the giant whale gang alone. Both Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan were worried to the extreme in their hearts. Su Changkong was strong, that they knew, but his opponent was Feng Mo, a real demon monster. Even experts like Sikong Yong and Gong Ba had lost their lives to Feng Mo, and whether Su Changkong could be an exception was something they had no confidence in. But now that Su Changkong had returned safely, did this indicate that he had already dealt with the threat? Big brother, second sister, why have both of you come together? Fresh from his bath and seeing the two of them hurry over, he greeted them. You're unharmed, that's great. Sikong Zhan couldn't help asking, did Feng Mo come for you? What was the outcome? Sikong Huang also looked at Su Changkong with immense curiosity. Hearing this, Su Changkong smiled and said, he did come for me. I originally wanted to have a good talk with him, but he insisted on treating me as food, so I had no choice but to send him on his way. As soon as these words came out, Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan exchanged a look, both seeing the joy and shock in each other's eyes. They were joyful, of course, because Su Changkong had returned unharmed, and even more so because he had slain their father's murderer. But they were shocked because that murderer was a demon monster, one that couldn't be killed even when beheaded, possessing an immortal body. Yet even so, Feng Mo was still slain by Su Changkong. Su Changkong seemed like an undefeated war god. No matter who the enemy was, human or ghost, he always created miracles. Let's not talk about this matter with anyone else. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble, Su Changkong instructed Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan. Su Changkong had always kept a low profile. Fame was of no use to him, but rather a burden. Quietly cultivating and strengthening himself was the true path. Both of them nodded in agreement. Having slain the demon monster that had plagued Ink Forest Prefecture City, such news would definitely make the giant whale gang's reputation soar, but too much attention was not a good thing. Everything should be in moderation. Ink Forest Prefecture City was still a place where everyone felt insecure. The death of Gong Ba, the guardian deity of Ink Forest Prefecture City, undoubtedly caused many people to despair. If even Gong Ba died at the hands of a demon monster, who could stop it if it appeared again? Strange. Normally, that murdering demon would stir up trouble every 3 to 5 days. But now a week has passed without any movement. Could that murdering demon have been exterminated? People also noticed that the indiscriminate murdering demon, since killing Gong Ba, had vanished without a trace and no longer caused chaos. The murdering demon has been exterminated. We can all return to our normal lives now. Soon after, such a message was circulated from the officialdom of Ink Forest Prefecture City, confirming that the murdering demon had been exterminated. Everyone thought the murdering demon was just a strong, cruel martial artist. They didn't know that their adversary wasn't human at all, but a demon monster. The officials had some reasons to withhold this information. That's great. No more worrying and being scared. Someone eradicated that murdering demon? Which heroic figure did it? Without a doubt, with this news out, the whole Ink Forest Prefecture City was in celebration. In the past, fearing the indiscriminate murdering demon, everyone had to stay indoors as soon as night fell, but now, with the threat gone, they could return to their old lives. As for who had slain the murdering demon, the officials of Ink Forest Prefecture City did not disclose it, and the fundamental reason was that they themselves did not know. In the blink of an eye, it had been over half a month, and at that time in the prefecture yamen, Gong Yulong was receiving a guest, with cold sweat running down his forehead. Gong Yulong, could it be you didn't take my words to heart? Dressed in white robes, the handsome Mu Jin stared coldly at Gong Yulong, his eyes filled with chilling coldness causing Gong Yulong to feel as if he fell into an ice cave. This Mu Jin comes from Dafeng State City. He is a disciple of a millennium-old family, too terrifying. He feels more frightening to me than that demon monster. Gong Yulong's heart was twitching painfully. He had previously met Feng Mo, which had greatly startled him, but this Mu Jin felt even more terrifying to him. At least when facing the demon monster, Gong Yulong knew the creature was cruel and utterly wicked, But Mu Jin was unpredictable and almost seemed insane. Angering him could lead to anything happening. Hearing Mu Jin's interrogation, Gong Yulong secretly cursed his luck, a look of injustice on his face. "Mr. Mu, how dare I be negligent in the slightest? I've already given you all the information on the experts skilled in the blade technique with Qi Blood 4 transformation, and these are all the high-level experts we have." During this period, Mu Jin had not given up on recovering the precious demon monster's crystal core. Following the clue that the person who killed the demon monster was skilled with blade techniques, Mu Jin went to Magistrate Gong Yulong, asking him to provide information on all experts in Ink 4's prefecture city who were above the Qi Blood 4 transformation and adept with blade techniques. Moreover, he visited and interrogated them one by one, but to no avail, which made Mu Jin grow increasingly irritable. Su Changkong was skilled in blade technique and had once battled with Su Changkong in Ink 4's prefecture city, but at that time he was disguised, and he was also quite weak, not having reached the realm of Qi Blood 4 transformation or higher. Later on, when impersonating Sikong Yong, Su Changkong rarely used blade technique and was not listed in the intelligence Gong Yulong provided to Mu Jin. Seeing Gong Yulong groveling, Mu Jin also lost the mood to continue scolding him and began to ponder carefully. Above Qi Blood 4 transformation, among martial artists skilled in blade technique, there aren't any who have slain demon monsters. Perhaps I should broaden the criteria. There are only a few martial artists in Ink 4's prefecture city capable of injuring a demon monster. A visit won't take too much time. The way Mu Jin sought the person who killed the demon monster was simple and crude. Anyone capable of such a feat must be a top expert in Ink 4's prefecture city. Therefore, why not loosen the requirements and visit each of them in turn? Xiao Billy, Sikong Yong, Li Anning. Mu Jin looked at the intelligence in his hands about the top experts of Ink 4's prefecture city, and, although he didn't think that these people had the strength to slay a demon monster, he didn't have any other leads. Giant Whale Gang. Su Changkong quietly cultivated, feeling the strength of the Qi Blood pill medicine spreading throughout his body, and he couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless to complete Qi Blood 7 transformation and reach the realm of Qi Blood Long Dragon. It will take 3 or 4 months, and that's assuming the pill medicine is sufficient. I'm running low on money. Su Changkong's giant whale skill had made a breakthrough to the 6th realm, and his ability to refine pill medicine had improved. Reaching Qi Blood 7 transformation was not difficult for him, but this was under the prerequisite that he had enough Qi Blood pills to swiftly enhance his Qi and blood. Previously, breaking through from the 4th to the 6th transformation had already consumed more than half of his 1.3 million taels of silver, and the remainder was not quite enough. Su Changkong considered whether to ask Sikong Wen for some money. Although he was too embarrassed to ask directly, he had killed Feng Mo for Sikong Wen's son Sikong Yong as revenge, so it seemed only right to receive some compensation. The blade Qi within me has been re-nurtured to its peak, and once I break through to the Qi Blood Long Dragon realm, my body's endurance will be strong enough, and the quality of this blade Qi can still rise. Su Changkong introspected on the blade-shaped blade Qi within him. Nurturing it with his body, accumulating blade Qi was now much faster than before. It had taken him just over half a month to return to his peak after fully expending his blade Qi. Master Su, the second miss seeks your presence. At this moment, a disciple of the Giant Whale Gang arrived outside Su Changkong's residence and knocked on the courtyard door, speaking respectfully to Su Changkong upon seeing him. I understand. Su Changkong nodded, curious about what she wanted at this time, but without hesitating too much, he decided to go and find out. When Su Changkong met with Sikong Huang, he asked, "Second sister, has something happened within the Giant Whale Gang?" Sikong Huang nodded, her expression slightly solemn. "A guest arrived not long ago at the Giant Whale Gang, specifically asking to see my father by name. He calls himself Mu Jin and claims to be from Dafeng State City." From Dafeng State City? Mu Jin. Su Changkong was slightly surprised. Dafeng State City was the true, bustling center of Dafeng State, the capital of the entire state. Ing4's prefecture city was merely a city within a prefecture, and compared to Dafeng State City, it was like the difference between a small 18th-tier town and a first-tier metropolis. You want to see Sikong Yong? For what purpose? Su Changkong asked. This person from Dafeng State City had come directly to the giant whale gang and sought an audience with Sikong Yong. Likely his request was no trivial matter. I don't know. This person is quite extraordinary, with a noble bearing, presumably with no ordinary background. He stated that he has important matters to discuss with the gang leader and has already been led to the reception hall. My elder brother is personally accompanying him. Do you want to meet him, third brother? Sikong Huang shook her head. Just by appearances, it was clear that Mu Jin was no ordinary individual. Coming from Dafeng State City and carrying such a dangerously potent aura, the giant whale gang naturally did not wish to offend such a person with an extraordinary background, and so they warmly received him. Let's go meet him then. Su Changkong pondered briefly, and, also wanting to know the purpose of the other party's visit to the giant whale gang, decided to meet this Mu Jin. Su Changkong then dressed up, disguising himself as Sikong Yong, and accompanied Sikong Huang to the hall where distinguished guests were received. In a large hall, Su Changkong saw Mu Jin. This person is very dangerous. And upon seeing Mu Jin, Su Changkong understood why even Sikong Zhan had personally accompanied him. Mu Jin wore white clothing, had handsome features, and appeared graceful, but the cold aura he exuded made others quite uncomfortable. Just feeling his presence was enough to understand that he was an extremely dangerous person. Third brother has arrived. Sikong Zhan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Changkong appear. Being alone with Mu Jin, Sikong Zhan had tried to probe the purpose of his visit, but Mu Jin had simply ignored him, quietly sipping his tea. Such rude behavior silently infuriated Sikong Zhan, though he felt it was not appropriate to make a scene. I am Sikong Yong. I've had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Mu Jin. Dressed as Sikong Yong, Su Changkong seated himself opposite and courteously greeted him. I've met gang leader Sikong. Seeing the main person in question, Mu Jin finally put down his teacup and nodded slightly. I heard that Mr. Mu comes from Dafeng State City. May I ask the reason for gracing the giant whale gang with your presence? Su Changkong cut to the chase, inquiring about the purpose of Mu Jin's visit. Mu Jin stared intently at Su Changkong and asked, the demon monster that was causing havoc recently, I have heard that you had an encounter with it. Are you here because of that demon monster? Su Changkong was immediately alarmed and realized the purpose of the other's visit. It was about the demon monster. He had come all the way from Dafeng State City to inquire about it. Surprised, yet showing no change in expression, Su Changkong said, Indeed, I have crossed paths with it. That demon monster was strong. It managed to injure me. Upon hearing this, Mu Jin maintained a poker face and indifferently commented, At that time, the demon monster had just completed nirvana and its strength was less than half of its peak. If it had been at its peak, you might have ended up with more than just injuries. Mu Jin was expressionless, but his words conveyed a slight disdain, as if he was naturally superior to others. Disregarding the slightly uncomfortable faces of everyone in the room, Mu Jin's eyes remained fixed on Su Changkong, gang leader Sikong. Was that demon monster killed by your hand? Chidian Chinese Network Update Preview. The next chapter will be updated at 2200 hours on the 14th. Su Changkong, at this moment, only wanted to send Mu Jin away. He knew that Mu Jin had come for the demon monster, and if he admitted it, he reckoned there would be more troublesome matters ahead. Hence, Su Changkong furrowed his brows and said, If he dares to appear before me again, he will surely not return. However, since that night, I have been in seclusion within the giant whale gang, and he has not reappeared. I heard that demon monster was slain. Su Changkong did not admit that the demon monster was killed by him, and Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan, who knew the inside story, naturally did not say so either. Although I also think you couldn't kill that demon monster, please do cooperate. Mu Jin said calmly, that demon monster killed Gong Ba that night, and it's highly likely that you were its next target, but a few days later, I found the demon monster dead on a desolate mountain. The person who killed him was a martial artist skilled in blade technique. Although you don't know blade technique, I think you're prime suspect. He went to that desolate mountain. Startled by what he heard, Su Changkong became alarmed. He hadn't told anyone about that desolate mountain. So how had Mujin been there? How did he arrive at that location? However, the way Mujin interrogated him, as if questioning a criminal, was infuriating. Sikong Huang could no longer restrain herself and said, "Mr. Mu, my father hasn't gone out since he was injured that day. If he truly had killed the demon monster, my father would not deny it. Moreover, if my father did kill the demon monster, it would have been an act of eradicating evil for the people. Why must you press the matter with such an aggressive attitude?" Mujin did not even glance at Sikong Huang. He stared at Su Changkong. It would be one thing if you had killed the demon monster, but the person who killed it took something they shouldn't have. I need to retrieve it, and you had better cooperate. Su Changkong now had a rough understanding of Mr. Mu's objective. He was not investigating who killed the demon monster out of concern for the creature's life, but rather for the crystal core inside the demon monster. The crystal core inside the demon monster seemed to be a very precious treasure, which Su Changkong had stashed away, and Mujin's purpose for coming here was for the demon monster's crystal core. Moreover, it appeared that Mujin had arrived in Ink Forest Prefecture City long ago. He didn't intervene when the demon monster wreaked havoc, but after Su Changkong had slain the creature, he emerged, wanting to seize the spoils of battle that belonged to him. "How would you like me to cooperate?" asked Su Changkong, expressionless, as the anger in his heart began to accumulate. Mujin directly took out a bottle of pill medicine from his sleeve and said to Su Changkong, "This is the truth-spilling pill. After swallowing it, you'll be in a groggy state for a while and will answer some simple questions without any harm to your body. Take one. I ask and you answer. If you truly didn't kill that demon monster, I'll leave." This so-called truth-spilling pill was, in fact, a kind of intoxicant. After taking it, one's mind would become clouded, and it would answer questions posed by others involuntarily, of course, limited to simple affirmatives or negatives, rather than spilling detailed secrets of cultivation techniques or the like. Mujin had previously approached other martial artists skilled in blade techniques using this method to determine if they were responsible. "And if I choose not to cooperate?" Su Changkong asked, the surge of anger inside him nearly reaching its peak. Mujin was too arrogant. Mujin let out a light chuckle. The other martial artists from Ink Forest Prefecture City whom I approached mostly did not cooperate, but in the end, they had to comply, and they suffered for nothing. I advised gang leader Sikong to cooperate. "Fine," Su Changkong said with a smile, but the chilling look in his eyes was extreme. It was clear that Mujin had no intention of backing down. And how could Su Changkong let himself be sliced as he pleased? If that were the case, rather than asking me whether I killed that demon monster, why don't you go and ask him yourself? Su Changkong suddenly made his move, rising from his seat, his right fist harshly smashing forward, carrying a roaring howl with it. Indeed, it was he who had slain the demon monster, which was an act of removing a scourge for the people. But faced with Mujin's interrogative and aggressive attitude, he resorted to direct action. Boom! Mujin seemed not to have recoiled. The punch landed solidly on Mujin's face. The chair Mujin was sitting on was crushed by an immense force, and Mujin himself was sent flying backward. However, strangely, as he flew toward the wall, his speed decreased, and he eventually landed on the ground as lightly as a leaf. Crack, crack, crack. The ground where he stood issued a cracking sound, and the air around was filled with a whistling noise. Mujin was actually unharmed, seemingly having deflected the force of the punch with some technique. Mr. Mu extremely fearsome. Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan were both shocked beyond measure. Mujin had withstood a punch from Su Changkong without a scratch. With such footwork and martial arts skills, a second like him could not be found in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Mujin landed on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Good. You'd rather face the penalty than drink a toast. Let's show you how a frog in a well can't compare to a true powerhouse. Mujin had known before arriving that the gang leader of the giant whale gang always acted imperiously and wouldn't cooperate with him. But no matter, in this world the weak can only follow the orders of those with stronger fists. Divine would palm, 10,000 woods decay, and prosper. Mujin suddenly moved, appearing before Su Changkong like a white ghost, nearly invisible to the naked eye. His right palm struck out, a faint green light spewing from the palm, exuding an aura of decay. Giant whale skill, endless furious sea. Su Changkong's chi and blood circulated, his fist's power condensed. His tall frame stepped forward, his right fist striking out as fiercely as a giant maelstrom of an angry sea, growing stronger against resistance. Boom! As fist and palm collided, a violent surge of energy wildly spread, tearing the luxurious tables and chairs in the living room to pieces. Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan involuntarily backed away to all sides as the entire living room shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred, about to collapse. Su Changkong was somewhat surprised. From Mujin's palm, those strands of energy seemed like threads with an erosive quality, eager to follow his palm and invade his body along his veins. Turtle breath technique. Turtle breathing chi armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Changkong's dantian stirred, and his turtle breathing true chi was activated, reaching the 9th realm. The incredibly thick true chi burst forth like an exploding bomb, effectively extinguishing the malicious energy from the palm strike. Even Mujin himself was knocked backward by this explosive burst of true chi. Su Changkong's hair lifted as if there was no gravity, and thick true chi formed a 3-inch thick chi armor around him. His eyes were filled with coldness. Mujin, it seems you have grown too arrogant. This isn't a place where you can run wild. Such a rich true chi, for a native of such a small place, is indeed impressive. Mujin took his stance, surprised by the blue chi armor enveloping Su Changkong's body. Generally speaking, the cultivation of cultivation techniques is harder than increasing one's realm in martial arts, not only requiring resources, but even more talent. The outburst of true chi from Su Changkong revealed a very deep level of inner strength. But soon, a cold smirk appeared on Mujin's lips. But with just this little trick, you think you can resist me? I'll show you what is called a disparity. Mujin's eyes turned a ghastly green, like that of serpent, and a greenish gas began to emerge from all over his body, enveloping him and vaguely coalescing into a long green dragon. Cold, deadly, and oozing an extremely horrifying sense of danger. What is this? Chi and blood? But why is it this color? Su Changkong couldn't help but be astonished as well. The chi and blood of a martial artist is naturally yang and rigid, usually a fiery red color. However, the chi and blood exhibited by Mujin was a cold, dark green, something Su Changkong had only seen in his life. Despite the bizarre phenomena exhibited by Mujin's stimulated chi and blood, the one thing that was certain was its power, far surpassing that of Gong Ba, who had also reached the realm of Chi Blood Long Dragon. The Green Long Dragon, a manifestation of Chi and blood, exuded a cold, decaying aura capable of withering everything away. In front of it, Sikong Zhan and Sikong Huang both felt as if they were becoming petrified, unable to muster their chi and blood. What's that sound? Someone's making a move inside the giant whale gang. The clash between Su Changkong and Mujin had long since drawn numerous martial artists from within the giant whale gang, but Su Changkong had no time to pay them any heed. Mujin was tremendously fearsome. Despite his youthful appearance, he might be the strongest martial artist Su Changkong had encountered. I must chop him down. Su Changkong's eyes flickered sharply with blade chi. Faced with the unfathomable Mujin, the blade chi within him was nearly uncontrollable. Since they had already come to blows as enemies, he had no choice but to use every means at his disposal to kill him on the spot. Just as both parties were on the brink of a massive battle, both Su Changkong and Mu Jin simultaneously showed a hint of astonishment, turning their heads towards the entrance of the hall. They felt the sudden appearance of an intense heat, as mighty as the midday sun. At the entrance of the hall, an imposing figure like a bear stood, appearing without notice. This robust man wore a brown robe, rugged in appearance, with strong muscles, exuding a force that alone suggested he was not someone easy to provoke. What was even more alarming was the vast power brewing inside him. Once unleashed, everything surrounding him would be utterly destroyed. The intensity of this aura was unbelievable, like a massive forge burning fiercely. Mu Jin, have you caused enough trouble? The robust man's eyes were like copper bells with fury in them. He scanned the room and, upon locking eyes with Mu Jin, reproached him. Seeing the appearance of this robust man, Mu Jin also reacted with astonishment. Hong Jinxiang? Why are you here? Hong Jinxiang. Hearing this name, Xikong Zhan's face showed a hint of shock. Hong Jinxiang, a name not widely known in Ink Forest Prefecture City, but Xikong Zhan had heard of this man from Xikong Yong as a child. Hong Jinxiang was renowned as a powerful martial arts practitioner in Dafeng State. He was said to have been an ordinary man with extraordinary strength since childhood, strong enough to lift cauldrons at only 5 years of age. His progression in martial arts was swift, later joining the Great Wind Iron Cavalry to earn numerous commendations, becoming one of the 4 great generals of Dafeng State City, commanding over 100,000 Great Wind Iron Cavalry troops. He had fought countless battles to forge his formidable reputation. This was truly a person of great importance who had now appeared within the Giant Whale Gang, presumably on account of Mu Jin. The man recognized as Hong Jinxiang spoke coldly. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have turned Ink Forest Prefecture City upside down? I heard there was a demon monster in Ink Forest Prefecture City, and you volunteered to come, but instead of doing your duty, you allowed the demon to harm people. Now, you're stirring up trouble everywhere. Do you think you are untouchable because you're from a noble family? Was it Tai He? That bastard ratted me out. Mu Jin was shocked and angry, understanding that for someone like Hong Jinxiang to appear here, it was most likely due to Tai He, who had accompanied him, reporting on him. Mu Jin had allowed the demon to harm people, which had already displeased Tai He. After the demon was killed by an unknown expert, Mu Jin still refused to drop the matter, causing trouble everywhere. Fearing that Mu Jin could blow the situation out of proportion, Tai He reported the incident to his superior, none other than this man named Hong Jinxiang. Hong Jinxiang knew that Mu Jin was from a noble family, with an extraordinary status, and most people would find it nearly impossible to make him comply obediently. Since he was quite close to Ink Forest Prefecture City and had learned of Mu Jin's whereabouts from the Prefecture Yamen, he had personally made the trip. No sooner had he arrived at the Giant Whale Gang than he heard the commotion here, so he hurried over. Stop disgracing yourself here. Let's go. Seeing that Mu Jin was still trying to find out who had snitched on him, Hong Jinxiang's eyes widened, and he bellowed angrily. Boom! This angry bellow, like a thunderclap, did not disperse to harm others, and Mu Jin, who had been stimulating his qi and blood power, grunted at the sound, feeling dizzy in his head and his qi and blood in chaos, causing the dark green dragon swirling around his body to disperse. This Hong Jinxiang is terrifying. He's like a humanoid monster. Su Changkong couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. Mu Jin was already a formidable martial artist, but Hong Jinxiang's roar alone had made Mu Jin's qi and blood surge. The depth of his strength was immeasurable and astonishing. The more skilled the master, the more terrifying Hong Jinxiang's power seemed, with an overwhelming force contained within him. The well-known top expert of Dafeng State City was indeed frightening. People couldn't hope to rival him. Yes, Mu Jin was reluctant and felt it was a loss of face to be scolded in front of others in such a manner. But seeing Hong Jinxiang's icy expression, he gritted his teeth and could only bow his head in acquiescence, knowing there was a significant gap between himself and Hong Jinxiang, one of the four great generals of the Great Wind Iron Cavalry. Resisting further would only result in unnecessary suffering. Hong Jinxiang's gaze turned to Su Changkong, a hint of apology on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "Are you gang leader, Siko? I really apologize for the trouble that Mu Jin has caused you. I apologize on his behalf to the giant whale gang." Su Changkong said nothing, while Sikong Zhan from the side hurriedly said, "Magistrate Hong, you're too kind. It's only a minor incident." Hong Jinxiang nodded again and left with the unreconciled Mu Jin. Hong Jinxiang, my achievements in the future may well not be inferior to yours." Mu Jin inwardly sneered. Being a noble family scion, he possessed a special bloodline, not to be compared with ordinary martial artists. As for Sikong Yang, still dwelling in obscurity at his age, he wasn't even noticed by the likes of noble family disciples like Mu Jin, who saw limited achievements in someone who could only dominate a lesser place. After a brief skirmish, Mu Jin also didn't believe that Sikong Yang had the strength to slay a demon monster. What a pity! A demon monster crystal core. If I could have obtained it and refined it, it would have been enough to enhance my bloodline, taking my strength to the next level. Mu Jin was quite unwilling in his heart, as a precious and invaluable demon monster crystal core had just slipped through his fingers. Mu Jin didn't expect that someone could slay a demon monster in such a place. Otherwise, he would have taken action and killed the demon monster himself, not leaving empty-handed. This was a classic case of losing much due to greed. If possible, Su Changkong would certainly not be content to let Mu Jin leave just like that. But Mu Jin's strength was no doubt extraordinary. If it really came to a fight, whether Su Changkong could win using his blade chi was uncertain. Besides, there was Hong Jinxiang. For Hong Jinxiang, such a figure, to lower his dignity and apologize on Mu Jin's behalf was already quite reasonable. If Su Changkong was unwilling to let it go, Hong Jinxiang might not necessarily side with an outsider. In the end, it was still a question of strength. If Su Changkong were strong enough, it wouldn't matter who he was facing. He wouldn't have to show respect, and nobody could stop him from killing a man. Dafeng State City, Mu Jin Ha. Su Changkong silently committed the name to memory. Although he hadn't been wronged personally, there was no need to be too outraged. There would be other days ahead. That demon monster crystal core, what use does it have? It could make a noble family scion like Mu Jin lose face, going to great lengths to obtain it. Su Changkong was also curious at the same time. Mu Jin was after the demon monster crystal core, causing trouble everywhere, and even resulting in Hong Jinxiang personally coming to take him away. Hong Jinxiang. To think I would get to see such a person. Sikong Zhan felt a complex mix of emotions. Hong Jinxiang was someone whom even his father, Sikong Yang, held in high esteem and admired. Yet he had come to the giant whale gang because of Mu Jin. So, the rude one comes from a noble family? No wonder he is so arrogant. Sikong Huang looked at the messy hall and said, somewhat displeased. 100-year dynasty, 1,000-year noble family. Noble families, with their long heritage and profound basis, many have been passed down from the previous dynasty to the current Flame Empire, even older than the Flame Empire itself. Moreover, it is said that some noble families have special bloodlines, and the martial artists in the family inherit these special bloodlines, making them favored by heaven. That peculiar-tempered Mu Jin was probably a noble family scion, which was why he was so wildly reckless. Noble family scions, with their special bloodlines, are often far stronger than ordinary martial artists, even at the same realm, and are capable of overcoming stronger opponents. Between people, there is disparity. Noble family scions are the ones born at the starting line ahead of the race. The disturbance had finally calmed down. Dafeng State City, huh? Maybe I'll go see the world there after a while. Su Changkong thought to himself. He surely wouldn't stay in the giant whale gang forever. Shallow waters don't make a sea dragon. Resources and environment are too important. Just like if Su Changkong had stayed in Clearwater City all along, he could never have grown so quickly to his current level. Hong Jinxiang, noble family science. The people and things in Dafeng State City couldn't be compared with those in Ink Forest Prefecture City. However, Su Changkong was not in a hurry, as he at least wanted to reach Qi Blood 7 transformation before considering going to Dafeng State City to assess the situation. This thing, it's better to put away first and not use it rashly. In the quiet room, Su Changkong looked at the dark red crystal core the size of fingertip on his thumb and thought to himself, this demon monster crystal core, coveted by the scions of noble families to the point of recklessness, must be extremely precious. The most direct approach, Su Changkong felt, was to swallow it and attempt to refine it. However, as the crystal core originated from within a demon monster, rash attempt could result in unforeseeable changes to his body, which would be bad news. Su Changkong decided to be more cautious and wait until he completely understood its effects before proceeding. The Gong family's Gong Yuhu wishes to visit gang leader Sikong. After securing the demon monster crystal core, to Su Changkong's surprise, the day after Hong Jinxiang and Mu Jin left, the people from the Gong family came knocking, wishing to meet with Sikong. Although puzzled by the purpose of their visit, Su Changkong still decided to meet with them. In the living room, Su Changkong, dressed up as Sikong, met Gong Yuhu. Gong Yuhu, the brother of Magistrate Gong Yulong, was beaming with a smile when he saw Su Changkong and immediately said, "Gang leader Sikong, it has been some time since we last met, and you seem even more vigorous than before. Lord Gong, what brings you to see me this time?" Su Changkong had no time for pleasantries and asked directly. Gong Yuhu's expression turned serious, and after a cough, he said, "It's about the divine arm crossbows. After discussing with gang leader Sikong last time, I went back to consult my elder brother, and he is determined to buy back those crossbows. Many things have happened since then, causing the delay." This surprised Su Changkong. Initially, that batch of divine arm crossbows was used by a group of sea pirates against Su Changkong. After Su Changkong wiped out these sea pirates, the Gong family came asking for them, but back then, when Su Changkong demanded 1,000,000 taels of silver, the negotiation broke off unpleasantly. Now, the Gong family had changed their mind and were willing to pay for those divine arm crossbows. Is it because of Gong Ba's incident? Su Changkong roughly understood why the Gong family had such a change of attitude. The Gong family, having a powerful figure like Gong Ba, was extremely confident facing the giant whale gang and Sikong. But after Gong Ba fell to a demon monster, this confidence was shattered. Furthermore, the Gong family received news that Mu Jin had come to fight Sikong and left worse off, taken away by Hong Jinxiang. This made the Gong family even more uneasy. Sikong was known to clash with the clan scions at the slightest disagreement, acting without any concerns and being used to tyranny. What if there was a misunderstanding and he bore grudges against the Gong family? Without their guardian deity Gong Ba, no one in the Gong family could stop Sikong. Hence, today, Gong Yuhu came to the door again, willing to spend money to buy back those crossbows and dispel the small grievance between the two sides. Su Changkong was also inwardly speechless, not expecting to have indirectly intimidated the Gong family. With a half-smile, Su Changkong said, "As I said before, if you make me wait too long, the price might not be the same as it was initially." In the battle at the Blue Rain Sea, these 8 divine arm crossbows, originally belonging to the Ink Forest army of Ink Forest Prefecture City, were used by sea pirates against Su Changkong. Most likely, someone from within the Gong family provided support to the sea pirates. Su Changkong wouldn't easily return them. 1,500,000 taels. Our Gong family is willing to offer 1,500,000 taels to buy back the lost divine arm crossbows. Gong Yuhu immediately put forth the offer. 1,500,000 taels. Su Changkong was also momentarily moved. Originally, when he risked a battle at the Blue Rain Sea, he earned a share of 60% of the spoils, totaling approximately 1.3 million taels, and now the Gong family was willing to pay 1.5 million taels to buy back those 8 crossbows and resolve the grudge with the giant whale gang. Our Gong family has always been benevolent. It wasn't our intention for these events to transpire. It was some family members acting on their own accord to commit such absurd acts. The family has already punished those who made decisions on their own. We hope gang leader Su Changkong can understand. Gong Yuhu said sincerely, lowering his stance considerably. With the current situation not being favorable for the Gong family, they only wish to recuperate and grow. With a whole Forest Prefecture city under their control, a little money was something the Gong family could fully afford to pay. Su Changkong was someone who responded to kindness rather than force. If the other party had been hostile, he would not have been interested in further discussion. But Gong Yuhu was earnest, willing to offer 1,500,000 taels of silver to set aside their grudge. Su Changkong indeed needed the money. With that sum, Su Changkong would without a doubt be able to reach Qi Blood 7 transformation with some left over. All right, I'm not one to trouble others. I'll agree to Lord Gong's proposal and return those divine armed crossbows to the Gong family. After some thought, Su Changkong accepted Gong Yuhu's terms. Good. If there's an opportunity in the future, the giant whale gang can also sincerely cooperate with our Gong family. Seeing Su Changkong's agreement, Gong Yuhu breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. As expected, sometimes a reputation can indeed make money. People are even coming to the door offering money. Su Changkong also inwardly sighed, seeing as the Gong family, with its official backing, became so cautious and afraid after losing Gong Ba that they took the initiative to resolve the grudge with money. Su Changkong had already researched the 8 divine armed crossbows thoroughly, and with the Gong family buying them back, he made a clean profit of 1,500,000 taels of silver. With this money, let's make a breakthrough to Qi Blood 7 transformation. Su Changkong was full of motivation. Relying on his own abilities, he asked the giant whale gang to help buy the ingredients for the Qi Blood pill medicine, which he then refined in a pill form, taking them daily as he began to push towards Qi Blood 7 transformation. Su Changkong reached the 6th tier of alchemy, basically never making a loss when refining high-difficulty pill medicines like the Qi Blood pill. After the turmoil caused by demon monsters and the incidents provoked by the noble family descendant Mujin, Forest Prefecture City suddenly became tranquil, with almost no major incidents occurring. Su Changkong was happy with the peace and quietly continued his cultivation. After his giant whale technique broke through to the 6th tier, his appetite greatly increased, as did his speed of assimilating Qi Blood pills, surpassing that of the past. Almost every day, Su Changkong's strength of Qi Blood grew. His physique developed, getting close to the peak of the Qi Blood 6 transformation, gradually marching toward a new realm. For someone with a solid foundation and astonishing potential like Su Changkong, the barriers that are incredibly difficult for others will be effortlessly broken through before him. 4 months passed, with winter turning to spring and nearing the summer season. Su Changkong finally reached his goal and stepped into a new realm. In a sealed and quiet cultivation room of the giant whale gang, Su Changkong sat still, his Qi blood boiling within him, continuously refining and ascending. The billowing wolf smoke began to roll and condense. Ayo! As time went by, a majestic dragon's roar echoed within the chamber. The wolf smoke gathered together, transforming into a blood-red dragon with bared fangs and brandished claws. A tremendous oppressive force swept through and pervaded the air. Qi Blood 7 transformation. The blood in Qi transformed into Dragon Realm. Achieved. Voila! Qi blood surged like a river. The thick Qi blood transformed into a hovering dragon above his head. The mere might it radiated was enough to terrify ordinary martial artists, leaving them without the slightest desire to resist. After a while, Su Changkong took a deep breath, calming down the turbulent Qi blood within him. The blood-red Qi blood dragon circled around Su Changkong, its body becoming ethereal until it completely vanished. I've finally reached the level of the Chi Blood 7 transformation. Su Changkong could hardly contain his joy. Clenching his fists, he felt a powerful force permeating him. The difference between the Chi Blood 6 transformation and the Chi Blood 7 transformation seemed to be just one cycle of blood refining, but in reality, they were two different tiers. As Chi Blood changed from wolf smoke into a dragon, Su Changkong felt his physique enhance greatly, nearly doubling in strength compared to before. Normally, a martial artist at the level of the Chi Blood 7 transformation would completely dominate one at the Chi Blood 6 transformation. In an Ink Forest Prefecture city, there were not many, but also not few martial artists who had reached the Chi Blood 6 transformation, yet those who could step into the Chi Blood 7 transformation realm were truly countable on one hand. It not only requires a vast amount of resources, but also exceptional talent. Otherwise, failing a few times can double the cost of expended resources, something even the wealthy big families cannot afford. And for Su Changkong to leap over one tier in just over half a year was unthinkable for ordinary people. Not only extravagantly using resources worth nearly 2 million taels of silver, but also combining it with the digestion ability of the giant whale technique, along with succeeding in every breakthrough on the first attempt, he was able to make this lightning-fast progress. Even though both of us have the Chi Blood Long Dragon, Mujin's Chi Blood is obviously much stronger. Is this the advantage of being a noble family scion? Having both reached the Chi Blood Long Dragon realm, Su Changkong couldn't help but compare himself with Mu Jin, and only then did he understand the terror of being a family's direct descendant. With their special bloodlines, these descendants with special bloodlines are far more powerful than martial artists of the same realm, sometimes even capable of overcoming those of higher tiers. It is said that some millennium-old families, in order to maintain the purity of their bloodlines, do not intermarry with other clans, and some families have even existed since before the Flame Empire, each one a colossal entity. What level Mu Jin ranked among the noble scions, that was unknown. "Let's see how much my lifespan has increased," said Su Changkong, then invigorated his spirit and checked the changes after the Chi Blood metamorphosis. Name: Su Changkong, 19 years old. Lifespan: 185 years. Potential points: 33. Martial arts mastered: 5 animal frolics, tier 9, unparalleled in the world 17%. Iron cutting blade technique, tier 8, profound mastery 31%. Turtle breath technique, tier 9, unparalleled in the world 15%. Blade nurturing art, tier 8, profound mastery 17%. Giant whale technique, tier 6, reach the pinnacle 33%. Wind thunder archery, tier 7, profound mastery 68%. Skills mastered: forging, tier 7, profound mastery 7%. Alchemy, tier 6, reach the pinnacle 51%. Opening the attribute panel, Su Changkong saw his lifespan increase from 170 years to 185 years, a full 15 years higher than what he gained from breaking through to tier 9 in the turtle breath technique, indeed proving that blood refining, which allows one's physique to grow and transform, is one of the most effective ways to increase lifespan. The potential points increased by 3 points, reaching a total of 33. Su Changkong's lifespan limit was gradually approaching the significant 200-year mark, and his cultivation aptitude was becoming increasingly monstrous. Having reached the Chi Blood 7 transformation, Su Changkong had achieved a small goal, but he also found that advancing within the Chi Blood realm became more difficult after reaching the Chi Blood 7 transformation. With my current Chi Blood strength, the effects of the Chi Blood pill have become pitifully small. After swallowing a Chi Blood pill, Su Changkong felt the pill's medicinal strength dissolve, and the boost it provided to his Chi Blood was almost negligible, causing him some frustration. The Chi Blood pill is highly effective in helping body refinement martial artists break through to the Chi Blood realm, and also aids martial artists in the Chi Blood Veil and Chi Blood Wolf Smoke realms. But for those who have reached the Chi Blood 7 transformation and above, it is almost useless. In Ink Forest Prefecture City, The number of martial artists who have reached the Chi Blood 7 transformation can be counted on one's fingers, not to mention resources to satisfy such experts. Su Changkong still had nearly 1,000,000 taels of silver left, but investing all of that would not lead to significant progress in his Chi Blood. After some time, I'll go to Dafeng State City to see the situation, he decided. Su Changkong made up his mind. The millennia-old family, the Great Wind Iron Cavalry, and Hong Jinxiang were only part of what Dafeng State City had to offer, and as the center of a whole state, it was bound to have more opportunities and resources. However, Su Changkong was not in a hurry. He needed to completely settle the affairs of the giant whale gang first. Master Su, in the pharmacy's pill refining room, a teenager bowed to Su Changkong with utmost respect. The teenager's name was Sikong Qing, chosen by the Sikong family for having a talent and foundation in alchemy, and was the one to take over Su Changkong's position as an alchemist, smart and eager to learn. All right, begin your alchemy. I will guide you as best as I can, Su Changkong said with a slight nod to Sikong Qing. When Su Changkong had first arrived at the giant whale gang, Gong Zheng was about to leave and had passed on his alchemy techniques to Su Changkong without reservation. Now Su Changkong was doing the same, imparting his experience and techniques in alchemy to Sikong Qing. How much he could learn was up to his own talent. Yes, Sikong Qing's face lit up with excitement, aware that the young man standing before him, only a year or two older than himself, ranked among the top few in alchemy in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Su Changkong taught Sikong Qing alchemy, and on normal days, he focused on practicing his archery. Apart from the difficult-to-master whale technique that could not be quickly mastered, his other martial arts had reached the 8th realm or above. A qualitative breakthrough in a short time was not realistic, but with his wind thunder archery at the 7th realm and over 60%, he believed that with his current potential, reaching the 8th realm before leaving the giant whale gang was not a problem. Elder Sikong, let's have the young gang leader inherit the position of gang leader in the next few days, Su Changkong said as he went to speak with Sikong when about this matter. All right, we'll pick an auspicious date, and when the time comes, I hope little friend Su will cooperate with us, Sikong replied, visibly touched, nodding with a sigh. Sikong knew Su Changkong's suggestion for Sikong Zhan to take over as gang leader likely meant he was preparing to leave the giant whale gang. To outsiders, Su Changkong's time in the giant whale gang was extremely low-key, simply refining pills quietly and cultivating alone, not well known in Ink Forest Prefecture City, and except for disciples of the giant whale gang, he was recognized by few. But Sikong knew of the astonishing feats Su Changkong had accomplished. He had slain the rebellious deputy gang leader Meng Sang, quelled the internal strife of the giant whale gang. He commanded the battlefield at the Blue Rain Sea, single-handedly defeating many top-tier experts of the sea pirates, breaking the coalition of nearly 10 sea pirate groups. Lurking within Ink Forest Prefecture City, he vanquished the terrifying demon monster that Sikong Yong had hidden, which also met a silent and unremarkable end at the hands of Su Changkong. Even recently, he fought against the disciple of the noble family's Mujin without falling behind. Any of these feats would be enough to shake martial world of Ink Forest Prefecture City. Su Changkong, still young, could already be called the strongest in Ink Forest Prefecture City, yet he himself did not change at all for fame or profit. Remaining low profile, he was always in arduous cultivation, striving for higher realms with the unyielding heart of a true warrior. Jiao dragons do not curl up in small ponds. Su Changkong's departure was only a matter of time, and Sikong I and others could not retain him. Alas, if young heir were still alive by now, he would have made the same choice to venture into the wider world, right? Sikong wondered sadly in his heart. In his youth, he too had grand ambitions and had been the gang leader of the giant whale gang. But as time passed, and with his increasing age and frailty, all the grand ambitions had faded into obscurity, and he only wished to protect the Sikong family and the giant whale gang's legacy, to live out his days in peace. Su Changkong, however, was full of vitality, with an even firmer heart than Sikong Yong and a higher talent in martial arts. Sikong could only wish in his heart that Su Changkong would continue to advance and achieve his goals. 7 days later, big news spread throughout the martial world of Forest Prefecture City. The Giant Whale Gang held a ceremony for the succession of their gang leader. The legendary gang leader, Sikong Yong, formally handed over the position of gang leader to his son Sikong Jean, announcing that he would once again go into seclusion, and unless the Giant Whale Gang faced dire adversity, he would not easily interfere with outside matters, focusing instead on striving for a higher martial arts realm. Last time he secluded himself, Sikong Yong was in isolation for nearly 10 years, and when he emerged, he accomplished something that shook Forest Prefecture City's martial world. This time, people knew the seclusion might last even longer than the last. It could be 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Whether he would still have the ambition of his youth at his advanced age was unknown. It seemed to herald the end of an era for a legendary figure of Forest Prefecture City. And for Su Changkong, this was merely the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Updated preview from Chidian Chinese Network. The next chapter will be updated on the 15th at 2200 hours. In the secluded wilderness, Su Changkong stood silently with his bow at the ready. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, Su Changkong opened his eyes, drew the bow, and knocked the arrows, repeatedly pulling the bowstring, stringing the arrows from the quiver one after another in a fluid motion like clouds drifting and water flowing. For consecutive arrows whistled through the air like shooting stars toward 4 different directions, yet eerily silent, making no sound at all. Hiss, 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 hiss. It was only when they struck the trees that they unleashed their tremendous power, piercing through the trunks, and a smaller tree with the girth of a bowl was even severed in half by the arrows. The arrows flew as fast as the wind and lightning, stirring up a series of whirlwinds in the forest, making it hard to believe that arrows could wield such force. Wind, thunder, archery, 8 realms, transcendental 1%. Su Changkong looked at his attribute panel where the wind, thunder, archery had reached the 8 realms. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. When wind, thunder, archery reached the 7th realm, Su Changkong was able to perform wind, thunder, linked beads, and after reaching the transcendental 8th realm, his archery improved even further, attaining the wind, thunder, silent level, where even a full power shot would make no sound, as if fitted with a silencer, making it difficult for enemies to detect from where the threat was coming. This fine iron bow is still somewhat lacking, unable to bring out my full archery skills. Looking at the twisted large bow in his hands, Su Changkong couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. For a regular martial artist in the Qi blood realm, a fine iron bow was definitely enough, but for him it was insufficient to use his full strength, or else the bow would be damaged and the bowstring would snap. A good bow is indeed very important for an archer. However, this fine iron bow was currently the best bow he could get, so he could only look forward to obtaining better materials in the future to personally craft a superior one. Another 3 months have passed, and I've taken my wind thunder archery to a higher realm. It's time to leave. Su Changkong's smile faded as he silently thought to himself. 3 months ago, after impersonating Sikong Yong and colluding with the Giant Whale Gang to pass the gang leader position to Sikong Jean, his major task was considered complete. He had been cultivating in seclusion since then, mentoring Sikong Qing in alchemy. Now that 3 months had gone by, Su Changkong's archery had reached a new level, and the other aspects of his martial arts had reached extremely high realms. He wasn't likely to make any significant progress in a short time. As he stepped into the Qi Blood 7 transformation, his strength greatly increased, but he also reached a stagnant period. Su Changkong understood that it was time to leave, to go see Dafeng State City, to seek opportunities for breaking through to higher realms. Su Changkong returned to the Giant Whale Gang, packed his luggage, and informed Sikong Jean and Sikong Huang that he would depart the next morning and that there was no need for a send-off. The Sikong siblings had known for several months that Su Changkong would eventually leave, so they weren't too surprised. That night, the 3 of them had dinner together, drinking quite a bit. Especially Sikong Huang, who drank until her cheeks were flushed, repeatedly looked like she wanted to speak, but ended up saying nothing. And as for the giant whale gang's alchemy-related matters, Su Changkong had long since handed them over. In fact, he had been seldom involved in the gang's alchemy for the past half-year, focusing all his energy on concocting chi blood pills for himself to achieve chi blood metamorphosis. In the blink of an eye, I've been with the giant whale gang for nearly 3 years. Su Changkong couldn't help but sigh internally, reflecting on the experiences he had since he first arrived at Ink Forest Prefecture City and joined the giant whale gang, all of which seemed like they had happened just yesterday. Despite his sentimental feelings, Su Changkong had no intention of stopping his progress. He would continue moving forward, no matter the pace. Early the next morning, when it was still dark, Su Changkong didn't disturb anyone. Carrying his bow and arrows and his luggage, he wore a black outfit with a knife at his waist and left his residence alone, heading out of the giant whale gang. In the early morning hours, the air was still moist with fog. Third brother, take care on your journey. On the road, Sikong Huang and Sikong Zhan silently watched Su Changkong disappear at the end of the official road, exhaling quietly. Even though Su Changkong asked them not to see him off, they still quietly watched him go. Will he come back? Sikong Huang stood in place for a long time, her face tinged with sadness. She understood that Su Changkong's departure this time meant he might not return to the giant whale gang for a long time, and in her heart, she felt some regret for not expressing the feelings she had suppressed. Sigh. Sikong Zhan let out a quiet sigh. He also understood that the extraordinary reliability Su Changkong had shown during this time was very attractive. Not to mention Sikong Huang. Even if he had been a woman, he would have been drawn to him. But sometimes some things cannot be forced. When they're missed, they're missed. Let's go back. After a while, Sikong Zhan said to Sikong Huang, "MHM." Sikong Huang nodded gently, taking one last look at the distant road where the figure had vanished, before returning to the giant whale gang with Sikong Zhan. Dafeng State City, here I come. Meanwhile, Su Changkong was advancing with a brisk step toward the direction of Dafeng State City. Dafeng State City, being the most prosperous city in Dafeng State, brought together people and things that were hard to find in smaller places. It was a long journey. Even with Su Changkong's pace, it would take close to 10 days. But Su Changkong was not in a hurry, knowing he would get there sooner or later anyway. Though it was the season of autumn, the air still held the warmth of summer. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Su Changkong hit the road. It's too hot. On an official road, a caravan moved quietly forward. A man dressed as the head escort glanced at the high-hanging sun, wiped the sweat from his face, and said helplessly, "We've been on the road for days. There isn't enough ahead. Let's rest there for a while." A portly merchant in the caravan couldn't help but suggest, already drenched in sweat from the heat. "Yes, Master Qian." The man dressed as the head escort nodded in agreement. There was still a long way to go, and pushing on would only exhaust everyone physically and mentally. They needed to recuperate fully to stay alert and deal with any sudden mishaps. Most of the dozens of people in this group were powerful martial artists, and as they proceeded along the official road, they finally spotted a familiar in up ahead. "We're finally here. Head escort Wang, please arrange it quickly. I need to take a good bath and have a good sleep." Everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Master Qian was especially impatient, being a rich man who had grown up in luxury. Now traveling to seek refuge with relatives, and having been on the road for half a month, he couldn't stand being sticky all over. Head escort Wang, though helpless, immediately arranged for his more than 20 escorts. 1/3 stays to guard the goods. The rest of you rest in shifts. Yes. The other escorts nodded in agreement. All seasoned professionals who had traversed the south and smashed through the north, not their first time on escort duty, and thus experienced. "Esteemed guests, please come inside." This inn was built next to the official road and was frequented by travelers looking to rest. As they arrived at the entrance of the inn, they were eagerly greeted by a junior server. The group entered the inn and found the first floor crowded with 30 or 40 people. Groups of 3 or 5 sat at tables, drinking tea or alcohol. Among them were traveling merchants and plainly dressed passers-by. It was quite lively. That youth. Head escort Wang's gaze swept across the room and paused on a young man in black seated in the corner of the inn's hall. The young man was tall and handsome, sitting by a table with an unsheathed long saber placed next to him and a large bow standing by the wall corner. By its size and make, it was not something an average person could draw, a fine steel strongbow. This youth is quite extraordinary. He must be at least at the divine strength realm. Head escort Wang observed with his sharp eyes, surmising that this black-clothed youth was likely a martial artist with considerable cultivation. Naturally, the black-clothed youth was none other than Su Changkong. In 3 or 4 days, I will have reached the territory of Dafeng State City, Su Changkong thought to himself. He had left Ink Forest Prefecture City and crossed 3 prefectures in a week, heading towards Dafeng State City. Only a few more days of travel, and he would reach his destination. Su Changkong also noticed a group of escorts entering the inn, but he paid them no mind. In this day and age, being an escort was a common profession. Head escort Wang, Master Qian, and the others found empty seats and sat down, waiting for their meal. However, it didn't take long for head escort Wang's expression to change subtly. As they had entered the inn, the ordinary-looking peddlers and servants didn't seem to react much, but many of them were discreetly paying close attention to them, making head escort Wang realize something was amiss. At that moment, the meals were served, and Master Qian, unable to wait, was eager to start eating. After days of travel, subsisting on dry food, how could he resist the freshness of these delicious dishes? Hold on. But head escort Wang stopped Master Qian. With a sweeping gaze and in a grave tone, head escort Wang said, "I am Wang Kaixian, the head escort from Lingyuan Escort Agency. If any friends here have advice for us, feel free to state your names." The bustling inn fell silent. All the escorts showed a vigilant expression, sensing that something was off in the inn's atmosphere. It seemed that the casually dressed patrons were likely targeting them. Head escort Wang, wouldn't it be easier to just eat the food and spare yourself the trouble? A man dressed in gray, in the garb of a traveling merchant and athletic in build, sighed beside a table. Then, with a sharp look in his eyes, the man declared, "I am Zhang Xingyun of the Wind Thunder's Silent Blades. I'm here for the goods, not for lives. Leave behind the cargo and leave." The 30-something patrons in the inn all stood up together, drawing weapons from beneath the tables, fixing cold stares on Wang Kaixian and the other escorts. Zhang Xingyun was a name Wang Kaixian had never heard of, which he found unsurprising. Many robber and bandit gangs roamed and committed crimes, hitting one place, then moving on to another, sometimes even forming temporarily for a single job, then disbanding after dividing the loot. Zhang Xingyun appeared to be this type. There was a surging presence of qi and blood in his body, a sure sign he was an expert who had undergone qi-blood metamorphosis and was no easy opponent. Bandits. Master Qian's face turned pale, trembling with fear. He had heard plenty about rampant banditry in the outside world, which led him to hire the Lingyuan Escort Agency to protect him and his family. Yet, he had still become a target for bandits. A tense standoff ensued, and a clash seemed inevitable. At this moment, everyone's gaze converged on one person, Su Changkong. "I've eaten my fill, time to leave." Su Changkong saw the two sides ready to burst into conflict, and knowing a bloody fight was likely to ensue, he had no desire to linger. Immediately placing a piece of silver on the table to pay for his meal, he shouldered his pack and bow, with the saber in tow, and headed for the inn's exterior. "Boy, stop right there!" A shout rang out, and 2 bandits dressed as traveling merchants blocked the door, not allowing Su Changkong to leave. Su Changkong acted as if he heard nothing, his steps not pausing in the slightest as he moved towards the doorway. "Damn it, are you deaf?" Seeing this, a brutal light flashed in the eyes of the 2 bandits. They both swung their fists at Su Changkong's chest with coordination. Both were martial artists, with strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. If their punches connected, Even a solid plank of wood would shatter. Puff, puff. But before their fists landed on Su Changkong's chest, a crisp, tearing sound rang out. The bandits' eyes bulged as a line of blood appeared on their necks, and their heads, fully intact, detached and fell to the ground, rolling a few times. This scene left everyone in the inn somewhat dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. Did he draw his sword? Why did I not see anything? How fast must that have been? Head Escort Wang's eyes were wide as he looked at the beheaded bandits. He was inwardly horrified. Head Escort Wang was also a martial artist who had completed one round of blood refining in the Qi blood realm, but he hadn't seen how Su Changkong had drawn his blade. The obstructing bandits were decapitated with their heads on the ground, and he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Su Changkong's sword-drawing motion. The headless bodies slumped to the ground, and Su Changkong stepped over them, crossing the inn's threshold and disappearing outside. What kind of blade technique was that? Both the group of escorts and the bandits watched with cold sweat streaming down their faces as they looked at the two headless corpses by the door and the pervasive, pungent smell of blood. Originally, Zhang Xingyun had brought a group of bandits to lie in wait at the inn, like sitting ducks, waiting for head Escort Wang's team to arrive to then attack and rob the merchant convoy, hoping to make a huge illicit profit. However, unimaginably, a young man sitting in a corner of the inn, unknown and unfathomable, had shocked everyone. No one saw how he drew his weapon, yet two obstructing bandits ended up decapitated. Such strength, he wouldn't be an unknown in Dafeng State City, would he? Zhang Xingyun's forehead was slick with cold sweat. Big brother, what do we do? One of the bandits asked in a low voice. Go! Zhang Xingyun saw the fear on the faces of the other bandits, grinding his teeth as he barked the command. Even though the young man seemed not to want to meddle further, having killed two of their number had already demoralized his companions. There was a chance he might come back, so the best course of action at that moment was to retreat swiftly. Zhang Xingyun's group, all armed with swords, kept a wary eye on head Escort Wang and his men as they backed out of the inn and quickly took their leave. This, head Escort Wang, Master Qian, and the others watched this spectacle somewhat bewilderedly. What was certainly going to be a bloody conflict with the bandits robbing their convoy turned into a swift retreat due to the black-clad youth's intervention. But as head Escort Wang and the others' aim was to protect the convoy, naturally they didn't pursue, avoiding unnecessary complications and casualties. Who is that stinking kid? He killed two of us just like that. The bandits, numbering over 30, left the inn and didn't stop until they were several miles away. One tall and lean bandit's face showed lingering fear. The leader, Zhang Xingyun, was silent and frowning. Even he, who had reached the Qi Blood One transformation, had not seen how the young man had drawn his blade. In other words, if he had been the one to stop the youth, his fate would most likely have been instantaneous decapitation. It's a good thing he ran fast, or else I would have used the black tiger heart plucking technique to rip his chest open. To lighten the somewhat gloomy atmosphere, a bandit with a mustache raised his voice and gestured as he spoke loudly. Forget it, it's just bad luck today. We'll just find a new target. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh, brightening the previously tense mood, and started to contemplate, ready to pick another target for their next heist. Puff! Just as they were contemplating, suddenly a soft burst sounded. They felt a warm sensation on their faces. They froze, only to realize that the mustached bandit's head had been pierced by an unseen force, spattering blood and brain matter all over them. Puff, puff, puff. Even before they could react, 3 more sounds of flesh tearing apart rang out, as 3 bandits, still confused or with their hearts or heads pierced, collapsed to the ground dead. Ambush! Ambush! It's that kid. He's got a bow and arrows. In an instant, panicked cries erupted, and the gang of bandits immediately realized it was the black-clothed youth who had been launching arrows at them from the shadows. He hadn't gone far, but had been tracking them the whole time. More than 300 paces away, Su Changkong watched the bandits with an icy glare. He worked his bow with both hands, firing arrows in rapid succession, and the sound of his shooting was almost inaudible. Traveling several times faster than the speed of sound, the arrows carried bodies of distant bandits through the air before they crashed to the ground, dead on the spot. Su Changkong had always been of the mind that if one must act, one must eradicate the roots. Just now, in the end, Su Changkong had only killed 2 bandits who had tried to stop him from leaving and did not start a fight inside, because simply put, the space was too small and damaging things meant paying compensation. Moreover, Su Changkong wanted to use them to practice his newly achieved Wind, Thunder, Silent level of Wind, Thunder Archery of the 8 Realms, which is why he left the inn first and, after the bandits also left, followed them quietly to kill them all. In dealing with these bandits who lived by plundering and robbing, Su Changkong showed no mercy or soft-heartedness. Evil must be eradicated completely. Where is he? Take cover. The bandits were all terrified. Su Changkong's arrows were silent, and with Su continually changing his position, it was impossible to pinpoint his location by sound alone. Some bandits reacted quickly and hid behind trees. But as an arrow flew through the air, the pupil of a bandit hiding behind a tree shrank. The large tree in front of him, as thick as a wash basin, exploded open with a hole the size of a bowl. An arrow, flickering with cold light, continued mercilessly to his chest, throwing him backward and smashing him to the ground, his chest cavity already blown open beyond saving. At the 8th level of Wind Thunder Archery, Su Changkong never missed, and with arrows as silent as they were powerful, the bandits, whether fleeing or hiding, faced death as the only outcome. Run! Run! What a ruthless kid, bent on total annihilation. Huh. The leader of this group of bandits, a man named Zhang Xingyun, was filled with terror and desperation as he unfolded his speed technique and fled into the distance, his concern for the lives of others abandoned. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chilling sensation of a thorn in the back struck him. Zhang Xingyun understood that the black-clothed youth had targeted him. Cloud-breaking palm, with hair standing on end and scalp tingling with numbness as if falling into an ice cave at the brink of life and death, Zhang Xingyun's qi and blood surged, forming a qi blood veil around him. With a roar, he turned and thrust out a palm, intending to deflect the incoming arrow. Crack! However, at the collision of palm and arrow, Zhang Xingyun felt that the arrow, which should have been light, contained a thunderous, explosive force. Amidst the sound of shattering, his qi blood veil enveloping him was instantly penetrated, and his palm was ripped apart, flesh flying everywhere. The arrow continued unabated through his body, leaving a hole as big as a bowl. Zhang Xingyun fell to the ground with wide-open eyes, unable to believe it. He was a Qi Blood realm martial artist who could fight 100 men, but against this black-clothed youth, he couldn't even discern the youth's position, let alone mount any resistance, and was shot dead in an instant. Among the scattered bandits, fleeing in all directions, there were no lack of internal strength realm experts who could cover over 10 meters in a second, but no matter how fast they were, they could not outpace Su Changkong's arrows. Before they could get a few yards away, they lay dead on the ground. Spare me, my lord." Some bandits broke down, no longer running, kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, giving up resistance in the hope that they might spare their lives. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But arrow after arrow cut through the air, mercilessly shooting them on the spot. Before long, the wilderness returned to calm, now littered with more than 30 dead bodies. Su Changkong walked over slowly, began searching the bodies, and simultaneously collected his arrows. An ordinary archer, even one of decent skill, would find it difficult to emulate Su Changkong's feat of shooting down more than 30 people single-handed, leaving them with no chance to run. It could only be said that Su Changkong's archery had reached a transcendental realm, and his strong foundation allowed him to unleash arrows in rapid succession. It is no exaggeration to say that with his archery skills alone, Su Changkong could dominate in Ink 4's prefecture city, with few, if any, challengers. Alone, Su Changkong was more formidable than 10 or 20 divine arm crossbows. Effortlessly eliminating these bandits was nothing more than a minor episode for Su Changkong. On his journey here, some bandits, seeing him travel alone, had been tempted, but they all ended up losing their lives to his hands. From the bodies of these bandits, Su Changkong collected more than 3,000 taels in silver notes, 80% of which came from the leader, Zhang Xingyun. Although a few thousand taels of silver weren't significant enough to affect Su Changkong's emotions, it was still a gain worth more than nothing. What's this? Not only that, but Su Changkong also found an unexpected item on Zhang Xingyun. Zhang Xingyun was carrying a token with him. The 15th of the half moon, East Forest Mountain. This token was engraved with black patterns, and it also bore a line of small characters that seemed to make little sense. East Forest Mountain. Isn't that around Dafeng State City? The 15th of the half moon. Could it be the ghost market? Drawing a map, Su Changkong scrutinized it carefully, and a thought struck him. Su Changkong had visited the ghost market more than once. Nearly every region had one. The date indicated on the token, the 15th of the half moon, was the same as the opening time of the ghost market, and East Forest Mountain was located in the desolate lands surrounding Dafeng State City. Connecting the two pieces of information, Su Changkong realized that there must be a ghost market in East Forest Mountain, and this token was most likely the pass to enter it. As a bandit chief who lived on plunder, Zhang Xingyun would dispose of some stolen goods in the ghost market, so it's only natural for him to know its location. I'll keep it. Might be useful. Without further hesitation, Su Changkong stored the token in his bag. Having handled everything, he paid no further attention to the corpses strewn on the ground, got up, and continued on his way. In this era, it was normal for a few people to die. These bandits' corpses would either be devoured by wild beasts or rot away in the wilderness. After several days, a travel-worn Su Changkong finally arrived outside the eastern gate of Dafeng State City. Finally here, from afar, seeing the majestic city wall, he couldn't help but exhale in admiration. It took Su Changkong over 10 days to travel from Ink Forest Prefecture City to Dafeng State City, a journey that would normally take an ordinary person or a merchant caravan 3 to 4 months. At the eastern city gate, Su Changkong noticed black-armored soldiers standing guard. There is a constant flow of people coming and going, including merchant and escort caravans, as well as monks, Taoists, and a good number of martial artists with weapons at their waists. Dafeng State was so prosperous that many merchants and even martial artists traveled great distances to come to Dafeng State City, some seeking fortune, some in pursuit of fame, and some to find a master to study under. Amid such a crowd, Su Changkong did not stand out. Carrying his travel sack, Su Changkong entered the city with ease. The streets of Dafeng State City were bustling with pedestrians and carriages, lively even in the twilight hours. The wide streets were spacious enough to accommodate nearly 10 horses running side by side. First, I'll find a place to stay, then I'll gather some information about Dafeng State City. After wandering around for a bit, Su Changkong decided to look for a place to stay. Of course, the main purpose of Su Changkong's visit to Dafeng State City was to better cultivate his martial skills. After settling into an inn within the city, Su Changkong said to an attendant, "I've just arrived in Dafeng State City and am not familiar with the place. I'm looking for some work, but have no idea where to start. Where can I find relevant information?" At these words, the attendant quickly replied with a smile, "Guest, I recommend you visit the Sea Cliff building. It has a vast collection of books, including introductions to Dafeng State City and descriptions of various people and objects. If you want to find out about something, flipping through the books there will enlighten you." "I see. Thank you," Su Changkong replied with thanks. After spending a night at the inn, Su Changkong headed to the Sea Cliff building early the next morning. The Sea Cliff building was akin to a library. It had a massive collection of books, from poetry and song anthologies to novels and biographies, everything one could wish for. "Guest, please keep quiet inside the Sea Cliff building and do not damage any of the books. If you need help finding any books, feel free to ask me," said the caretaker at the entrance. After paying 30 copper coins, Su Changkong obtained a ticket to enter the Sea Cliff building, and the caretaker also gave him a couple of reminders. Su Changkong nodded and stepped into the Sea Cliff building. Inside, the Sea Cliff building was quiet and elegant, furnished with decorative potted plants and tables and chairs among the rows of bookshelves filled with books. It wasn't much different from a library. There were other patrons inside, all quietly sipping tea and reading books, creating a serene atmosphere. Su Changkong also browsed in front of the bookshelves for a while. He found that the Sea Cliff building indeed had no shortage of books, from poetry and unofficial histories to risque novels with beautifully illustrated erotic pictures. All types were available. The Dauphin Chronicles? Soon, Su Changkong noticed a bookshelf filled with copies of the same book, titled The Dauphin Chronicles, prominently displayed. He took one copy, found a corner lounge chair to sit down, and quietly started to flip through it. The Dauphin Chronicles, authored by the Sea Cliff building, cataloged some of the famous sects, powerhouses, and wealthy families within Dauphin State, along with various heroes, strong figures, and some major recent events. After perusing the introduction, Su Changkong's eyes lit up. The Dauphin Chronicles was just the book he needed to familiarize himself with the basic information about Dauphin State City. Su Changkong flipped through the Dauphin Chronicles. There were chapters on characters, major events, and various major sects and families. So, Su Changkong started from the beginning, becoming somewhat engrossed as he read. In the year 1138 of the Great Flame Calendar, to resist the ferocious wolf barbarians from the northern prairies, the reigning Flame Emperor personally oversaw the battlefield, constructing a fortress over 20 years, stationing 1,000,000 soldiers, the predecessor to what is now known as Dauphin State City. The book detailed the origins of Dauphin State City, including some deeply influential characters and events that took place during its birth. In the year 2913 of the Great Flame Calendar, the ferocious wolf barbarians' royal courts, Great General Chikudu, led an army of 300,000 barbarians in an onslaught. The new state governor Pei Yang led the Dauphin Iron Cavalry in confrontation at Sunset Prairie Fortress, enduring 3 months of fierce battle. The ferocious wolf barbarians withdrew their troops, with casualties on both sides exceeding 100,000. The bloodshed turned rivers red in what history calls the Sunset Blood Battle. It also chronicled the biggest battle in recent Dauphin State, a major conflict with foreign tribes from just 10 years prior that resulted in over 100,000 dead or injured. The ferocious wolf barbarians, a warlike and powerful tribe situated on the northern prairies of the Great Flame Empire, attacked Dauphin State 10 years ago. Su Changkong indeed gained a lot of knowledge. In addition to these events, Su Changkong also came across some familiar figures. Hong Jinxiang, practicing martial arts at 4, strong enough to lift a cauldron at 5, he chopped down over 3,000 ferocious wolf barbarians during the Sunset Blood Battle, including a great warrior knighted by the ferocious Wolf King Court, earning fame in a single battle, now one of the 4 great generals of the Dauphin Iron Cavalry. Su Changkong saw that Hong Jinxiang, whom he had met a few months ago, occupied a significant part of the character chapters, recording some of his deeds. Not only that, but Su Changkong found another person in the character chapters. Mu Jin, a rising talent from Dauphin State City, eradicated the rebel leader Ning Guang at 18 years old, born into the 1,000-year-old Mu family, now serving as the chief of 10,000 at Great Wind Iron Cavalry's Wood Flag Camp. Su Changkong also spotted the imposing Mu Jin featured in the Dauphin Chronicles, with a particularly glorious and shining resume, now also holding a high position in Dauphin State City. However, Su Changkong noticed that the introductions about the Mu family were scarce, almost mentioned in passing. Not only the Mu family, but the news and information about some other 1,000-year-old families were almost absent, shrouded in mystery. Dauphin State City is far from peaceful, Su Changkong muttered to himself, having perused the Dauphin Chronicles. He gained some understanding of the situation in Dauphin State City. There were 400,000 Dauphin Iron Cavalry in Dauphin State City, not maintained merely for show, but to contend with invasions by foreign tribes, as well as local rebels and bandit leaders. There's almost no information available about demon monsters. What made Su Changkong frown even more was his search for information about demon monsters. He wanted to understand more about them, but there wasn't a single book related to them in Sea Cliff Building. Su Changkong was there specifically to figure out the purpose of the demon monster crystal core he had obtained, judging from how desperately Mujin had tried to take it. The crystal core was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. So Su Changkong approached the manager of the Sea Cliff Building and asked with a curious expression, "There are lots of bizarre tales in the Sea Cliff Building, but why not a single book about demon monsters?" Hearing this, the manager's face changed, and after glancing around to see that no one else was paying attention, he lowered his voice and said, "This customer, demon monsters, are not something ordinary people can understand. Don't ask about it here in the Sea Cliff Building or even in the entire Doffing State City. There's not one book that records information about demon monsters. You'd better not ask too much to avoid trouble for yourself." Facing the manager's warning words, Su Changkong internally puzzled over it. Information about demon monsters could only be gathered from rumors of questionable reliability among the common folk. Where exactly demon monsters came from, their distinctive features, these seemed all to be secrets that the Flame Empire deliberately hid. No book in circulation contained records about demon monsters. Not even when a demon monster wreaked havoc in Ink Forest Prefecture City did the government choose to suppress the news, only claiming that a murdering demon was on loose, without specifying it was a demon monster at large, as though there were scruples involved. Seeing the manager's wary manner, Su Changkong knew it was futile to question him further and shifted the conversation. "Then, I'm very interested in the Doffing Chronicles. Could I buy a copy to take home and study in detail?" This time the manager nodded readily. Of course, 2 taels of silver for a book. 2 taels of silver was a bit pricey for a book, but Su Changkong didn't haggle, immediately paying the 2 taels of silver to purchase a copy of the Doffing Chronicles. He planned to take a closer look at it later. There are no books about demon monsters on the market, but the ghost market may be a different story. Su Changkong thought to himself, his interest in demon monsters primarily driven by his desire to understand the specific use of his own demon monster crystal core. And soon, Su Changkong knew exactly where to seek information about demon monsters: the ghost market. The token obtained from the bandit leader indicated the location of the ghost market within the territory of Doffing State City. The ghost market was a place of mixed reputations, also stocked with goods not available elsewhere. It wasn't certain that one couldn't buy information related to demon monsters there. With 3 days left until the opening of the ghost market this month, Su Changkong was in no rush, peacefully resting and reading at an inn in Doffing State City. 3 days later, Su Changkong headed for East Forest Mountain, the location marked on the token. East Forest Mountain was located in a remote area about 300 to 400 miles away from Doffing State City. Su Changkong wasn't in a hurry to travel. By the time he arrived at East Forest Mountain, it was already nighttime. The moon shone sparse amidst the stars, and the entirety of East Forest Mountain was dead silent. Su Changkong was no stranger to the ghost market, aware that it tended to be desolate and hidden. He glanced at the sky without hesitation and stepped into the depths of East Forest Mountain. At this moment, Su Changkong had altered his appearance, wearing an ape mask and black robes, and had changed his physique with turtle breath technique to conceal his identity. Inside East Forest Mountain, with the undergrowth thick and lush, Su Changkong casually strolled around for a while when he felt a gaze spying and observing him. Without hesitation, Su Changkong lowered his voice and presented the token. "I am here to participate in the ghost market transaction." This way. Shortly after, a similarly hoarse voice emerged from the woods, accompanied by the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Su Changkong, without any hesitation, followed behind. Following the guide through the darkness of the distant forest, Su Changkong quickly reached the depths of East Forest Mountain and saw the twinkling lights of a small village hidden within the mountains. At the entrance of the town, guards with ghost face masks and weapons at their waists stood watch. After showing the token, Su Changkong smoothly entered the ghost market. It's really nostalgic. Looking at the passers-by on the streets, all wearing masks, and the random stalls set up along the roadside within an especially eerie and quiet atmosphere, Su Changkong couldn't help but reminisce about the first time he visited the ghost market in Clearwater City. By now, he had become much more experienced. Su Changkong wandered through the ghost market, spotting plenty of items difficult to find outside, such as deadly poisons, fierce medicines, weapons, armors, and even some martial arts secret manuals. However, for the current Su Changkong, it was difficult for anything to arouse his interest. "What do you need, dear guest? I am a manager of this ghost market. I can help you find what you're looking for." While Su Changkong browsed, a hoarse voice came from under the corner eaves of a house. When Su Changkong looked over, it was a person in white robes wearing a red ghost face mask, standing in the shadows, giving off an ominous vibe. The reason the man with the red face mask actively approached Su Changkong was quite simple. This person with the ape mask is no ordinary fellow. His entire presence is undetectable, with blood flow and heart rate no different from an average person's. He's not an ordinary character, the man thought to himself. The strength of a martial artist can be discerned through keen observation. For instance, a martial artist with body refinement grade achievement will certainly have strong muscles and bones and a demeanor unlike that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, those in the Chi blood realm will have a different blood flow speed, heart rate strength, and even body temperature than typical martial artists. The turtle breath technique practiced by Su Changkong was best at concealing one's aura. Under the scrutiny of others, Su Changkong appeared inconspicuous, just like an ordinary person. But certainly, no ordinary person would come to the ghost market. Therefore, the man with the red face mask who couldn't see through Su Changkong took the initiative to speak up and inquire about his needs. Su Changkong was also slightly moved. He was openly purchasing intelligence about demon monsters, which was too conspicuous. Asking this red-faced masked man, who claimed to be the manager of the ghost market, would perhaps be less troublesome, as he must know many pieces of intelligence. With this thought in mind, Su Changkong lowered his voice to make it sound hoarse and old. "I want to buy information about demon monsters." Upon hearing this, the man with the red mask visibly hesitated, as if he was pondering something. "Come with me," the man eventually said slowly, heading toward a small courtyard in the ghost market. "Let's see." Noticing there was a play, Su Changkong understood that the man with the red face mask might really possess information about demon monsters. So, without hesitation, he followed. In a lantern-lit residence in the ghost market town, a dusty guest room was prepared. The red-faced masked man wiped the dust off a chair and said to Su Changkong, "Please have a seat." After speaking, he didn't wait for Su Changkong's response and left the room. Su Changkong didn't rush, sitting on the chair and waiting quietly. Before long, someone entered the room. It wasn't the previous red mask man, but a man with a more imposing figure, wearing a bull head mask. "I heard you want to purchase information about demon monsters?" The man with the bull head mask sat down opposite Su Changkong and scrutinized him carefully, his voice deep and robust, suggesting he was in his 30s or 40s. "Yes, do you have it?" Su Changkong nodded slightly. In the ghost market, where all sorts of people mixed, anything that couldn't be bought in the regular market could potentially be found there. Of course, whether the information bought was true or false was up to Su Changkong to judge for himself. "The price is not cheap," said the man with the bull head mask, "and I don't accept bargaining. Otherwise, forget it." This man with the bull head mask was quite assertive, stating a fixed price and implying that if Su Changkong bargained, the deal would be off. "Name your price," Su Changkong simply said. 30,000 taels of silver." The man with the bull head mask blurted out a price. 30,000 taels. Su Changkong frowned slightly. That price was indeed too expensive. When Su Changkong had originally purchased the alchemy book, the precious pill record, the grandson of an alchemist, Sun Yun, had only asked for 10,000 taels, and Su Changkong managed to bring it down to 2,000 taels. As soon as the man with the ox-headed mask began to speak, he stated a price of 30,000 taels of silver, and he wouldn't accept any bargaining, or the deal would be off. While Su Changkong was pondering, the man with the ox-headed mask continued. The information about the demon monster that I'm selling is absolutely detailed. Information about demon monsters is restricted in the outside world, and no matter how much money you spend, it would be difficult to acquire it. 30,000 taels was indeed a fortune for the average person, but for the current Su Changkong, 30,000 taels was a burden that he could afford. If he could obtain information on the demon monster, especially the function of its crystal core, for 30,000 taels of silver, it was completely acceptable. With that thought in mind, Su Changkong didn't haggle and slowly nodded. All right, then 30,000 taels it is. Of course, Su Changkong was not a fool. If the man with the ox-headed mask was just trying to scam his money, then Su Changkong would make him pay a heavy price. However, upon hearing Su Changkong agree to spend 30,000 taels of silver for the information on the demon monster, the man with the ox-headed mask changed his tone. 30,000 taels is indeed a bit expensive. If you would help me out with a favor, I will give you the information on the demon monster for free. These words caused Su Changkong's expression to darken beneath his mask. The true purpose of the man with the ox-headed mask was not to sell the information on the demon monster, but to test him. If Su Changkong hesitated too much or refused, it would indicate that 30,000 taels of silver was a huge burden for him, and his capabilities were only average. But Su Changkong agreed without much hesitation to purchase the demon monster's information for 30,000 taels of silver, which indicated he was no ordinary character. No average person could possibly spend 30,000 taels of silver for information on a demon monster. After all, just to satisfy one's curiosity would require a huge sum of 30,000 taels of silver. Not even the children of wealthy families would do that. Since Su Changkong could put forward 30,000 taels of silver for the information and agreed so readily, it indicated that the information on the demon monster was very important to him, and he was not someone ordinary. Therefore, the man with the ox-headed mask switched his approach and suggested that Su Changkong help him out with a favor, and the information on the demon monster would be the reward. Without thinking, Su Changkong knew that the favor the man with the ox-headed mask wanted would be troublesome. Yet, Su Changkong still said, "What favor? Let's hear it first." The man with the ox-headed mask said, "Help me kill 2 people. Sorry, find someone else." Hearing this, Su Changkong stood up, with no further intention to continue any transactions with the man with the ox-headed mask. The man with the ox-headed mask wanting him to kill 2 people and not needing 30,000 taels of silver for it, implied that these 2 people were not easy targets, and their worth was definitely far more than 30,000 taels of silver. Su Changkong didn't want to be unwittingly used as a tool in someone else's scheme, especially when he knew nothing about the identities of the 2 individuals the other party wanted dead. He had no quarrel or grievance with them, and had no interest in killing people just for a bit of information. Of course, the main reason was that Su Changkong didn't believe that the man with the ox-headed mask was the only one in the ghost market with information about the demon monster. If need be, he could simply set up a stall outside and offer a high price to buy the relevant information. At worst, he would spend a few tens of thousands of taels of silver, which would involve less effort and attract fewer problems than agreeing to the man with the ox-headed mask's request. Wait a minute. Seeing Su Changkong was about to leave, the man with the ox-headed mask became somewhat anxious. I guess what you want to know is not information on the demon monster, but rather the function of the demon monster's crystal core, right? The man with the ox-headed mask blurted out in desperation. Stay tuned for updates on Chidian Chinese website. The next chapter will be updated at 2200 hours on the 16th. At these words, Su Changkong abruptly halted, a faint murderous intent apparent in his eyes. The bull-headed masked man felt the room's temperature plummet, as if he himself had become the target of a ferocious beast. In his heart, the bull-headed masked man was startled. He was also a martial artist of no mean skill. But in front of this ape-faced masked man, he had the illusion of being faced with a ferocious beast, as if he could be devoured whole with just an open mouth. "No one else is here. No one else can hear. Let's talk this through, okay?" The bull-headed masked man caught himself and quickly gestured with his hands. Su Changkong gradually calmed down, knowing there was no third person in the courtyard. Su Changkong resumed his seat, his eyes fixed on the bull-headed masked man before him, and slowly said, "How am I to know if what you say is true or false?" The bull-headed masked man clearly knew a lot about the demon monsters. Otherwise, he would not have guessed what Su Changkong really wanted to know about the demon artifacts, just because Su Changkong wanted to buy information related to the demon monsters. Clearing his throat, the bull-headed masked man said, "I never lie. Besides, it's only some information. There's no loss for me to share it with a second person." For the bull-headed masked man, sharing information about the demon monsters indeed entailed no loss. In this world, demon monsters have existed since ancient times. Their numbers are scarce. As for their origins and how they came to be, few know. What can be confirmed is that these demon monsters are higher beings by nature, inherently very powerful, and their lifespans are much longer than those of the human race. The bull-headed masked man, to demonstrate his sincerity, took the initiative to speak about the demon monsters. Su Changkong listened quietly. Each of these demon monsters is very powerful, with immortal bodies. Unless one has the power to crush them completely and kill them repeatedly, only then can they be utterly eradicated. The bull-headed masked man narrated, which also matched the intelligence Su Changkong had. When facing the demon monster Feng Mo, the creature had an immortal body. Even decapitation wasn't enough. The severed head could be reattached. It was only because of Su Changkong's use of the impregnable blade Qi, repeatedly cutting and chopping the creature into mincemeat, that he successfully killed it. If the combat strength difference is negligible, then it's nearly impossible for humans to defeat the demon monsters, not to mention their immortal bodies. In addition, the demon monsters possess bizarre demon arts. Demon monsters vary in strength. To the best of my knowledge, demon monsters are divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Lower-tier demon monsters commonly possess one demon art and have weaker immortal bodies, thus can be killed. Middle-tier demon monsters control more than one demon art and are almost invulnerable to ordinary weapons. As for the upper-tier demon monsters, they are so powerful that even top fighters despair. The bull-headed masked man indeed knew far more than Su Changkong about the tier system of the demon monsters and shared this information with him. Then Feng Mo must just be a lower-tier demon monster, Su Changkong thought to himself. The demon monster Feng Mo he killed was merely a lower-tier one, yet it caused the entire Ink Forest Prefecture city to live in fear, struggling to exterminate it. Rumors say that above the upper-tier demon monsters, there exist even more terrifying ones, known as the king-level demon monsters. They are the true kings among the demon monsters. These creatures possess truly immortal bodies. Except by the passage of time, there is almost no way to kill them. Each one is a disaster in itself, and their emergence would certainly provoke unimaginable calamities. Fear tinged the bull-headed masked man's tone. King-level demon monsters, truly immortal bodies? Only to be killed by the passage of time. Su Changkong shivered at the thought. What kind of horrifying creatures were these? Almost truly immortal, only fated to die as time goes by. But even such fearsome demon monsters can't achieve immortality. This revelation stunned Su Changkong, and he also felt a heavy sense of gravity. King-level demon monsters, almost impossible to kill by any means, but still subject to demise by time and age. And he, a mere mortal, could he ever reach a level even more terrifying than the king-level demon monsters, achieving true immortality? However, Su Changkong didn't dwell on this too much. That level was still far beyond his reach. He would take things one step at a time. Worrying too much only leads to self-trouble. The bull-headed masked man continued. These demon monsters are very dangerous, but correspondingly, many powerful beings are eager to hunt them, simply because killing a demon monster can yield immense rewards. Is it the demon monster crystal core? Su Changkong also guessed why, despite the horror and danger the demon monsters posed, martial artists hunted them. It was because of the demon monster crystal cores, treasures that even the strongest fighters and noble family descendants dream of. Indeed, the bull-headed masked man said, inside each demon monster is a core of power known as the demon monster crystal core. It has vast uses for noble family descendants. It is a gem that can strengthen one's own bloodline. For royals and nobles, it is a spirit pill that can extend life. And for martial artists, it can enhance cultivation. And even in forging weapons and armor, it can be used to create divine weapons. It can extend lifespan. Su Changkong's eyes lit up. Lifespan, something everyone wants more of. Nobody thinks they live too long. Living long means having more time, more possibilities. Even a pig, if it could live for centuries, could become a pig monster. One of the major functions of the demon monster crystal core is to extend lifespan. For those whose lifespans are at their limit, obtaining a demon monster crystal core might allow them to live for many more years. Not just that, when crafting weapons and armor, by incorporating demon monster crystal cores, one is able to forge transcendent divine weapons. Even enhancing one's cultivation or strengthening a noble family disciple's bloodline is merely one among many of its uses. No wonder Mu Jin would provoke trouble everywhere, determined to find those who killed Feng Mo to seize their demon monster crystal cores, all because they are incredibly precious. As a noble family disciple, he could use the demon monster crystal cores to strengthen his unique bloodline, achieving metamorphosis. Even Su Changkong was surprised that the man with the bullhead mask was so willing to share so much information about demon monsters with him, even going so far as to tell him the functions of the demon monster crystal cores directly. This indicated that the most crucial part was yet to be revealed. Even after sharing such intelligence with Su Changkong, the man with the bullhead mask held more important information as bargaining chips for trade. Indeed, the man with the bullhead mask said somberly, the demon monster crystal core has many uses and can indeed be considered a true treasure, but why does the Great Flame Empire insist on suppressing news related to it? Simply because it is extremely dangerous. Very dangerous? Su Changkong knew there had to be more to it. The simplest and most direct method to exert the maximum power of a demon monster crystal core is by embedding it directly into one's heart. This can grant an ordinary martial artist the abilities of a demon monster within a short period, an immortal body, and even the mastery of unique demon arts. These words from a man with the bullhead mask startled Su Changkong. A demon monster crystal core embedded in the heart of a human warrior could grant a warrior the capabilities of a demon monster. Of course, this is also the riskiest method. If one cannot withstand the power of the demon monster crystal core, the warrior would die instantly, and even if one can bear it, they would be influenced by the power of demon monsters, undergoing a significant shift in temperament, or even a transformation of the body towards demonification. It wouldn't be too much to say it's the birth of a new demon monster. That's also why the official records obscure the information related to demon monsters. The man with the bullhead mask knew much and thus revealed the terrifying aspects of the demon monster crystal core to Su Changkong. A single demon monster crystal core could completely create a new demon monster. It could cause a martial artist to transform into a demon monster. Imagine if a martial artist who is already very strong gained the powers of a demon monster. How horrifying that would be. They could even surpass a true demon monster in strength. Embedding a demon monster crystal core into the heart, to merge it with one's self, comes at the cost of mental influence and the body beginning to demonify, becoming something no longer human, making most unwilling to proceed in this manner. In this world, there must be quite a few warriors who would choose to fuse the demon monster crystal core into themselves. Su Changkong thought to himself that merging a demon monster crystal core with oneself comes with a high price, but the benefits were also significant. Just consider an aging martial artist nearing the end of their life, but by merging with a demon monster crystal core, they could be reborn instantly, even undergoing a complete metaphysical transformation, gaining a longer lifespan and stronger powers. How many could resist that? Perhaps many demon monsters were originally members of the human race. This is also one of the main reasons why the Great Flame Empire seals away the information related to demon monsters. Of course, most people would never encounter a demon monster in their lifetime, let alone slay one to acquire its crystal core. It's not something an ordinary person can do, as even the weakest minor demon monster can challenge an entire region. No wonder, every time I come into contact with a demon monster crystal core, my heart resonates with it involuntarily. Su Changkong finally understood why he felt strange sensations when touching the demon monster crystal core, because this was the most effective method of utilizing it. Naturally, Su Changkong would not choose this method. First, because there's a risk of failure, which means death. Second, even if successful, the cost is too great. One's temperament would be affected, and even the body would begin to demonify. Could such a transformed being still be considered oneself? What Su Changkong wanted was immortality, not an endless life in a state of being neither human nor ghost, having changed species. Therefore, even if merging with the demon monster crystal core is the simplest way to maximize its utility, Su Changkong would never do that. There are prerequisites for using the demon monster crystal core in other ways, aren't there? Su Changkong then asked. It is difficult for ordinary people to use a demon monster crystal core directly. To have it exhibit its other uses would probably require certain conditions. The man with the bullhead mask nodded honestly. That's correct. To extend one's life, strengthen the bloodline, or increase cultivation, it cannot be used directly. Generally, it's combined with other items. For example, to concoct it into pill medicine. Indeed, Su Changkong had already guessed this, and the man's words confirmed his suspicion. It's tough to refine a demon monster crystal core directly, and one of the most effective ways is to concoct it into pill medicine. And the pill recipe that uses the demon monster crystal core is extremely precious. Only a few noble families possess it. I have one such pill recipe. This recipe uses the demon monster crystal core as the main ingredient to produce pill medicine that enhances cultivation. The man with the bullhead mask said so much and eventually revealed this. The previous information was effectively given free to Su Changkong. Even though Su Changkong now knew about it and understood the functions of the demon monster crystal core, knowing it without the means to unleash its power was of no practical use. If Su Changkong still refused to trade, the man with the bullhead mask would only have parted with some information, incurring no actual loss. Could he have obtained a demon monster crystal core? The man in the ox head mask couldn't help but be curious about this. Su Changkong's eagerness to know the method of using the demon monster crystal core, didn't this mean that Su Changkong might possess a demon monster crystal core? And did he come across this demon monster crystal core by chance? Or did he actually kill a demon monster to obtain it? But the man in the ox head mask naturally didn't dare to ask, fearing that Su Changkong might misunderstand. At the same time, the man in the ox head mask also worried whether the man in the ape face mask in front of him might have malicious intentions, such as forcing him to steal the pill recipe or something. Thus, the man in the ox head mask added, "This pill recipe is known only to me, and it exists in my mind." Su Changkong pondered. The man in the ox head mask probably wasn't lying to him. The method of using a demon monster crystal core wasn't that simple. Refining it into pill medicine was the best way, and that required a pill recipe. Even information and intelligence related to demon monsters were deliberately concealed and hidden by the Great Flame Empire, let alone the pill recipe for refining pill medicine with a demon monster crystal core. It was even more difficult to find. The man in the ox head mask wanted to use this pill recipe as a bargaining chip to make a trade with Su Changkong. According to the ox head mask man, this pill recipe, which takes the demon monster crystal core as the main ingredient, could enhance one's martial arts power when refined into pill medicine. If he could obtain it and successfully refine it into pill medicine, then Su Changkong's turtle breath technique or giant whale skill might be able to break through again. The man in the ox head mask was anxiously waiting, while Su Changkong was contemplating. Tell me, who do you want to kill? After a long while, Su Changkong slowly spoke, asking who the man in the ox head mask wanted to kill before making a decision. He was indeed very interested in the ox head mask man's pill recipe, but the only way to obtain it could be through the ox head mask man's voluntary offering. After all, even if Su Changkong subdued him and forced him, the man in the ox head mask might not submit. And even if he did, should he deliberately tamper with the pill recipe, Su Changkong would still come up empty-handed. Seeing that there might be a chance, the man in the ox head mask immediately said, "The two people I want to kill are utterly wicked and deserve to die 1,000 times over. They are absolute villains." Su Changkong nodded slightly. If the target, the ox head mask man, wanted him to kill, had no grudges against him, and were even extremely upright and kind people, then Su Changkong would surely find it difficult to act. Although he wasn't a good person, he had his own principles and wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately for some benefits. If the two people the ox-head mask man wanted to kill were indeed utterly wicked, then Su Changkong would naturally not feel a burden on his conscience to kill them. The man in the ox-head mask said through gritted teeth, "The two people I want to kill are the brothers Chun Xingwen and Chun Xingwu." "Who are they?" Su Changkong didn't recall hearing these names before, so he asked. "These brothers are Kiliarchs of the Dafeng Iron Cavalry." The man in the ox-head mask revealed their identities. Kiliarchs of the Dafeng Iron Cavalry? Hearing this, Su Changkong couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The Dafeng Iron Cavalry was undoubtedly an elite force known to everyone in Dafeng State City, maintaining the size of 400,000 men, concentrating resources for training, and only the finest were selected to join its ranks. Within the Dafeng Iron Cavalry, the hierarchy was clearly defined, the highest rank being the 4 great generals, followed by the chief of 10,000, Kiliarchs, centurions, and chiefs of 10. According to the Dafeng Chronicles that Su Changkong had read before, Mu Jin, who was born in a family that had existed for a millennium, held the rank of chief of 10,000 in the Dafeng Iron Cavalry. And Kiliarchs already held a significant status within the Dafeng Iron Cavalry, commanding 1,000 elite iron riders. To hold such a rank, one had to not only have military achievements, but also be a martial arts powerhouse to command respect. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the troops. Chun Xingwen and Chun Xingwu, these two brothers, were both Kiliarchs of the Dafeng Iron Cavalry, with formidable strength. In Dafeng State City, they were also quite well-known figures. Su Changkong furrowed his brow. This was undoubtedly a troublesome matter. Not only were Chun Xingwen and Chun Xingwu powerful, but killing them would not be easy, let alone the fact that they were backed by the Dafeng Iron Cavalry. Killing these two would surely incite the fury of the entire Dafeng Iron Cavalry, which would seek out the killers with full force. This was akin to slapping the face of the Dafeng Iron Cavalry. The man in the ox-head mask said fiercely, "These two are unforgivable beasts." I had already grown tired of the world's conflicts and was living in seclusion in a small village with a wife and son, a happy family. But 3 years ago, when I was out on an errand, rebel soldiers hid in the small village, and the Dafeng Iron Cavalry came to kill them, led by the Chun brothers. The Chun brothers didn't care that the rebels were using ordinary villagers as hostages, which would have been fine, but to gain military merit, they ordered the massacre of the entire village, sparing no one, men, women, and children. This included my wife and newly born son. Not only that, they cut off the heads of all the villagers, pinned the blame on them as rebels, claiming they were all part of the rebellion. Because of this, the Chun brothers were credited for quelling the rebellion, got promoted, and became Kiliarchs in the Dafeng Iron Cavalry. The man in the ox-head mask clenched his teeth so tightly they made noise, his fists balled up, veins popping out. Although his face was not visible, Su Changkong could feel the hatred and anger of the man in the ox-head mask. Su Changkong listened in silence. The Chun brothers were indeed ruthless. In pursuit of military commendation, they killed the innocent, falsely accused a group of civilians as rebels, and wiped them all out.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.